Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
It took 2 hours to successfully seal a tailed beast into a Jinchuriki. Obito shook his sweat, sat down, and sighed. It's not enough without a few people. If all the members of the Ōtsutsuki organization were here before, the time would be greatly reduced. Sasuke was also sitting next to him. He also spent a lot of chakra. I was a little surprised. It turns out that it takes so much chakra to pull the tailed beast out of the ghetto statue and then seal it into the bodies of these Jinchuriki. In comparison, the pupil power he controlled did not consume much. From this point of view, the Uchiha clan is really born to control tailed beasts with much less trouble than others. Hearing Obito talk about people from the Ōtsutsuki organization, Sasuke thought of his brother, Itachi. Obito, I have a question that I really want to ask you. Obito looked at Sasuke and asked curiously, what's the problem? Sasuke looked at Obito and said, I really want to know why you were so afraid of Itachi when he was alive. You know, my brother's strength, to be honest, in my opinion now, is just that. The corner of Obito's mouth twitched. This Sasuke, sometimes he is really speechless. You know that fight between you and Itachi, your brother was obviously in trouble, couldn't you tell? I've told you the cause and effect, and you still think so. Oh, by the way. This guy has now opened his eyes of reincarnation and feels that he can do it again. Obito looked forward, took a deep breath and sighed, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Sasuke frowned and asked, what do you mean? Obito said, the lie is that he is very strong, so I am afraid of him. Sasuke became interested, what about the truth? Obito breathed out and said, the truth is, he is indeed very strong, but what really scares me is not his strength. Obito continued, destroying the Uchiha clan has a lot of benefits for me, because the Uchiha clan has many good eyes, and I have dug them out for future use. Originally, I thought that he came to fight with me for revenge. After all, when Itachi was young, I killed one of his companions, named Gastrodia, and that was the time I made him open Sharingan. Obito took a breath and continued, from now on, I feel that your brother is an unpredictable person, especially since your brother awakened Genjutsu-type Mangekyo, and I am Space-type Mangekyo. This the more I think about it, the more scared I become, for fear that I will be tricked if I am not careful, so I always stay far away from your brother. Obito said, I originally thought it was a trap, but Itachi suggested that if both parties turn on the Sharingan and reflect each other, we can get the result, so Itachi and I looked at each other's Sharingan. Sasuke asked curiously, then why do you still choose to believe Itachi? Obito glanced at Sasuke and thought, I've said it all so far and you haven't heard it yet. It seems that like your brother, you are also severely mentally ill. Sharingan is the window that reflects the inner soul of the Uchiha clan. Through Itachi's eyes, I could see that he was really not joking and really wanted to ask me for help, so I agreed. At this point, Obito himself laughed and said, to be honest, when I killed the Uchiha clan, I was still very sad. At the same time, I felt sad for Madara. Thinking of this, Sasuke's rage to destroy the village became even more intense. When Sasuke heard this, he instantly softened and his mood subsided. Sasuke frowned slightly, not understanding what Obito was talking about. For the top management of Konoha, peace in the village was achieved and a large-scale coup battle was avoided. For Danzo, it also gained a lot of eyes. Only your brother's operation is something I have never heard of or even dreamed of doing. It's so suffocating. What is that? Sasuke looked at Obito. Obito looked at Sasuke and continued, it turns out that when your brother does something, he will always make people jealous. For example, when I met you, if I hadn't had more eyes, would have been on the right side blocked by the mask in advance. Izanagi was buried in your eyes, and Amaterasu was really burned to death by Itachi, who had buried Amaterasu in your eyes. Having said this, Obito shook his head and said, I can't figure out why your brother did this. I attacked the fourth generation couple, pulled out 9 tails, and attacked the village. I am considered a beast, but I also have my own purpose. Danzo, that old man, did so many bad things, mostly for the sake of peace in Konoha and his dominance. Sasuke sneered, you are really capable of doing it. Obito laughed and said, I told you, your brother and I are the same kind of people, we are both mentally ill. He looked at Sasuke and said, put yourself in my shoes. If Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan, then he came to me and asked me for help to fight against Konoha together. After all, I also have a Sharingan and an Uchiha. From the same clan. After listening to this, Sasuke's understanding of his brother deepened. At the same time, his hatred for Danzo became even stronger. After thinking about it, he felt that burning Danzo to death would really be an advantage to him. Obito continued, you know, when Itachi came to me and asked me to help destroy the Uchiha clan, I thought for a while, was this guy kidding me? Speaking of this, Obito looked at Sasuke and said seriously, until your brother died, to be honest, I was relieved in my heart. Then if he was on Konoha's side, then why did he invite himself, the instigator of the Nine Tails Rebellion, into the village? Although he didn't know if it was me at that time, the information about the masked man had already spread among Umbu's senior management. At that time. As a result, your brother directly said, please help me destroy the Uchiha clan, which made me confused. Obito recalled the past with Itachi and said, let me be honest, don't be angry. In my opinion, your brother is a psychopath. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, I may also be a psychopath, and so is Madara. At this point, Obito laughed to himself. Sasuke continued to ask, you haven't said it yet, why are you afraid of my brother? It is precisely because Itachi and I are the same kind of people that I am very afraid of him because the severity of his mental illness is higher than mine. But for Weasel, it's all harmful and useless. However, Danzo was just the trigger. What really caused my brother pain was that damn village. Speaking of this, Sasuke felt very angry, which was the pain in his heart. Sasuke was shocked. He didn't expect that his brother would be such a powerful intimidator to Obito. Especially after seeing your brother kill his parents with his own hands, I know that your brother is a cruel person. Seeing this, Obito quickly added, at the same time, it can also be seen that your brother really loves you, and he has done so many ruthless things just to protect you. That old man has lived underground for decades, and as a result, his entire clan is gone now. If the so-called village means peace that can only be obtained at the expense of ninjas like Itachi, then it's okay not to want such a village. Obito heard the destructive meaning in Sasuke's heart and smiled slightly. This world is so hypocritical, so it is reasonable for such a bloody village to be born. If you can understand this problem, tell us your understanding of the world, another step forward. Obito stood up, looked at Geto's statue and said, Madara was the first to see through this world. That's why he discovered the words written by the Sage of Six Paths on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and found the only way to save the world. Then it's the Moon Eye project. Although Sasuke doesn't really agree with the Eye of the Moon plan, he is still very happy to be able to eliminate this hypocritical village and world. However, he was still very confused and said, the Eye of the Moon is genjutsu after all, not reality. Is such a world really good? Obito looked at Sasuke and said with a smile for the first time, excuse me, Sasuke-kun, in a world without hypocrisy, hatred, a perfect Konoha village was born. In the village, your parents and clan members, and the brother who loves you the most is still alive, loving you, and cherishing you. And you go to school carefree, and every time after class, Naruto plays with you. After you get home after school, your brother who loves you the most will be with you and listen to you tell everything about your time in the ninja school. Having said this, Obito narrowed his eyes and looked at Sasuke, so what if this world is an illusion? Sasuke frowned slightly, then turned his head away, not daring to look into Obito's eyes for fear of revealing his inner thoughts. Obviously, he was moved, yes, such a beautiful world. Even though Sasuke thinks that he is alone, carefree, he really tries to think about the world Obito mentioned. It is really tempting. Then don't waste time. Saying that, Sasuke stood up, looked at Geto's statue and said, "Hurry and seal the tailed beast." Obito smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, the road has to be walked step by step, and things have to be done one by one. If you take too big a step, you will easily get hurt. Today is already tiring enough, and the chakra is almost consumed. At most, I can seal one more. The tailed beast is terrible." Sasuke nodded and said, "Okay, which one should I seal?" Obito thought for a while and said, "Let's seal one tail. Its tail is the least, and the sealing consumes the least chakra pressure for you and me." With that said, Obito controlled a Jinchuriki over, and Sasuke wondered, "One tail's Jinchuriki, isn't it Gaara?" Obito held the scalpel and said, "Yes, but although Gaara was extracted from the tailed beast, he was rescued by your good brother Naruto. Without the original Jinchuriki, I can only resurrect the previous one. One tail Jinchuriki." Sasuke frowned and said, "This old man." Obito nodded. Sasuke sighed, "Okay." With that said, Sasuke and Obito continued the Jinchuriki work of sealing the tailed beast. Deep in the base, Duken was sitting here, with a chess map in front of him and many chess pieces beside him. Kabuto looked at the entire chess game, smiled slightly and said, "Finally, the fun is about to begin." He had been preparing for so long just so that he could show off his talents today. Day after day and night, he dug graves everywhere and pulled out as many as 8,000 corpses, if not tens of thousands. Resurrection one after another, just like drawing cards. Sometimes you can accurately find the famous ninjas who died in history, sometimes, you are unlucky and can only resurrect some garbage. Fortunately, the harvest is still full. With that said, Kabuto began to make plans, preparing to plan and deploy his undead army. On Naruto's side, after communicating with Nine Tails about the subsequent battle merger preparations, Naruto walked out of the room and came to the tower. After Minato saw Naruto coming, he smiled and said, "Naruto, you're up. I just went to look for you and found you resting, so I didn't bother you." Naruto was slightly stunned. It seemed that he was too attentive in talking to Nine Tails, and his father didn't even notice when he came over. This shows that the fourth generation's infiltration ability is also very powerful. Naruto smiled and said, "I just communicated with Chiyo Xiaoxiao." Minato heard Naruto's words and smiled, "Really, you and it can communicate well now?" Naruto nodded and said, "I have lived up to your expectations, Dad. Nine Tails and I have officially become one, and can fully transform into a tailed beast. Speaking of which, the other half of Nine Tails is in your body, right? Dad?" Hearing this, Minato nodded and said, "Yes, at first, I divided Nine Tails into two parts. One was the young half, and was sealed inside your body. Originally, I kept the masked man, and the other half was the Yin half, which was sealed inside your body." "Inside my body?" Naruto nodded, then raised his fist, looked at Minato and said, "Dad, fight with me." Minato was a little confused, but he still did it. The moment they made contact, Minato noticed that the surrounding environment had changed. Naruto looked behind Minato and smiled, "Hey, Kurama over there, long time no see." Minato was very shocked and said, "This is the land of the soul. Naruto, you actually dragged yourself here." Naruto chuckled. The Nine Tails bared its teeth and claws, looked at Naruto and said, "Kid, shut your mouth, Kurama, you are the one who called me." Young Nine Tails raised his head, looked at Minato and said, "Fourth generation, long time no see." Minato smiled and said, "Ah, yes, Nine Tails." Naruto looked back at Nine Tails of the Sun and said, "Hey, Kurama, your other half is indeed much more evil than you, ha ha ha. Yes, familiar taste, familiar feeling. Seeing that the relationship between young Nine-Tails and Naruto was so close, Nine-Tails looked at young Nine-Tails with some displeasure and said, "I didn't expect you to kiss me with this brat." Young Nine-Tails sneered, "Aren't you also conquered by the fourth generation and used by him? Let's not say anything about the other. Nine-Tails of Een, Baga, you and I are one, they are father and son, they are our common enemies, do you understand?" Naruto saw this and said, "Oh, Kurama over there, don't be angry, okay? Come on, let me feel your chakra again." With that said, Naruto closed his eyes and used the method Nine-Tails just taught him to absorb. Minato was stunned for a moment and looked at Naruto in surprise. "Naruto, what are you doing?" When Nine-Tails of Een saw this, he was very angry and said, "You kid, how dare you slap my chakra in front of me?" Naruto smiled slightly, said nothing at all, and continued to pump. Nine-Tails of Een is so angry, he looked at Nine-Tails of Yang and said, "Did you teach him? Otherwise, even if you and I were born from the same body, how could he extract my chakra without Jinchuriki's permission?" Young Nine-Tails said a little embarrassedly, "You and I are originally one, your chakra, isn't it my chakra?" The Nine-Tails of Een was stunned. It clearly remembered that this shameless character could not be its half. Did it learn from this guy? "Kid! If you keep sucking like this, I will suck all your father's chakra. What do you want to do?" Because the chakra of the tailed beast and Jinchuriki are dynamically balanced, if the chakra of the tailed beast is used a lot by Jinchuriki, Jinchuriki's chakra will also be transformed accordingly. Naruto raised his head lightly, glanced at the Nine-Tails of Een and said, "It doesn't matter, anyway, my father is the reincarnation of the dirty earth and can't die." Een of Nine-Tails. Naruto was frantically extracting the chakra from Nine-Tails of Een, just to make a reserve for himself. Because after discussing with young Nine-Tails, we found that on the battlefield, the possible combat effect of two scattered Nine-Tails is more reliable than that of one combined one. After all, according to the combat experience in his previous life, the cooperation between his father and second Hokage was very good. There were many things that might happen on the battlefield, so it was better to stay on guard. Facing the suggestion of Nine-Tails of Yang, Naruto finally took it, but he did not say not to extract it, because in the end, the two Nine-Tails of Een and Yang would still return to his body. At the same time, in the country of Thunder, Yunin Village. Shadows from the 5 major villages, plus Mifune, have gathered here with various ninjas and samurai. The Reikage conference room has been renovated and enlarged a lot, and it is larger than the venue for the 5 Shadows conference. This time, because they were gathered on Reikage's territory, Reikage was the first to speak. Presumably, everyone has been attacked by the Ōtsutsuki organization more or less during this period. Except for Mizukage Terumi Mei and Samurai Mifune who didn't nod, the other 4 Kage nodded in agreement. Anoki was even more angry. He slapped the table and said, "Damn Ōtsutsuki organization, damn masked man, what's that Obito's name, must be punished." Reikage AI knew that Iwagakure, like Kumogakure, had been bombed by Deidara, and the buildings in the village were severely damaged. Therefore, Reikage AI understood Anoki's anger. "Tsuchikage-sama, please calm down. I won't reiterate the dangers of Ōtsutsuki. We should follow our last meeting and form a ninja coalition to fight. As for the commander, it doesn't matter who he is. As long as he can kill that Obito and destroy the just any crazy Eye of the Moon plan, I don't want to sleep every day and have big dreams." Anoki smiled and said with emotion, "Reikage-sama's concession is a bit big." His awareness of the overall situation came up all of a sudden. "After my speech, who agrees and who opposes?" Mabuyi picked up a slender baton, pointed at the map and said, "My lords, please take a look. The cross marked must be the enemy's lair. It is also known as the Cemetery of the Mountains. It can be reached by land." Leading to Yuin Village and Xuanyin Village, an evacuation advisory was issued to the 2 countries to which Yushuangyan Village belongs. According to the information obtained by the Infiltration Reconnaissance Team, the number of enemies is approximately 100,000. Considering the movement method of the large army, it is foreseeable that only a few will take the sea route, but they are afraid of being surrounded. Reikage Ai Lang snorted and said, "Tsuchikage-sama, each other." Saying that, Reikage coughed, and Mabuyi came to the round table and pressed a switch. Suddenly, a map of the ninja world appeared on the round table. Tsuchikage-sama and Mizukage-sama each lead a portion of ninjas and are responsible for commanding the left and right wings to ensure the stability of my frontal force. Gaara smiled and said, "A friend recommended this to me." Hearing Gaara's initiative, Reikage was a little surprised. This guy actually agreed to be the commander. Oh. Tsunade also looked at Shikaku and said, "Similarly, order the rear to support the medical troops and bring the medical ninja equipment. Shikaku, you go and cooperate with the intelligence troops to confirm the intelligence route." Chojuro, Shikaku, and Samui walked out one after another to carry out the order. Upon seeing this, Reikage Ai, since everyone agrees, is ready to start deploying the battle. Gaara remembered Naruto's explanation and stood up directly and said, "I propose that I be the captain of the entire coalition. As for the commander of the coalition, I think Reikage-sama and Tsunade-sama are the most suitable. Tsuchikage-sama and Mizukage-sama, you can be my left and right wings, each responsible for a part, and we can fight together." Thinking of Naruto, Reikage thought of his younger brother, Killer Bee. Originally, he wanted to protect both Naruto and Killer Bee, but now it seems that Naruto's strength has greatly exceeded his knowledge. Everyone supports it, and Anoki has no reason not to support it. Tsunade-sama is thoughtful and well-developed in medical ninjutsu. She sits at the rear. On the one hand, she can assist Reikage-sama, and on the other hand, she can remotely assist the entire logistics ninja. Tsunade praised, "Your Highness Kazekage has planned ahead." Sami nodded, "Yes." Lu Jiu nodded and said, "Understood." Tsunade put her hands on the table, thought carefully, and was about to speak when Gaara spoke, "I believe in Naruto's strength." Mifune has been silent since Gaara started speaking. After the three Kages agreed, he immediately agreed. Tsunade was slightly surprised, this Gaara simply had absolute trust in Naruto. When Mizukage Tsurumi Mei saw Tsunade finishing her deployment, she turned her head and said to Chojuro, "Contact AO from the sensing force and tell them to hurry up too." Reikage Ai seemed to be still making his final choice. He looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, I still want Naruto and Killer Bee to come over and hide in the barriers I, Kyomogakure, prepared for them." Even after all the actors voted, the meeting was over. Seeing Gaara speak so simply, everyone present felt a little uncomfortable, because relatively speaking, Gaara has been in power for the shortest time, but today's speech was so clean and neat, without any sloppiness, it was very courageous. Gaara looked at Reikage Ai and Tsunade and said, "Naruto will not do anything unprepared. In this battle, he knows the stakes. He told me many things in advance. He said he can participate in the battle, but he can join the war." Mifune looked at the map and said, "In this case, it depends on which side strikes first." Reikage made an immediate decision, "Since we are looking for a fight with the other party, we must be quick. We cannot let him go to Yuin village to find Naruto and Killer Bee." First, he summoned a surprise attack force and ordered the assembled battle companies to form a formation and carry out the attack. Confirmation of respective formations. Sami. Go ahead and do it. Since Obito can't do anything to Naruto, it's safest for Killer Bee to follow Naruto. All he can do is eliminate Obito as a threat. I am the captain of the coalition army. First, I am young, so establishing me will help boost the morale of the entire coalition army. Second, my experience is unmatched by anyone present, and it gives the coalition soldiers a sense of identity. I know that Naruto is very powerful, so he can be released, sit in the middle of the army, and hide Killer Bee. As long as Obito cannot gather all 9-tailed beasts, he will have no way to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. This way isn't it safe? Several Kages present were a little surprised, but thinking about it carefully, the only one Gaara could call his friend was Naruto. When Tsunade saw this, she also supported it. Mizukage had a good impression of Tsunade herself. We are all women. If we think about it, it can be regarded as a gender political circle. Seeing that Tsunade supports it, she also supports it. I agree with His Highness Kazekage's decision. Reikage AI spoke in support. Gaara continued, in terms of strength, Reikage-sama's combat prowess is indeed the strongest among our 5 Kages. It is very necessary to sit in the middle of the army and only go out for the final decisive battle. After the order was issued, a Kumogakure ninja walked in. Report. Reikage AI nodded and said, come in. The Kumogakure ninja walked in carrying a wooden plate. Seeing this, Mabui stepped forward to take it. Thanks for your hard work. The Union's Hong male heard Mabui say thank you to him, looked up again, and suddenly blushed. That's right, Master Mabui. In Kumoyan village, Mabui is the intellectual elder sister in the eyes of all male ninjas. Many younger Kumoyan members have seen her in their youthful and frivolous dreams. As for Samui, she is completely big sister, and Mabui are completely different types. Mabui held the wooden plate and placed it on the round table, and said with a smile, this is the forehead protector for the Ninja Alliance designed by Mr. Mifune himself. It is already ready. Although the cloth strips on the forehead protector are still in accordance with the customs of the respective villages. It is made to represent colors, but the unified word, nin, represents the consciousness of the coalition. This is the finished product, please take a look. Mifune smiled proudly, please don't dislike my work. Everyone who once had different opinions can finally stand on the same front. Moreover, as a samurai, I can also stand and fight with you ninjas. I, Mifune, feel honored. Anoki signaled to Akato, took a piece of red cloth with the Iwagakure ninja forehead protector, put it in his hand, looked at it, touched it, and said with a hint of play, human, sometimes living longer is also a good thing. I really didn't expect that one day I would be able to wear Jonin as a forehead protector for the coalition forces, ha ha ha. Mifune, your design is pretty good. Gaara smiled and said, as long as we work hard, an even more incredible peaceful situation will appear in front of us in the future. By then, there will really be no fighting in the entire ninja world, and everyone will live in harmony. The so-called hatred will never devour ninjas again. The leaders present nodded one after another. Outside the office. The entire Kumogakure has become a garrison for the ninja coalition. There are tents everywhere, wearing different ninja costumes. Ninjas from different villages gather together in peace and work together. As new Ninja Alliance forehead protectors were distributed, a captain shouted, next one. A Konoha ninja stepped forward, yes. I'm from Konoha. The ninja who distributed it picked a piece of Konoha's forehead protector in the same color as Konoha's original forehead protector strap, and handed it to the Konoha ninja. After taking it, the Konoha ninja took off his own Konoha forehead protector, put it away, and put it on. This new forehead protector with the word forbearance. The ninjas from other villages also changed their clothes one after another. Just as everyone was getting ready, a man came over, it was Kankuro. He looked at everyone and said, everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Sand Shinobi Kankuro, the captain of the surprise attack force. Sai happened to be in this team. After listening to Kankuro's introduction, he came over excitedly and said, Kankuro, what nickname should I give you? As he said that, Sai touched his chin, looking like he was thinking. Kankuro looked surprised, what does this Konoha ninja mean? He always likes to give people nicknames. Omoi's forehead was sweating, and he looked at Kankuro with a questioning look, and complained in his heart, are you kidding me, is it really possible to send such a young person as the captain? It's better to send Darui here, after all. He is Lord Reikage's right-hand man, and I know his strength. If this guy can do it, he won't mess up the mission. For a while, Omoi fell into serious self-worry. On the other side, the managers responsible for each task began to report the situation. All the forehead protection has been distributed. Medical supplies inspection completed. Food confirmation completed. Voices of confirmation came one after another. Jonin, who was in charge of statistics, ticked each one by one, and then asked everyone who reported to him to sign to make sure it was correct. Suddenly, the sound of a pig grunting was heard. Jonin, who was in charge of the inspection, looked down, frowned, and immediately shouted, "Where is the ninja who is responsible for counting the food? Where did he die?" An Iwagakure ninja hurriedly ran over and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Jonin, the inspector, pointed angrily at the piglets on the ground and said, "What else happened? The piglets ran out. What else happened? Hurry up and catch them back. If not, kill them on the spot. Eat them first." The Iwagakure ninja looked at the pigs, frowned, and said doubtfully, "That's not right. Where did the live food come from? How could there be pigs? There is no such thing in the military rations." Just as he was wondering, a slender hand reached out to the little piggy and picked it up. The Iwagakure ninja looked up and saw that it was a Konoha ninja, or a woman. He scratched his head curiously and said, "Excuse me, who are you?" Shizun hugged Juju and left here. Over there, from the food army, there was a sudden roar, "The captain is here, everyone gathers." The stunned Iwagakure ninja hurried back. Here, Jonin, who was in charge of the inspection, knew about Konoha Shizun. The moment she appeared, he understood. Shizun walked up to the food ninjas and said, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves. I am the captain of this unit. This is our first meeting. Please give me your advice. Next, I announce my captain's first order when he arrives on duty. Always remember, this pig is not food." The stunned Iwagakure ninjas were embarrassed and turned to look at Jonin, who was in charge of the inspection. As a result, the guy had already slipped away. On the intelligence unit side, Hai looked at the people in front of him and said, "Everyone, our intelligence force controls the communication between the various units. Once we have a problem, the communication between the various units may be interrupted, and support may not be timely. Insufficient information communication leads to casualties. Therefore, I implore you all to cheer me up 100% and go all out to accurately and quickly deliver every piece of useful information we collect to the corresponding troops. Do you understand? Everyone, hi. Sense the troops here." With a worried look on her face, she frowned and said, "I didn't expect that the war that I once thought was so far away actually happened in front of me this time." Qing looked at she and asked with concern, "Is this your first time on the battlefield?" She nodded and said, "Yes." Qing looked at Shizun and said seriously, "I have long heard that Lord Reikage has 2 right-hand men, and you are one of them. Our sensing force is the eyes of the ninja force. If we do not go all out, it is likely to lead to the ninja alliance cannot see the road ahead clearly." Having said this, Qing patted Nozomi on the shoulder and said, "Don't insult me, your reputation as Lord Reikage's arm is yours, Nozomi." Nozomi took a deep breath and looked at Qingdao. "I understand, Captain Qing. I will never embarrass Lord Reikage." Qing smiled and said, "Then this time, I will enjoy Sir Reikage's treatment for a while and let you play support." She said with confidence, "I will go all out." Qing then looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, you too, don't insult your names in your respective villages. Everyone in the sensing force, hi. Woo woo woo." The whimpering horn sounded, and the captains of each unit looked up one after another. This was the signal to gather. The assembly horn sounded, and all the ninjas walked out of their stations and walked towards the assembly point. Choji and Shikamaru walked together. Choji looked around and sighed, "I heard that it is divided into 5 troops. I thought they were divided according to villages." When Shikamaru arrived, he rolled his eyes at Choji and said, "How is this possible? This is a war. If we divide it according to villages, then there is no need to talk about a ninja alliance. The power of each village cannot be concentrated at all. You're right, now is not the time for fellow villagers to get together. Temari came out from behind Shikamaru and said in agreement. Choji looked at Shikamaru and said, well, Shikamaru, do you know which 5 units are divided? Shikamaru thought about the division of the troops and said, the battle company is made up of 5 specialized units. The first unit is composed of ninjas who are good at mid-range combat, and the main force is ninjas who are good at concealed weapons and weapons. The second unit is a unit that specializes in close quarters. They will be the team fighting at the forefront of the Dalian team. The third unit is a mid-range support unit, and only ninjas with both physical strength and speed can do it. I belong to this unit, the fourth unit, which is a long-distance unit responsible for closely cooperating with the intelligence units and supporting the front line. Moreover, I am also responsible for protecting the rear support units. Finally, the fifth unit is a special combat unit that uses special ninjutsu and attack methods. Choji asked confused, special forces? Choji nodded and said, well, special forces, it's not surprising what happens on the battlefield. Although the troops are divided, it is difficult to do their own thing on the battlefield, so there will be favorable and unfavorable situations depending on the battle situation. Yes. Those who take care of all these are the ninjas who possess the secret ninjutsu. After listening to Shikamaru's explanation, Temari said with emotion, it is difficult to say that this situation is completely prepared. A total of about 80,000 ninjas can be organized into troops in such a short period of time, and they can also be organized vertically according to the strength of each village. The 5 major troops have this kind of intelligence, and only Konoha's Nara Shikaku has this kind of intelligence. Shikamaru smiled slightly when he heard Temari praise his father. Temari looked at Shikamaru meaningfully and said, when you go to the battlefield, don't let your father be embarrassed, Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned, held his forehead and said, it's really troublesome. Choji stood aside and said worriedly, I never thought that one day I would actually go to the battlefield and fight in a war like this that only my fathers experienced. I am very worried that if, in this war, my relatives and friends around me will accidentally. Speaking of this, Choji's fat face showed sadness. Shikamaru patted Choji on the shoulder and said, don't worry Choji, I will protect you. Temari snorted coldly. While they were chatting, suddenly someone in the ninja coalition shouted loudly, the captains are coming out. Everyone heard the sound and went away. On the high platform, 5 people slowly walked out and came into everyone's sight. Choji squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, that's it. The scene was shown to the high platform, with Darui looking lifeless and hopeless. Niji frowned. He still had a good impression of Naruto. After all, that guy actually defeated him in the Chunin exam. It was at that time that he recognized Naruto. Kumogakure Karui next to Hinata said disdainfully, don't worry, war is just a trivial matter. Hinata smiled movedly and said, thank you, brother Nisai. Captain of the 5th unit, General Mifune of the Iron Kingdom. Choji thought about opening up immediately, so he hurriedly took out his inventory and started eating. Temari looked at Shikamaru next to him and said, although Gaara is the captain of our 4th unit, he is also the captain of a unit. So, although you are the acting captain in name, in fact, you are the captain of the 3rd unit. The real captain of the 4th division. Shikamaru, our wealth and life will be left to you. When Temari heard Shikamaru introducing his younger brother, he was immediately filled with pride. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Gaara proudly, and said with a smile on his face, you are indeed my younger brother. Finally, the captain of the 4th unit outside, and the commander of the entire combat unit. So far, the youngest Kazekage among the 5 village shadows, Gaara. Oh, it's so troublesome. Shikamaru said, ah. They are the captains of the 5 major armies, from left to right. Shikamaru saw this and said, what are you doing? Choji ate loudly and said, eat more now, otherwise I won't be able to eat if I die on the battlefield. Oh, by the way, Shikamaru, if I really die, remember to go to the festival every year. When you bow to me, just bring me a few bags of these potato chips. Don't send me flowers, you can't eat those things. Lee squatted next to Kai and shouted anxiously, "Are you okay, Teacher Kai? Wake up." For a moment, Shikamaru felt huge pressure on his shoulders. If he hadn't left the village and got close to his sister Hinata, he wouldn't have minded. The key is that guy. What the hell is he doing now? There's a war, and his sister is on the battlefield. Where is this guy now? Nisai looked at Hinata, thinking that Hinata was nervous, and said gently, "Don't worry, Hinata-sama, I will protect you." First Unit. Captain of the Third Unit, Mr. Konoha Hamatoki Kakashi. Hinata clasped her hands together and said silently in her heart, "Naruto-kun, you must take care of yourself." Shikamaru punched Choji and complained, "Really, what nonsense are you talking about?" In order, Kumogakure Darui, the captain of the first unit and the right-hand man of Reikage. The captain of the second unit, Huangtu of Iwagakure village, is currently the son of Iwakage Inoki. He thought of the chess games he had played over the years, the pieces he had lost and the pieces he had captured. Before his death, Teacher Asma told him what the jade in the chess game meant. The fourth unit. The third unit. On the high platform, Huangtu was also looking down at his second unit. His heart was raging, and he was filled with emotions. Finally, I have waited for this day. I will prove my consciousness of the rock through this war. Everyone said that Ilus is so strong thanks to my father Yanning. In this battle, I want to protect Black Earth and at the same time make my own military exploits. Shikamaru frowned when he heard this. As he said that, he said very worriedly, "I don't know why, but I seem to be getting more and more nervous. I am afraid that in the war, and then I will never see Naruto-kun again." Dingzwa turned his head and looked at Tian and said with a smile, "It's not Kakashi, it's the first one on the left, the guy who looks weak." Kuratsuchi looked at the Lus on the high platform and complained, "What the hell, the captain is actually my father. I was thinking about the war. I could get out of my father's control and have fun by myself. Now it's better. Still being watched." The second unit. Sakura was using medical ninjutsu to treat Teacher Kai, and said with a complaining face, "Really, the war hasn't even started yet, what are you doing?" Tian looked at the 5 people on the high platform and asked with confusion, Who is our captain from above? It would be great if he is Teacher Kakashi." After all the 5 captains appeared, the ninjas and the 5 square troops below cheered and shouted loudly. They looked at the people above and talked about it. On the high platform, Gaara crossed his arms and looked at the ninjas below quietly. In order to get a more realistic understanding of the situation of the ninjas below, Gaara used the Eye of Sand to understand the ninjas below. The ninjas from the coalition forces were also very curious, and they all looked at the youngest captain of the coalition forces and began to whisper to each other. "Humph, the captain of the coalition forces, I never thought that he would be such a brat. I really don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. It would be better if we, Lord Huangtu, were the captain." A ninja from Iwagakure looked at Gaara on the high platform and said with disdain. The ninja of Sand Shinobi beside him was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Lord Gaara is totally different from an ordinary kid. He is the youngest of the 5 Kages. Do you know what this means? Well, if you don't understand anything, then stop talking nonsense, okay?" The Iwagakure ninja who was being criticized retorted unhappily, "Humph. You think you are so great just because you are young? I can only say that you Sand Shinobi have no one left, so you pushed out such a kid. To be honest, he was from the opposing country not long ago, I don't believe what you say." The ninja from Sand Shinobi also said, "We are the same. We don't really trust you at all. Watch your attitude when you speak." Hearing what the two said, a Konoha ninja named Hawked nearby agreed, "To be honest, I think so too, that's right." Hearing this, the Konoha ninja beside Hawked was very surprised and asked, "What did you just say, Brother Hawked?" Hawked looked at his fellow Konoha members and said, "Although they were deceived by Orochimaru, Sand Village is still the culprit who attempted to destroy Konoha. If it weren't for those guys, the third generation wouldn't be here. At this point, Hawk clenched his fists, hatred welling up in his heart. The Konoha companion next to him noticed that as soon as Hawk said this, the eyes of several sand shinobi ninjas around him swept over. He quickly tried to smooth things over, put his arm around Hawk's shoulders, and laughed, "Ha ha ha, really what's more, let the past be the past. After all, we should look forward to the future." Hawk suppressed his emotions and said, "I know. I am also a ninja. The first priority of a ninja is to obey orders. I don't want to object to the decision made by the country and the village. I am just expressing my personal feelings. Konoha, could you please stop being so arrogant?" Hawk and his companions were surprised and turned around in confusion, only to see a Kumogakure ninja looking at the two men with disdain and saying, "Those who attacked Killer Bee and the 5 Kage Council are not all traitors to Konoha. Ninja. And that Naruto from your village, not only did he kidnap Killer Bee, he also stole our secret book cabinet. Even the enemy we will face next is from your Konoha, right? After all, Sharingan is something that only your village has. With the number of traitorous ninjas from your village, you still have the nerve to say you don't trust other villages." Hawk said angrily, "What are you talking about? Say it again to Lousy. Just say it, what do you want? Can't we express our personal feelings?" The other Kumogakure ninjas saw it and quickly surrounded them. "Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? You be asterisk 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 D, you be asterisk 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 D." The Kirigakure ninja snorted coldly, "Time can take away everything. The betrayal of your Iwagakure village left me with pain that still hurts me now." Just when someone was about to die, a ball of sand appeared in front of the ninja who was about to form a seal, forming a vortex, and then bounced away with a bang. "Come on, no need for ninjutsu, just fists. So that we won't be accused of destroying the peace of the coalition." Shikamaru sighed and said, "There is nothing we can do about this. The long-term antagonism between people cannot let go of their hatred just because of a moment of unity." Below, people from the 5 troops were fighting everywhere. Fortunately, they were all using fists and kicks, not ninjutsu. Moreover, the ninjas from the village took the initiative to intervene, and no specific casualties were caused. Choji looked at the people fighting and frowned. It seems that no one really trusts each other yet. All the ninjas fighting with each other were bounced away by the power of the sandball. It turned out that it was Gaara who took action. When the Iwagakure ninja heard what the Kirigakure ninja said, he knew he was in the wrong and defended himself. "Josuke Ridge, do you know how long it has been since this happened?" Gaara used his sand eyes to see all this, and sighed. Then, a large amount of sand floated out from the gourd behind him, and then divided into balls of sand and floated down. "Who are you scolding?" However, he hoped for peace and mutual understanding between the villages until his death. "It is precisely because of this that I agreed to join this coalition. However, I still cannot forgive you." Beside them, the Kirigakure saw this and shook his head in disdain, saying, "Humph, the Iwagakure are such an impolite bunch." The Kirigakure ninja said seriously, "We Kirigakure have experienced the tragedy of Yasuke Mountains, and we have not forgotten the betrayal of your Iwagakure village." As they spoke, the two people from Kumogakure and Konoha started fighting. "You Iwagakure are not good people either. Instead of backstabbing you on the battlefield, I'd better deal with you now." Temari snorted coldly and said, "You are open-minded, aren't you?" Shikamaru glanced at her and said, "What? Do you want me, from Konoha, and you, from Sand, to have a fight?" Saying that, the Kirigakure ninja broke free from the Iwagakure ninja's hands, then punched him and shouted, "Sure enough, compared to letting go of hatred, fists are more satisfying. People have already taken action, so what do they care about?" As he spoke, he turned around, faced the Iwagakure ninja behind him, and sneered, "I say, you guys from Iwagakure village are all arrogant people who don't understand etiquette. A ninja from Iwagakure roared angrily. Sand shinobi, you be *********D, my father died at your hands. Here, the sand shinobi in Iwagakure who had just argued, saw that the two from Konoha and Kumogakure had started fighting, so they also started fighting. My good brother, Yen Lu, was alone in prison looking forward to the dawn of peace, but as a result, his life ended because of your betrayal. Kumogakure, let's settle old and new grudges together. Don't think that we will forget what you did to the Hyuga clan. Who are you scolding, kid? The speaking Kirigakure ninja snorted disdainfully. It seems that if you don't hear it, then I won't pretend. The Iwagakure ninja who was knocked down was very angry, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared, and rushed forward. Konoha, you are the source of war in the ninja world. Below, the fighting ninjas are already full of blood. The Iwagakure ninja didn't expect that someone would dare to hit him in the face. He was so angry that he went up and grabbed the Kirigakure ninja by the collar and asked, "What did you say? If you dare, say it again." The Iwagakure ninja was knocked down by a punch. The Iwagakure companions beside him quickly supported him and roared, "Damn it, Kirigakure's actually carrying out a sneak attack." The Kirigakure ninja roared, "People like you, even the coalition forces, will betray you sooner or later." The sudden ball of sand not only stunned the fighting ninjas, but also attracted the attention of the entire coalition ninjas to the stands. Because the power of sand is no longer a secret today. Only Kazekage Gaara in the stands can display it on such a large scale. Sure enough, when everyone's eyes turned over, Gaara said, "For the benefit of their own country and their own village, ninjas do not hesitate to hurt and hate each other once or even 3 times. In this atmosphere of hatred, people are hungry for power. I was born." Speaking of this, Gaara remembered those unpleasant memories from his childhood. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara on the stage with concern, feeling very distressed in their hearts. Gaara continued, "I used to be hatred, strength, and sand shinobi Jinchuriki. I hated this world and humans, and wanted to destroy them all. This is almost no different from the Akatsuki now." Below, all the ninjas were looking at Gaara and listening to his story. Gaara took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "But, a Konoha ninja stopped me." Gaara closed his eyes, and Naruto's figure appeared in his mind. That confident smile warmed Gaara's heart. When he was caught by Akatsuki, he fell into self-doubt, and even couldn't get out of that nightmare for a time. When he couldn't wake up, Naruto's chakra poured into his body. He kept running and searching. Finally, in a deserted square, he buried his head very low and pulled a hand from behind. "Tap him on the shoulder." He opened his eyes again, looked up, and saw Naruto with a concerned face saying to him, "Gaara." At that moment, Gaara could never forget it. Seeing Naruto was like seeing sunshine. From then on, his world was no longer gray. The corner of Gaara's mouth curled up. He looked at the ninja coalition below, spread his hands, and shouted emotionally, "This man cried for me as an enemy, and he also called me the person who injured him. My friend, he saved me. Although we are enemies, he is also a Jinchuriki. There is no barrier between people who share the same fate and understand each other's pain." Yes, some people may want to say, didn't Naruto defect and become the same person as Akatsuki? No. Dear ninjas, Naruto is still standing with us. Akatsuki's purpose is to gather the 9-tailed beasts and put the whole world into sleep. Naruto's running away was largely to protect his village from Akatsuki's attack. What's more, when my village was attacked by Akatsuki, Naruto came to help my friend. I believe that other villages have also received help from Naruto. Support Gaara-sama. Lord Gaara, you are not alone, you have us. Keep holding Gaara-sama's flag high and do your best to save the world." Kakashi smiled slightly and looked at Gaara next to him. He sighed inwardly, "Naruto, you really saved a person, or even a village." The Kirigakure ninja looked at brother Yenlu in surprise. Iwagakure apologized and stretched out his hand with a smile. The Kirigakure ninja looked at the hand. Finally, he put down his hatred and reached out to hold it. Not to mention Kumogakure, who dares not to protect Killer Bee-sama. He is our favorite Reikage-sama's younger brother, we must support him. The Konoha ninjas also echoed loudly. After all, Gaara has said several words to protect my friend Naruto. Naruto is my nine tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. If you, Sand Shinobi Kazekage, are so excited, then we must be even more excited. Got it. The Kumogakure ninja thought for a moment, looked at the Konoha ninja and said, sorry, I overdid it. After Gaara shouted loudly, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi were already in tears. Who in Sand Shinobi didn't know about Gaara? It's not easy for Gaara to get to where he is today. The Sand Shinobi ninja scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it doesn't matter, I was also at fault for what happened just now. Suddenly, a person walked out. Lus also looked at Gaara in a different light. He was worthy of being the youngest Kazekage. He had to learn this kind of leadership. The Kirigakure ninja said in surprise, what? Brother Yenlu, why are you here? Saying that, the Iwagakure ninja bent down and bowed, and the Kirigakure ninja looked stunned. Faced with the sudden apology, he was still a little embarrassed. For a moment, he didn't know where to put his hatred. Konoha smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said, me too, I heard that Naruto and Killer Bee are still good friends. I hope we can become friends in the future. So. There are no enemies here now, because everyone has been hurt by Akatsuki and has the same pain. There is no difference between Sand Shinobi, Iwagakure, Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, there are only ninjas. The Iwagakure ninja was the first to speak, I'm sorry, Sand Shinobi. I take back what I just said. Your Kage is very responsible and worthy of the title of the youngest Kazekage. The ninjas in other villages did not speak. Everyone looked at Gaara, looking at what the youngest Kage was going to say next. Darui touched his nose and thought, I must be as handsome as Gaara in the future. Akatsuki will have the terrifying power of the nine-tailed beasts to conquer the whole world and pull the whole world into genjutsu. I want to protect my friend Naruto, but also Killer Bee, my village, and this world. However, to do this, my strength is still too young and I am still too superficial, so, gentlemen, please give me a helping hand. Kirigakure Genryu took out the Ninja Alliance forehead protector, then put it on and said, now is not the time to pay attention to personal vendettas. Ninjas who share the same pain should unite to fight against Akatsuki. Therefore, as soon as Gaara's words came out, the Sand Shinobi immediately jumped up and shouted. When Iwagakure and Kirigakure saw the ninjas from these three villages, they all jumped up and shouted. Moreover, what Kazekage Gaara said was indeed reasonable. Listening to his words really made people's blood boil, so they also shouted. Kankuro looked at the ninjas hugging each other and said with emotion, it's true, the more passionate people are, the easier it is to unite together, right, Gaara? Gaara took a step forward, raised his arms and shouted, those who agree with me, just follow me and set off. Temari looked at Gaara on the high platform with joy and said with a smile, Gaara, you are getting better and better. As soon as Gaara said this, the Konoha ninjas below who originally had great opinions on Sand Shinobi fell silent. After all, Gaara was in the stands, constantly expressing his goodwill towards Konoha. Although Naruto had already left the village, but he is still a Konoha ninja, because Lord Hokage has not issued any document at all, saying that Naruto is a defecting ninja. The Kumogakure ninja laughed and reached out to hold it. Gaara waved his hand and said emotionally, everyone, if Akatsuki is allowed to continue like this and captures Naruto and Killer Bee, then the whole world will be over. If you still can't forgive Sand Shinobi, then just wait until the war is over and chop off my head. Mifune was a little pleased. Young people in the new era have a terrible future. Below, the ninjas who had been arguing began to apologize to each other. The Iwagakure ninja looked at the Kirigakure ninja and said, I apologize for Yasuka. I'm sorry. Gaara leads the ninja troops and attacks with the entire army. In the Hidden Rain village, after Naruto took away the Nine Tails chakra from the fourth generation's body, the Nine Tails was very angry. "Kid, you are going too far." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Just save up." "Enji Nine Tails, I am speechless." Naruto looked at Nine Tails of the Sun and said, "Kurama, put this chakra group away and leave it for us to use as a backup hidden energy source." Then, Naruto let go of the fist fight with his father. Minato looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I didn't expect that your use of Nine Tails chakra is so mature now." Naruto smiled slightly. At this time, Konan came over, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, according to the spy's report, the ninja coalition has gathered in Kumogakure and may be setting off soon." Naruto said with a smile on his lips, "The ninja world war is finally coming. Gather everyone and come to the office for a meeting." In the office, Killer Bee, Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Hashirama, Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru. Currently, all the power of Amigakure is concentrated in here it is. Naruto looked at everyone and said, "The ninja war is about to begin. The purpose of this war is actually very simple. Obito's target is Killer Bee and me. The goal of the Ninja Alliance, in a certain sense, is to protect me and Killer Bee, so we have to find Obito for a decisive battle to fundamentally eliminate the possibility of the Eye of the Moon plan being realized. Therefore, senior sister Konan, senior brother Nagato, and senior brother Yahiko, you should immediately start preparations to organize all the residents of Yuin village and move out, because we are going to start leaving here." Konan was a little surprised and said, "Are you going to give up this base?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, next, we have to stand together with the ninja coalition, otherwise, Obito will come here to find us. By then, Yugakure will be in ruins. Once a fight breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous." Nagato nodded in agreement. Naruto continued, "Uncle Bai, how are the training of the students now?" Killer Bee said, "Everyone is pretty good. Basically, they all have strength above Genin. Yahiko Amigakure and others are almost as strong as Jonin." Naruto praised, "Yes, very good, now is the time for them to play their role, let these students become the force to protect the villagers, and at the same time, senior brother Yahiko." Yahiko looked at Naruto and said, "Junior brother, is there anything you need me to do?" Naruto looked at Yahiko and said, "The people of Amigakure village have always regarded you as a god, because Nagato has always appeared in your image, so when the village was withdrawn, no one went to explain it more clearly than you. It's reliable." Nagato looked at Yahiko and patted his shoulder. Yahiko took a deep breath and said, "No problem." After hearing Kisame's words, Samehada tried to touch Kisame and found that Kisame's chakra had become so gentle, completely gone from the evil and irritable nature before. "Itachi, I have something I want to ask you for help with." Shisui and Itachi looked at each other and nodded. Naruto smiled slightly, "Wasn't this how you woke up Kabuto in your previous life?" "Kabuto told me all about it." He patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I still have 8 Sharingans here. Even if you are blind, I will give them to you again. You transplant." Kisame snored and hesitated for a while, then he came to Killer Bee. Killer Bee felt what Samehada meant and said with a smile, it's okay, I won't be jealous. You go ahead and have a walk with the shark." With that said, Naruto threw a scroll to Itachi and said, "This is where Kabuto is hiding. Just follow this map and find it." Killer Bee hummed and said with a smile, "Waiting for your good news, shark." The person whose name was called nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Naruto smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." Then Kisame, Shisui, and Itachi, the 3 of you will form a team, the purpose is to break Kabuto's jutsu. Samehada grunted and expressed his unwillingness. Killer Bee said helplessly, "Well, I can't help it. Samehada doesn't want to follow you." Naruto came to Itachi and talked to him alone. "Itachi, I hope that after you see Kabuto, you can wake him up and stop letting him be obsessed with it. If there is no other way, then join forces with Shisui to kill him. Kisame chuckled, nodded with satisfaction, and sat down. Seeing that Killer Bee was not angry, Samehada returned to Kisame's hands. Itachi was shocked that this Kabuto had such a huge display that even Naruto and Orochimaru took the initiative to come over and beg for mercy. Itachi frowned slightly. You Orochimaru still have something to ask for. Kisame stood up and said, as for me, I also want to follow Mr. Itachi. So, the meeting is over. Well, let's follow this method and let everyone do things. Naruto continued to arrange, Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama, third generation Sama, Dad, Orochimaru, Killer Bee, you follow me. Orochimaru looked at Itachi and said, Kabuto is my old subordinate. I hope that if necessary, Mr. Itachi, you can spare his life for me. Shisui, Itachi. He looked at Orochimaru. This guy looked so ruthless, but he didn't expect that he also had a gentle side. Killer Bee pulled out his Samehada muscle and asked, are you willing to follow him? Itachi was slightly startled. He was really surprised that Naruto would go out of his way to look after Kabuto. Kisame stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, Samiki, please take a closer look at my current chakra. Don't worry, I'm just letting you follow me temporarily. When the war is over, if you like this octopus, follow this octopus. I won't force yourself. After Naruto left, Orochimaru came over again, looking for Itachi. Kisame looked at Killer Bee and said, hey, can you use Samehada for me first? After all, without it, my combat effectiveness will be reduced by half. Kisame put the Samehada sword on his back again, looked at Killer Bee and said, thank you Octopus. Don't worry, I will give the Samehada sword to you after the war is over. Itachi nodded and said, don't worry, if I can save him, I will definitely save him. Naruto thought about his past life, when Kabuto became the director of the orphanage, and his interaction with him. He is also a miserable person, but he just doesn't know himself well. If possible, use Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanami, to awaken him. Shisui and Itachi, whose names were called, looked at Naruto, and Naruto said, I have analyzed it for you. Obito has 3 major powers, the most important of which is the undead army reincarnated from the dirty soil controlled by Kabuto, so I will give you 2-1. The mission is to find Kabuto and break his filthy earth reincarnation technique. Orochimaru smiled and said, thank you, Itachi-kun. Itachi was very surprised and said, Naruto, how do you know this technique? Itachi smiled and nodded. Kisame smiled and said, I am no longer the same person as before. How about it, old man, come with me for another walk. The 3-person team of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Kisame Inokagaki set off. In order to prevent others from recognizing them, everyone wears masks and clothes from the Tian organization. Konan and Yahiko had already gone to organize the students, then gathered all Amagekyure's ninjas, and began to shout to the villagers, preparing to retreat to the mountains behind. Nagato came to Naruto, looked at him and said, Junior brother, take the Rinnegan Eye back. Naruto was slightly startled and said, what's wrong, senior brother? Nagato smiled and said, the war is coming soon. You have a pair of samsara eyes, which is definitely better than one. Moreover, once Obito finds out that I have samsara eyes, I don't know if I can protect them well. If he takes them away, if I lose my reincarnation eye, what should I do? Instead of doing this, it's better to transplant it back, that's better. Naruto frowned slightly because he was also thinking about it. Logically speaking, he still wanted Nagato to keep this eye so that when necessary, he could form a force and attack on the battlefield, but what Nagato said also made sense. Nagato saw Naruto's hesitation and took the initiative to speak, Junior brother, don't hesitate. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I don't even want to participate in this war. After Yahiko's resurrection, I am already very satisfied. Sorry, senior brother, for being selfish. Actually, I don't plan to appear on the frontal battlefield anymore. It's okay for you to ask me to fight for you in the rear, but when I go to the front, senior brother is really a little scared. I don't want to feel the pain of losing a loved one anymore. I just want to protect Konan, Yahiko, and the villagers in this village. Is that okay? Junior brother. Looking into Nagato's eyes, Naruto felt a little sorry for this senior brother for a moment. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, hugged senior brother Nagato and said, "Brother, that's enough, you've done enough. You've done your best for this world, junior brother understands." Nagato knew that Naruto agreed. He smiled happily, then looked at Naruto and said, "Let's go to Orochimaru's laboratory." Naruto nodded and said, "Just in time, I also have something for Uncle Snake to handle." In the laboratory, Orochimaru put on the surgical gloves and sighed, "I'm going to see Naruto with the Samsara Eye again." Naruto took a deep breath and let it out, while Nagato looked relaxed, as if he was relieved. Tobirama looked around and found that the things in Orochimaru's laboratory were still very fresh. He smiled and said, "Monkey, your disciple is really amazing." Third generation smiled slightly. Minato looked at Naruto lying down, his father's worry was still clearly revealed. Hashirama looked inside one of the sealed jars, frowned slightly and said, "There are a lot of my cells in here." Hearing this, Tobirama came over, felt it and said, "Yes, big brother, they are all cultured from your cells, and there is another kind of cell in it." "No. There is also a kind of cell, which is the fusion of 3 kinds of cells." Hashirama looked at the arm inside the culture instrument. There were 6 holes on the arm, just like eyes, which were closed. Hashirama frowned slightly and said, "Naruto, don't tell me that after transplanting the Samsara Eye, you have to transplant this thing." Tobirama looked at Naruto with some surprise, and the 3rd generation and 4th generation also looked over. Naruto smiled calmly and said, "There is no way, in order to deal with this battle, this is essential and something that needs to be prepared." Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "You must keep a pair." Naruto nodded and said, "Just in case, if Itachi and the others need it." Danzo gave Itachi 2 of the 10 Sharingans and 8 more. Hashirama's cell-cultured arm had 6 and 2 more. Naruto asked Orochimaru to store them to prevent Itachi and the others from using the ban. Surgery, blind eyes can't be transplanted. After anesthetizing Naruto and Nagato, Orochimaru began to operate. Seeing this, Tobirama came over and said, "Want to help?" Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "I wish you could do it." Orochimaru knows that Tobirama is also an experiment enthusiast. For this kind of ninjutsu and body research, his 2nd generation is very good. Otherwise, when Madara died, Tobirama would not be reluctant to cremate Madara's body, but choose to keep it well and study it. Therefore, 2nd generation is also a genius in surgery. However, Orochimaru is the surgeon today, and 2nd generation has been dead for so many years, and medical treatment is still developing relatively quickly. Therefore, Tobirama only performs basic operations, but for Orochimaru, there is a top assistant on the side, so he can perform the operation quickly. No. 10 minutes later, the 2 people's eye transplant surgery was successful. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru will perform arm transplant surgery on Naruto. Hashirama said, "Wait a minute, Naruto, are you really planning to transplant?" Although Naruto was given anesthesia, it was not general anesthesia. He was still conscious. He signaled his intention with his hands. Hashirama sighed and said, "Okay." With that said, he took the initiative to take the culture equipment, and then formed a seal and said, "Let me help you strengthen the binding force of the cells." Orochimaru heard this and sighed, "The god of ninja personally blessed me, this. The 3rd generation sighed and said to the 4th generation, "Let's go out and be on guard." Minato nodded and thought to himself, Konan and Yahiko are gone, there is no one guarding the outside now, and such a critical operation is being carried out inside, what if Obito comes, it would be unthinkable. Outside the Yuin Tower, the third generation and the fourth generation stand opposite each other. Third generation, Minato, to be honest, I'm very sorry for you. Minato frowned and said, Third generation Sama, why do you say that? Third generation sighed and said, Naruto had a very bad life when he was a child. I am indeed responsible for this. No matter how you say it, I did not do a good job in caring for you. I am sorry for your sacrifice. Minato looked into the distance, the breeze blowing his hair, and he smiled relievedly. Third generation Sama also had difficulties at that time, I can understand it. Besides, Naruto has always been very grateful to you, third generation Sama. After all, when he was a child, it has always been you who gave him living expenses. Third generation knew that Minato was being polite, and sighed, I never expected that a child without anyone to teach him could actually grow to this point. It really makes me feel ashamed. Minato smiled and said, yes, it also exceeded my original idea. Third generation looked at Minato and said, since you left 9 tails in Naruto's body, you have thought that Naruto will become an indispensable part of the ninja world in the future. Minato nodded and said, yes, at that time, I was trying to prevent the masked man from attacking, but I didn't expect that Naruto's development later exceeded my imagination. Third generation smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect it even more. Akatsuki Base. Obito and Sasuke finally sealed all the tailed beasts into the bodies of the 7 Jinchuriki. At this moment, Sasuke was covered in sweat and he was extremely tired. Obito looked at him and said, I leave the method of seal control to you, you try it. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded, then formed a seal and took control. In an instant, the 7 Jinchuriki's tiger bodies shook, open. With a buzzing sound, all 7 Jinchuriki opened their eyes. All of them were Rinnegan on the left and Sharingan on the right. Sasuke instantly gained 7 shared visions. I see, this feeling is really wonderful. Sasuke's mouth was about to rise to the sky. He felt that he was extremely powerful at this moment, and it seemed that all obstacles would be crushed under his feet. He smiled slightly, shook off the sweat and said, I'm going to take a bath, and when I'm ready, I'll set off. Obito looked at Sasuke leaving, smiled slightly, then turned around and walked towards Kabuto. Sasuke walked into his room, then looked at Xiangling and said, bring me a change of clothes. After hearing this, Xiangling took a set of Sasuke's clothes. She has been staying here since she left Konoha with Sasuke. Sasuke only occasionally talks to her, and she has no contact with other people at all. In order to prevent her from running around, Sasuke put a chain on her that was just long enough to move around in this room. Xiangling took the clothes and said with blank eyes, Sasuke, it's ready. Sasuke looked at her for a few seconds, then pulled out the machete and slashed the iron chain on Xiangling's foot. Seeing this, Xiangling looked at Sasuke in confusion and said, Sasuke, is this? Sasuke said expressionlessly, get ready to leave here, follow me. Xiangling was overjoyed to finally be able to leave here. Ha ha ha, she suddenly recovered from her lifeless appearance. Although she was very happy to be with Sasuke, here, it was like being in prison. There was no freedom at all. She didn't breathe for a long time. The air is out. Ever since, Xiang Phosphorus followed Sasuke to the waterfall outside. Under it, Sasuke took off his coat and jumped directly into the water, letting the water flowing down from the mountain wash away his body. Xiang Phosphorus was on the side, breathing the air crazily. The sun was shining on her shoulders, and she showed a happy smile. Ah! I haven't breathed fresh air for a long time, and I haven't bathed in such warm sunshine for a long time. Xiangling felt very comfortable. When she turned around again, she saw Sasuke, dressed in white, taking a bath there. Wow! Sasuke-kun. Xiangling's eyes were filled with love, and her mouth was watering. He, Sasuke, it seems like I haven't showered in many days. I'm here. With a wow sound, Xiang Phosphorus also jumped into the water, and then swam towards Sasuke excitedly, as excited as a cat when it saw a fish. Sasuke frowned, and when Xiangling jumped out of the water and rushed towards him, he jumped to the shore. Xiangling jumped into the air and said very resentfully, "Oh, Sasuke-kun, how could you do this? I just want to rub your back." Sasuke shook his hair. Under the sun, the flying water droplets reflected the light, and Xiang Phosphorus was stunned. "He's so handsome. He's truly the man I like. He's so handsome." Xiangling wiped his saliva, wishing he could stick to Sasuke's body and lick it constantly. As soon as Sasuke's reincarnation eye opened, he used the repulsive power of heaven to directly expel the water attached to the surface of his body, then picked up the clean clothes on the ground and put them on. After tidying up, Sasuke looked at the dumbfounded Phosphorus in the water and said, "Hurry up and wash it. After washing it, we will set off to carry out a new mission." With that said, Sasuke turned around and left expressionlessly, returning to the base. Inside the base, at the pocket, Obito came to Kabuto. Obito saw this and said, "Is there anything new?" Obito said, "Oh, it seems that Naruto is leaving Yugakure, then where will he go?" Kabuto looked at Obito and said, "How is Sasuke?" Obito was doubtful. Obito thought for a few seconds and nodded. Obito nodded, Kabuto's tongue was exposed, and he licked the corner of his mouth, looking forward to it. Obito frowned. There are many clones of Baizetsu, and they can all be lost. I think the 3 people who came out are definitely not weak. Wearing a mask, can you imitate yourself? Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "When you and Sasuke sealed the 7-tailed beasts, I already found an opportunity to capture him. Could it be Naruto?" However, Obito also keenly noticed that although Yamato was tied up, there was a living snake on his neck that kept biting him. Obito saw clearly, yes, it was Yamato. As he spoke, a big snake swam out of the darkness, then opened its mouth and spit out a wet humanoid thing. Having said this, Kabuto looked at Obito meaningfully, looking forward to his answer. Kabuto looked at Obito and said, "Do you want me to take action first?" He smiled and said, "No, don't worry, you and I are allies now. As the leader of the war, it will do me no good to hurt you. With the 100,000 White Jew army, I will only help you strengthen them, not if you come up with any other crooked ideas. I hope you can trust me like my companions." Obito looked over and said coldly, "I know this very well. Don't worry, I have a backup plan and I won't let him escape my grasp. How did it go when I asked you to do it last time?" Hearing this, Kabuto smiled and said, "Then I'll be relieved." Seeing that Obito discovered the secret of this little snake, Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this snake was improved based on the research that Master Orochimaru left. The toxin it produces can easily inhibit Hashirama's cells activeness, thus making the other party less dynamic. Naruto seems to be working on something big, and the villagers of Amigakure are all evacuating the village one after another." The rustling sound came again, Baiju was back. Obito snorted coldly and said, "That's good. You know, Yamato is a user of wood style. In other words, the toxin of this little snake can actually inhibit the activity of Hashirama cells, making it impossible for Yamato to use wood style." Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "Obito, there is something I want to remind you. I think you know what kind of character Sasuke is. You saw his reaction after mastering the Rinnegan before, and you also know that he will not be completely at your mercy." Black Zetsu nodded and said, "Yes, the ninja coalition has gathered in Kumogakure. The troops have been divided into 5 parts, with almost 80,000 people. They have already set off and are coming towards us. Join the ninja coalition, or come to me." Obito looked at Kabuto and said, "Kabuto, you have been studying this snake for a long time, right? This little snake is not an ordinary little snake. It bites out Yamato's neck and continuously injects some serum chakra into Yamato's body, causing the chakra in Yamato's body to be unable to condense or even be used, causing the entire body to can't move." Kabuto saw that Obito was actually afraid of him, and his inner satisfaction instantly increased greatly. Young man, now you know how powerful I am. The two people were talking, a rustling sound came, and Black Jew emerged from the earth. Obito with Sharingan can see the problem clearly at a glance. Obito looked at Kabuto with a deep look and said, I don't need to tell you what ingredients White Zetsu contains. You won't use this on me. Baiju continued, also, there were 3 people wearing masks, whose chakra perception was unclear. After they came out of Yugakure, I lost them. Obito said, everything is normal. All 7-tailed beasts have been sealed into Jinchuriki, and he is under control. The next step is to take him out. If he escapes our control and has such great power on our side, then this war may happen at any time. Snap! Kabuto clasped his hands together and used the summoning technique. In an instant, dozens of coffins appeared from the ground with a bang. Ta-ta-ta. Dozens of coffin boards all fell, Kabuto said with a smile on his face. First, the members of the original Akatsuki, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, then the shadows of the past, 2nd Ōtsutsuki, 3rd Reikage, 4th generation Kazekage. Here are explosion-style Gori, Kijin Zabuza, Ice Shield Haku, Sancho Hanzo, Chio Granny, and Teru Kimimaro of the Orochi clan. Born in Konoha, Asuma Sarutobi, Dan, Hyuga Hizashi of the Hyuga clan. Obito nodded, then tilted his head and said, who are those people behind you? Kabuto said as if he was introducing his collection, those people are all famous or have blood ties, just the right ninjas, plus 100,000 white Zetsu, oh by the way, I will use Yamato soon. Strengthened by Zetsu's control. Obito said with great satisfaction, yes, Kabuto, choosing to cooperate with you as my comrade is indeed a very wise choice. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, thank you. Obito looked at Deidara and the others and said, weren't they already summoned? Why did they lie down again? Kabuto sighed and said, Deidara keeps shouting that he wants to duel with Sasuke every day. I don't like them being annoying, so I put them back in the coffin for the time being. Obito couldn't laugh or cry, because he knew that Kabuto was not lying at all, and he knew Deidara's character very well. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked at Kabuto and said, what if these people are sent to the battlefield, awaken their consciousness, and resist fighting? Or what if they have other ideas like Deidara? Could it be to summon them back? Kabuto smiled and said, don't worry, when we go to the battlefield, I will forcefully control them. Their personal consciousness will disappear and they will completely obey orders and will not resist. Even if they don't want to, their bodies will fight automatically. Obito nodded, then he was relieved. Heiju looked at the scene in front of him and sighed, it's really spectacular. Baizetsu heard the sound, looked back, and said happily, Sasuke-kun is here. The sound of clogs clicking from far to near, Sasuke's figure walked out of the darkness. Black Zetsu stared at Sasuke, feeling very satisfied. That was right, the Rinnegan, the same Rinnegan as Madara. In fact, the reason why Madara was able to open her eyes was because of Black Zetsu's prompting. Obito was able to train Sasuke to open his eyes because of Black Zetsu's prompting. However, Black Zetsu was thought by Obito to be the consciousness left behind by Madara, so he didn't care. Sasuke glanced around and saw a room full of coffins. His heart skipped a beat because he was looking for that person. But, unfortunately, no. Sasuke looked at Obito and said, Obito, based on what I know about you, it is impossible for you not to collect Itachi's body after his death. Kabuto, since you even reincarnated Deidara, where is Itachi? Kabuto smiled and said, you have to ask your good brother Naruto. Sasuke frowned and asked, what does it have to do with him? Obito explained, originally, those who were reincarnated by the Akatsuki organization were able to reincarnate, and of course your brother Itachi was among them, but when we were out together, we met Naruto, and he kidnapped your brother Itachi's reincarnated body. Kabuto added, furthermore, according to my judgment, your brother Itachi has been destroyed by Naruto, because I can no longer feel the connection with the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Obito said with great regret, originally, I wanted to let you two brothers meet. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, looking very dissatisfied. Xiangling covered her mouth and said in surprise, why are there so many coffins? Aren't all these ninjas, how could it be? Mitarashi Enko frowned and said, no, the war is about to start. So far, we haven't collected any intelligence. If many of our comrades on the battlefield are sacrificed because our intelligence is not in place, then I really. Baiju also greeted Xiang Lu, hi, beautiful lady. With that said, Aburame looked at Hyuga Dekai and said, Dekai, down below, at the 4 o'clock direction, you will be able to find something with your Hyuga clan's white eyes. It's best to take Itachi with you and let your brother see with your own eyes how his brother avenged him and destroyed and tortured his village with his own hands. Saying that, he cast the seal directly. Outside, more than 10 miles away from the base, Mitarashi Enko and other ordinary people were ordered by Lord Hokage to track down Kabuto's whereabouts. Coming. Obito smiled and said, now that we know the location, then, Sasuke, I will take you to find your eagle team, so that your eagle can set sail again. Obito looked at Kabuto and said, let's begin, the fourth ninja war begins. Obito smiled and said, of course. As soon as he came in, Xiang Phosphorus saw a lot of coffins, as well as masked men, Kabuto, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu. Sasuke snorted. Kabuto smiled and said, Xiang Phosphorus, don't be surprised, these are all my masterpieces. Then, Kabuto directly controlled Yamato, melted him into a wooden root that was linked to Baizetsu, and controlled Yamato to strengthen the binding power of Baizetsu. In an instant, under the white sight, he kept sinking. Under the white light, Dekai saw Baiju who could not see beyond the horizon. Xiang Lian said with a serious face, as expected, besides Orochimaru, there is only you. Baiju said, I know where they are, if you are looking for them. Speaking of this, Mitarashi Enko looked indignant. Black Ju and White Ju rushed into the ground. Mitarashi Enko heard this and said, please, Dekai. Hongdo, take a rest for a while, your body won't be able to bear it if this continues. Just in time for the beauty, Xiang Lian came, oh, Sasuke-kun, you are walking so fast, others can't keep up. With that said, Obito's space-time vortex opened, and Sasuke and Xiangling were sucked into it. This is. Dekai nodded, then faced the 4 o'clock direction, closed his eyes, opened them, and shouted, white eyes. Sasuke looked at Obito and said, are you ready to go? Indeed, Sasuke really wanted to see Itachi and show him what he had accomplished now. The picture was so beautiful that Sasuke couldn't contain his excitement. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Let your brother stand under the Hokage rock, watch the fire in Konoha village, and then laugh happily in front of him. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, sure enough, Yamato, who has Hashirama cells, sneaked in very easily. Next, it is my operation. Xiangling said, Zhongwu and Shui, you are still outside. Why don't we look for them after we go out? Aburame put his hand on the ground, and several white bugs crawled out from the ground and came to his hand. He got close to the bugs, felt the language of the bugs and said, I asked the insect word to explore, and it found that there are very strong creatures underground. Can react. Kabuto sneered and said, I'm very happy that you can compare me with Orochimaru-sama. Sasuke frowned slightly. Deep underground, densely packed white Zetsu gathered together. This number made people feel frightened. Mitarashi Enko asked hurriedly, what's wrong? Dekai rolled his eyes and said in shock, deep below, there are a large number of white Zetsu gathered, huh? How could it be possible? They took action. Hongdo frowned and said, you go and join the main force immediately and report this matter. I will stay and continue to explore the enemy's lair. Dekai waved his hand and said, absolutely not, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Hongdo said angrily, shut up, stop talking nonsense, and leave quickly. The military situation is important, don't delay. Do you think I don't know the danger? However, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you can't catch the tiger's cub. With such a huge army, even if I understand a little bit, for my comrades on the battlefield, it is a hope of possible rescue, so I must go. Dekai couldn't bear it, but he also knew that the military situation was important, so he couldn't help but nodded. So, Dekai, Aburaim and the other 3 people retreated quickly. Enko looked forward with deep eyes. Inside, Kabuto strengthened the restraints of all the white Zetsus, and then began to control the movement. Then, his gestures changed, and in an instant, the corpses reincarnated in the dirt in the base woke up one after another, except for the 5 corpses left alone by Kabuto. The others dispersed outside one by one. Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "Now, it's much more interesting." After finishing it, Kabuto made a gesture, and 5 corpses came to Kabuto. Kabuto raised his hand and activated the gesture, and the consciousness of the 5 corpses all woke up. Kabuto said with a smile, "Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu, you are responsible for setting up explosion traps and sneak attacks. Kirigakure's Nakayoshi and Konoha's roots are responsible for sensing and support. Give your whole team a name, let's call it Surprise Attack and Feint Team." After Kirigakure Nakayoshi regained consciousness, he looked at Kabuto very unhappily and said, "You are Akatsuki, right? I have spoken in front of you, but I will not be manipulated by you." Saying that, Nakayoshi raised his fist and was about to attack Kabuto. Unfortunately, Kabuto smiled slightly and directly raised his hand. Nakayoshi was stunned for a moment, and his entire consciousness disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Xia sighed and said, "To be honest, being controlled by such a person, it seems that Shao is dead in name only." Deidara smiled and said, "Come on, Scorpion, aren't you clamoring that only permanent beauty can become art? Look at you now, aren't you dead too, so don't be ashamed. By the way, you are also a fool, why are you leaving such a big mark on your chest? You're afraid that others won't know that they inserted your heart." Scorpion said angrily, "Deidara, believe it or not, I will kill you." Deidara spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, "Brother, I told you that we are all dead, and you still kill me. Come on, I'll stick my head out, and you kill me." Deidara and Scorpion were enemies. They had fundamentally different definitions of art, which led to fierce quarrels between the two in Akatsuki when they were still alive. Deidara believes that art is an explosion, and only the moment of explosion can it be called art. However, Xia believes that Deidara's kind of art cannot be called art at all. In his opinion, art must be permanently fixed and made into a puppet that can be appreciated for a long time. Only then can it be called art. Therefore, the two people never dealt with each other. Kabuto shook his head helplessly. Both of them were former Akatsuki members. For him, they were fairly easy to communicate with, so he did not control their consciousness and let them quarrel. How is that possible? There is clearly Orochimaru-sama in my body. This is the combat method that Kabuto and Obito had discussed before. Now that he and Sasuke have left first, he will be in charge of the rear. Enko rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru has been resurrected and has returned to Konoha. Together with Lord Jiraiya and Lord Tsunade, he is in charge of the overall situation. I am here this time because Lord Orochimaru sent me here, Kabuto, there is no limit to the sea of suffering. When you turn around, you will find another shore. Come back with me and see Orochimaru-sama. Yo, as for my old friend, you did this to me as soon as we met." Enko's eyes became heavier and heavier, and after a few seconds, she closed her eyes. In the forest, Shiro kept jumping forward, and found a familiar person in front of him. He said in surprise, "Brother Zabuza." After making these arrangements, Kabuto suddenly felt something in his heart and smiled, "I didn't expect that I could see old friends here." Jen is very confused, what is going on, isn't he dead, why is he here? Hondo covered her arms in pain, lay down on the grass, and tried to stand up, but in the end, her body couldn't move at all. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said, the antibodies Orochimaru-sama injected into you alone cannot resist the toxins I developed. I said, now I have surpassed the previous Orochimaru-sama. Ha ha ha. Outside the grass at the base, Hongdo slithered out like a snake and stared at the cliff ahead. There were caves everywhere. At first glance, there were many exits, and there were 3 caves for cunning rabbits. Kabuto narrowed his eyes slightly and said, you are not dead, but the curse seal is gone. So, Orochimaru-sama is resurrected? Kabuto said, stop talking nonsense and let's go. Next to him, Hyuga Hizashi said in surprise, what on earth happened? As he said that, Kabuto looked at Anko and said, if I'm not mistaken, the curse mark left by Orochimaru-sama on your body has disappeared, right? Ahead, Zabuza sighed with emotion, ah, Shiro, it seems that we are not in that life now. It's really magical. The consciousness is clearly very clear, but the body is acting on its own. Judgment, ah, Asuma, what we have in common is that we are all dead. We have been given the forbidden technique of using human sacrifices to recall the souls of the dead. Anko dodged directly, and the snake hand brushed past again. Kabuto ducked over, and then launched a roundhouse kick. Anko easily blocked it and said disdainfully, how can you hit me with such inferior physical skills? On the other side, a white-haired figure leaped over. Anko touched the curse mark on her neck. It was indeed gone long ago because it was used when Naruto resurrected Orochimaru. Countless snake heads shot out from Anko's hands and struck behind, but Kabuto dodged. Kabuto smiled disdainfully and said, are you kidding? You think I will believe you? Kabuto snorted and backed away, tempting Anko to take the initiative. As expected, Anko was fooled and rushed forward. He waved his snake hand and prepared to entangle the roots of the old tree and wrap it around. Unexpectedly, Kabuto dodged and suddenly transformed into the butt behind him. A big snake opened its bloody mouth and bit directly towards Hongdo. Saying that, Kabuto waved his hand and came over, latent shadow snake hand. Hongdo snorted coldly, looked at Kabuto and said, who are you good friends with? Tell me, what secret actions are you doing here? He kept leaping forward, still thinking in his heart, Tsunade, how are you now? Asuma subconsciously touched his pocket and found that there was no cigarette. He sighed, I have an ominous premonition. How is that possible? Zabuza said in disgust, you actually want to use dead people. Being manipulated by such a B**************** D really makes people feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Hongdo felt something in her heart, and she turned back and said, latent shadow snake hand. Kabuto was amused by Anko's words and said speechlessly, what else can I do? Of course I am preparing to start a war. Soon enough, Hongdo had no time to dodge and was bitten on the arm, then was thrown away and landed on the grass. Next to him, explosion-style Gori said, this is ninjutsu, the reincarnation of forbidden jutsu, invented by Second Hokage of Konoha. It seems that we have been called back to this world by others. In other words, we will have to participate in the battle next. Asuma asked in surprise, are you Brother Duan? With that said, he directly controlled them to leave. Anko fainted and fell to the ground. She would never have thought that the Kabuto he knew now was no longer the Kabuto he knew, and completely surpassed the Orochimaru of the past. Kabuto looked at Anko lying on the ground and frowned. When he was young, he worked as a ninja in Konoha for a long time, so since Anko can appear here, it means that she definitely did not come here alone. In that case, Kabuto immediately raised his hand and sent out the message. Above the sky, 3 big birds of clay were flying. Deidara was flying alone in the middle. Next to the 2 big birds, stood Nakayoshi and Gen, Kakuzu and Scorpion. Suddenly, an idea flashed in the minds of the 5 people, and Kabuto's voice came, search in the direction of Konoha to see if there are any Konoha ninjas. Gen, who was born in Konoha, was stunned for a moment. This is someone who wants to capture Konoha. The instinct to protect the village made him want to resist, but the reincarnation of the dirty land did not allow him to have consciousness and forcibly suppressed him. Deidara laughed and said, "It's so quick to come to life." As he spoke, he controlled the 3 big birds and flew in the direction of Konoha. At the same time, Kirigakure's Nakayoshi began to sense and quickly locked onto the enemy's position. "Fly in this direction." Deidara squinted one eye, made a circle with his hand, placed it in front of his eyes, and took aim. Kabuto is right, there are really ninjas from Konoha in the direction back to Konoha. Well, there are still ninjas from Konoha. 3. Kakuzu chuckled and said, "It's been a long time since I've dug out a person's heart. I'll do it first later." Sia said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, I won't rob it from you." Below, among the running Konoha ninjas, Hyuga Dakai, who has Byakugan, has very strong perception. After Deidara entered his perception circle, he frowned and looked back. Under the distant observation of Byakugan, he quickly discovered the enemy, so he hurriedly stopped. When the 2 running companions saw this, they also stopped and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Dakai?" Hyuga Dakai gritted his teeth and said, "Ushida, Lanhua, you go quickly, I will hold the enemy back." Hearing this, Ushida looked up in surprise and said sternly, "No, there is no reason to abandon your companions and go first." Lanhua also said, "That's it, let's defeat the enemy together." Hyuga Dakai said angrily, "Baga, don't you understand? Since there is an enemy chasing us, it means that Captain Hondo has been exposed. At this time, the enemy must be ready to pursue. If no one holds him back, no one can walk past it. Don't hesitate, task first, go quickly. Also, remember to change direction and don't go through the pipeline." With that said, Hyuga Dakai ran back directly. Ushida stretched out his hand and shouted, "Tokukai." Looking at Dakai's back as if he was dead, Ushida shed tears and gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Ushida and Lanhua ran even faster, because this was the chance to escape that their companions had fought for with their lives. Hyuga Dakai used his Byakugan to locate the 3 big birds in the sky, and then began to form the seal, shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. 2 shadow clone appeared, and then the seal was formed again, transformation technique. Bang bang. The 2 shadow clone transformed into Ushida and Lanhua who had just left, and then changed directions. Since the enemy had discovered them, they must have known that they were going back to send information, so the official road leading to Konoha was definitely not accessible. Therefore, Dakai finally shouted, asking them to change direction. On his side, as to lure the enemy, you must also change a certain direction, but the deviation cannot be too large, otherwise the enemy will be able to see it at a glance. Boom. 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 Yes, since I agreed to the bugs, I can't wait to die. Let's try to join the large army. Deidara frowned and said, "What an annoying insect." Scorpion complained, "It's so troublesome, just like a mouse, it hides." When Ushida heard Lanhua's screams, there were tears in the corners of his eyes, and he ran wildly without daring to stop. The detonating bat was still chasing him. Ah! Please, old guys, please send this information to the main force. With that said, Zhongji directly formed a seal to expand his range of perception. An insect swarm dispersed from Ushida's hand, and densely packed small flying insects instantly filled the area. Hyuga was thinking about it when suddenly, a small spider came to him. As he spoke, he increased the explosion range of the little spider. Boom! 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 Ushida walked tremblingly to the foot of a big tree, then took off the bug gourd on his back and placed it on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and leaned down exhausted. Saying that, he directly formed the seal, the art of insect flying. Deidara glanced at Kakuzu and said, "Don't underestimate my art. Since they use insects, then I will." Aburame Ushida saw this and said, "No, if this continues, we won't be able to leave." As he spoke, a dozen more pieces of clay came out from his hands, transformed into bat-like exploding birds, and flew down. Kakuzu said, let me go down and catch it. How long will the explosion last at this high altitude? Dekai frowned and hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a bang, he was killed directly. Hyuga Dekai hurriedly dodges, controls the shadow clone, dodges hurriedly, frowns and says, start throwing explosive clay like a carpet. No, I can't die like this. I have to gain some distance. Seeing this, Deidara changed his flight direction, then accelerated directly. After a while, he caught up with the real Ushida and Lanhua. Yeah. Over there, in the forest. At the same time, the two shadow clones disappeared instantly. Oops. Zhongji stood on top of the big bird, was stunned for a moment, and said, this is one person, not three people, to delay us. Seeing the information being sent away, Ushida endured the pain and stood up again. Therefore, as long as you open a certain angle, you can save your teammates and let them leave safely. Hyuga Dekai saw the opportunity and was exposed to the sight of Deidara flying over in time, and then ran forward. When Deidara saw this, 3 pieces of clay appeared in his hand, and then he threw them down, and then the seals dispersed into countless the little spider falls. Ushida smiled slightly and said, let's go, I will try my best to survive. Soon, the flying detonating birds found Arashika and Ushida. In order to cover Ushida who had information, Arashika took the initiative, hoping to attract these bats away, and hurriedly waved his kunai back and forth. As a result, Deidara slightly with a smile, he raised his hand, and with a thought, explosions occurred, and Lanhua rushed to the street. Ushida gasped, took out the information scroll, and then released his most cherished bugs. The buzzing sound of flying insects resounded here. Countless bugs wrapped around Ushida's hand, holding up the scroll. Zhongji sensed it and complained, insect interference technique, there are so many chakras, I can't tell them apart at all. Countless bugs seemed to understand that Ushida was saying his final farewell. After holding up the scroll, they wanted to see Ushida for a while longer since he was still in the air. 3 times in a row, when he was about to catch up, Ushida's various bugs saved him, and although he himself was not killed by the explosion, he was exhausted due to the aftermath of the explosion. After hearing these words, the insects firmly left with the scrolls. Ushida continued running. Not far away, suddenly, a figure attacked. Oops. Ushida was unable to dodge and was hit directly. He was kicked away and hit a big tree before stopping. Kakuzu chuckled and said, it's really troublesome, it would have been over if I had let me down earlier. Deidara, Scorpion, Zhongji, and Gen descended from the big bird one after another. Ushida struggled to hold himself up, but Xia threw him away with one hand. Ushida trembled for a moment, and then he was shocked to find that his body was no longer under his control. This is puppetry. Xia smiled slightly and said, I guess you know the stuff. Zhongji suddenly said, 60 miles away, someone is coming this way, approaching quickly. Deidara smiled slightly and said, it seems that he is your companion. Now he has some fun. Scorpion is controlling him. Let's go meet them. In the sky dozens of miles away from Deidara, the Ninja Coalition and Surprise Attack Force are already here. Because of Sai's presence, the Surprise Attack Force formed quickly. They all got on the big ink bird painted by Sai and flew forward quickly. Above the big bird, the captain of the Surprise Attack Force, Kankuro, is standing ready. At the current speed, they will enter the so-called enemy territory in a few minutes. So, Kankuro turned his head and looked to Sai on the right and said, Sai, prepare for the descent. Sai nodded. Kankuro looked to the left again and found Omoi sighing there, and couldn't help frowning, Omoi, Omoi. Hey! Omoi! After shouting 3 times in a row, Omoi woke up. Omoi came back to his senses. Just now, he was completely trapped in his imagination, worrying about what would happen after he was captured on the battlefield. What's wrong, Captain? Kankuro sighed, the enemy's territory is ahead. Cheer up and don't be so relaxed. Omoi nodded. Suddenly, Omoi looked at Kankuro and asked, can I ask a question? Kankuro frowned and said, what are you asking? Omoi frowned and said, well, Captain, you seem to be as old as me. This is your first time to participate in such a war. Kankuro nodded and said, yes, what's wrong? Omoi said sadly, Captain, aren't you afraid? Are you not under pressure? Kankuro snorted coldly, you have never seen a large-scale death scene in Kumogakure, right? Omoi nodded and asked doubtfully, have you seen Captain? Kankuro raised his head and looked forward, remembering the past, and said disdainfully, you know Kazekage Gaara, that is my younger brother. When he was a child, he brought me more fear than war. Thinking of Gaara's bloody appearance when he was a child, and the scene of dead people in the village, Kankuro felt that war was not so terrible. After all, Kankuro was still very young at that time, and such bloody scenes were actually a kind of experience for him to a certain extent. Therefore, his psychological quality was much stronger than that of Omoi, otherwise he can't be captain either. Omoi was slightly startled when he heard this. Soon, after arriving at the predetermined position, the surprise attack force fell down. Sai pulled out the scroll and put away all the big ink birds. Kankuro saw this and said, everyone, come here. Everyone gathered around, and Kankuro said, now, the location we are in is the enemy's territory, so enemies may appear anytime, anywhere. Therefore, we need to establish a small-scale camp here and use it as a base. Then, wait for the opportunity to launch surprise attacks and bombing traps. Note that the radius is 10 meters, and the exits are at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Omoi. Arrange everything from other directions to detonate and trap. When Omoi's name was called, he froze for a moment, then said without enthusiasm, oh. Kankuro frowned and said, cheer up, this is a war, not a normal training. After being reprimanded, Omoi took a deep breath and said, I understand. Kankuro continued to issue orders, Sai, you continue to conduct reconnaissance from the air, Hidan uses Earth style to dig trenches, Dango deploys the communication chakra antenna, Saji and the fire trainer are responsible for sensing and patrolling, Tong and I discuss the next combat deployment. All people, understand? Everyone, yes. Kankuro smiled slightly and said, very good. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Huoyenzi said with a smile, everyone, please relax. I don't dare to say anything else. I just feel this. With me here, no one can get close to you without knowing it. Don't worry. As soon as these words came out, Duan, who had participated in the war, said sternly, on the battlefield, don't be so careless and contemptuous. It is the most deadly thing on the battlefield. It doesn't matter if you are young and active, but you can't relax your vigilance. Be more serious. Ichuan is the oldest one on the scene. As a Iwagakure ninja, he has really been on a relatively large battlefield. Looking at Duan's serious expression, Trainer Hu scratched his head and apologized, I'm sorry, I will pay attention. Duan watched the fire training disciple listen to the advice and said with a smile, I have participated in the war, so what I said may be a bit harsh, don't take it to heart. The fire trainer laughed loudly and said, I understand, yes, are there any other matters that I should pay attention to? Kankuro sighed, remembering the instructions from the war room. Kabuto used Orochimaru's ninjutsu called Ōtsutsuki Tensei. Judging from the data given by the war room, the enemy is a group of walking zombies with bound souls. No matter how he attacks, also immune to death, if you want to stop them, you must first defeat them and then seal them. Remember, defeating the magician does not count as defeating them, they will still be resurrected, so don't take it lightly, if the opponent is not sealed, the opponent can still be resurrected and kill you. The fire trainer said in surprise, there is such a perverted ninjutsu. This Orochimaru is such a B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ such a ninjutsu? Tong looked at the fire disciple and said, strictly speaking, this ninjutsu was invented by your Konoha, second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Upon hearing that it was invented by Hokage in his own village, the fire trainer scratched his head in embarrassment. Kankuro said, "Okay, don't worry about this anymore." In short, no matter which unit finds Kabuto, they will catch him immediately, then apply genjutsu to him and let him remove the ninjutsu. Do you understand, everyone? Everyone understood. Kankuro nodded. Everyone, let's start working. So, everyone began to set up camp. At the same time, on another battlefield, Gaara and Darui, with their troops, are constantly running forward. Darui looked behind him and shouted, "First unit, leave." The two troops were marching separately. Akatsuki base. Kabuto used the big snake to roll up Anko, trying to dig out more intelligence information from her, and gradually gain knowledge of the enemy. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Kabuto smiled slightly. On Daidara's side, news also came that all three ninjas had been captured. With the satisfactory result, Kabuto returned to the base with Anko in his arms. When returning to the base, Obito, with Sasuke in tow, was looking for Suigetsu and Yugo. Their location had been determined originally, but unfortunately, the two people temporarily left again, so at Sasuke's insistence, the search started again. Finally, while Yugo and Suigetsu were eating barbecued fish by a stream in a forest, Obito's time and space vortex emerged again. The sound of chirping came, and Yugo and Suigetsu felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After the figure appeared, Suigetsu said happily, "Sasuke, Phosphorus." Xiangling was also overjoyed and said, "Chongwu, Shuei Yu." Since Sasuke's attack on the 5 Kage conference, Team Hawk reunites again. Yugo looked at Sasuke with a smile, "Finally found him, huh?" Yugo was slightly startled. He found that Sasuke's eyes had changed. Are they Samsara eyes? Suigetsu also noticed and asked in surprise, "Sasuke, your eyes?" Sasuke said coldly, While I was away for a while, I opened my Reincarnation Eye." Shueisha and Zhongwu were very surprised when they got the confirmation. Samsara Eye, it was the eye of an immortal. Seeing the surprised expressions of Suigetsu and Yugo, Sasuke was very satisfied. Yes, this kind of shocked expression was what he wanted. Obito said, "Come here, there is something else to do next." Zhongwu and Shueisha walked over and came to Xianglan. Shueisha muttered, "Where have you been during this time? Zhongwu and I have searched everywhere but we can't find you. Also, these 7 people behind you are what the hell, why are you looking like a dead person with no expression on your face?" Xiangling thought, of course she can't be found. She has been locked up. How could you find her? The 7 people behind her are dead people. But Obito was aside, so she didn't tell Suigetsu directly. She would talk to Suigetsu about this matter when she came out to another place again. The space-time vortex opened and the group left again. Yuin. Inside the tower, Orochimaru Laboratory. Naruto sat up and shook his bandaged arm. It was very good, and the nerve connection was perfect. Orochimaru stepped forward and said with a smile, "Naruto, do you feel anything uncomfortable?" Naruto smiled and said, "No, I can rest assured about Uncle Snake's skills." Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Tobirama looked at Naruto, frowned and said, "Naruto, you don't need your good arm. You have replaced it with this one. Although it has strengthened your strength, what I want to say is that if you want to be suitable for this arm, you also need to let's wait for a while, so as not to delay your plan." From the moment he got to know Naruto to the present, second generation Tobirama has seen that Naruto is a very well-planned person. He will not do anything insignificant. He must have his reasons for doing so. Naruto smiled. He didn't know how many years he had used this arm in his previous life. This thing that was engraved in the memory of his soul began to slowly revive after the arm was connected and the anesthesia wore off. It felt better. Keep coming back. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't worry, my adaptability will be very fast." Feeling the 6 Sharingan on his arm, Naruto had a plan in mind. When talking to Itachi, Naruto told Itachi that he could use Izanami to save Kabuto if necessary. In fact, after the conversation, Naruto asked Itachi for something. That is, the magic seals of Izanagi and Izanami. In the memory of the previous life, when Danzo fought against Sasuke, he used a lot of Izanagi to escape death again and again. Naruto and Sasuke talked about this while drinking and eating. Similarly, Obito also used Izanagi to avoid death, and so did Madara. Therefore, of course Naruto must get this heaven-defying ninjutsu that changes reality, and he must also learn that the 6 Sharingan in his hand are his resurrection coins. So far, Naruto has been the one who asked Nagato to resurrect him. He didn't do it. It's not because he is selfish, but because he really can't afford to lose. Stability is the kingly way. It can be said that after 6 Sharingans pressed down on him, Naruto finally had a sense of adventure from now on, because there was one more way to save his life. When the war comes, Naruto is confident when facing Obito, but Madara is a character who can even unlock the Jutsu reincarnation technique, and there is Black Zetsu behind him, just in case, to be more stable. Here, Nagato has also taken off the gauze, and his eyes are Naruto's eyes. After getting dressed, Naruto stood up, came to Nagato, looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, help me see more of the different scenery." Nagato smiled and said, "Junior brother, don't worry, I will do it." Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, pack up, let's go." Nagato left and went to look for Konan and Yahiko. He wanted to take these 2 people to protect the villagers and enter the mountains and forests behind. He would come out after the battle was over. Originally, Naruto didn't want Nagato and others to get involved. After all, Nagato and Konan had done a lot for him so far. It's just that, for a while, it was quite uncomfortable not having senior sister Konan as my secretary. After finishing, the 4 Hokages, plus Naruto, Killer Bee, and Orochimaru, all retreated and officially left Amigakure. Before leaving, Naruto blew up the entire tower. With a loud bang, the tower fell, representing the end of a period of history of the Tian organization in Yuin. Naruto looked at the tower, smoke was rising, he took a deep breath, and then exhaled, "Let's go." Konan heard the explosion, looked at the smoke in the distance, and murmured, "Junior brother." As he said that, he was about to rush over. At this time, Nagato came over, grabbed Konan and said, "Naruto has left." Yahiko looked at Nagato and said, "Leaved? Why didn't you notify us to come together?" Nagato said, "Our mission is to protect the villagers of Yugakure, that's all." Konan looked at Nagato and asked, "Have you and Naruto discussed it?" Nagato nodded. Konan sighed, "Naruto is about to face a war. At this time, if we don't help him, we are still an organization." Nagato knew that his choice was somewhat selfish, but he believed in his junior brother's ability. He was the person that Master Jiraiya said could change the world of ninjas. Therefore, Nagato looked at Konan and said, "There are people who will accompany you for a certain period of time. We have helped our junior brother walk for a certain period of time. Next, our junior brother will have new people to accompany him." Yahiko Amigakure rushed over, looked at Yahiko and said, "Master Pain, all the villagers have left the village and entered the mountains and forests." Yahiko knew that this was calling him, so he nodded and said, "Very good." Upon seeing this, Nagato looked at Konan and said, "Let's go, we will come back after the war is over." Konan nodded and the others left. Just after everyone left, the space-time vortex emerged. Obito and Sasuke's group came here. Chongo looked at the village full of water and frowned, "Why does this look like the land of mist? There is so much water." Shueisha looked at the village not far away and said, "It's not like the country of fog, there is no water mist around." Obito said, "This is Yugakure, which is Naruto's station." When Xiang Lian heard Naruto, he immediately looked towards Sasuke. There was a slight smile on Sasuke's lips, and then with a thought, the 7-tailed beast's Jinchuriki rushed towards the village in an instant. Obito saw this and did not stop him. 3 or 4 minutes later, all 7-tailed beast Jinchuriki came back. Sasuke said with a gloomy look, "Didn't you say that Naruto is here?" Obito spread his hands and said helplessly, "White Zetsu has already reported that Naruto has evacuated this village. Look at the place where the smoke is coming from. It used to be a high tower, but now it has been blown up. It is obvious that Naruto wanted to prevent we found him and evacuated early." Sasuke snorted coldly, "It seems that he is afraid of me." "Sasuke, where should we go next?" Seeing that Naruto was not here, Sasuke must go to the next place, so Xianglong asked questions. Sasuke snorted and said, "Since you can't duel with Naruto, then go to Konoha and I'll destroy it." Upon hearing that Sasuke was going to destroy Konoha again, Suigetsu and Yugo frowned. Suigetsu covered his head and said, "Sasuke, I said, you are really persistent in destroying your hometown." Seeing this, Obito said, "Sasuke, I think there is no point in destroying Konoha now. All the ninjas in Konoha have been dispatched. Basically, those who stay in the village are not strong in combat effectiveness. For you, there's no sense of accomplishment even if it's destroyed, right?" When Sasuke heard this, he was a little silent. Obito was right, bullying the old, weak, sick, and disabled was not Sasuke's style. What he wanted was to be the strongest. Whoever was the strongest, he would fight whoever he wanted. Only by fighting with the strongest would he have the strength. A sense of accomplishment. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Obito knew what he said was right, so he continued, "So, I think we should go to the battlefield directly. The Ninja Alliance has gathered masters from the 5 major villages. You can defeat them directly on the frontal battlefield, can even lead to Naruto. After all, no matter how much Naruto runs away, he won't just watch you kill all the ninja coalition, right?" Sasuke thought, that makes sense. The corner of Shueiyue's mouth twitched, "What a joke, fighting against the entire ninja coalition, are you crazy, or am I hearing it wrong?" Yugo said, "Sasuke, I will go wherever you go." Xiang Lu hurriedly said, "Me too." Shueiyue sighed, "Okay, just fight." Sasuke smiled slightly and said, "Well, our next target is the Ninja Alliance battlefield." Obito smiled slightly and said, "Very good. Everything is going according to his guidance. It's very good." The space-time vortex opened again, and the group left again. This side of the battlefield. Surprise attack force. Kankuro told everyone that the camp had been set up. Suddenly, while staying in a trench, the fire trainer who was responsible for sensing discovered an abnormality and said in surprise, "Is this an interference technique?" Hearing this, Kankuro looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The fire trainer said, "Someone is using interference. My perception is not accurate, but I can be sure that something is approaching here." Kankuro frowned, "Is it an enemy?" No matter what, the sensing ninja discovered the situation, and as the captain, he had to react immediately. Everyone on alert. Hearing this, everyone in the camp was ready for battle. After a while, a person came out from the shadows of the woods. As soon as the figure appeared, everyone present trembled and kunai escaped. The fire trainer saw the person coming clearly and said in surprise, "It's Ushida." When Ushida heard this, he collapsed suddenly. The fire trainer jumped out of the trench and said excitedly, "It's him, yes, it can be sensed through chakra. The leading reconnaissance force, from the Aburame clan." Kankuro looked at the fire trainer who ran over desperately, and said sternly, "Hey, fire trainer, wait a minute, be careful, it might explode." A fire trainee from Konoha, he was eager to save Konoha ninjas and shouted back, "There is a trap ahead, I will rescue him." Kankuro gritted his teeth. Of course he knew there was a trap ahead, but he couldn't rush like this, so he tilted his head and said, "Hyuga well. I see." Hearing this, Hyugajin shouted directly, "White eyes." The Byakugan opened and locked onto the fire trainer in front of him and Ushida who was lying on the ground. Here, Huolienzu came to Ushida anxiously and shouted with concern, "Ushida, how are you? Wake up." Seeing that there was no response from the other party, Trainer Hua helped him up. As soon as he was helped up, Ashita said with difficulty, "Quickly, leave me." The fire trainer was slightly startled, not understanding what this meant. Here, through his Byakugan, Hyugai could tell at a glance that there was another kind of chakra hidden in Ashita's insect gourd. That was not an insect from the Aburame clan at all, he was from Konoha, and he could recognize it at a glance. Hyugai frowned. Kankuro knew something happened. What's wrong? Hyugai shouted hurriedly, "Fire trainer, get out of the way. It's going to explode." The fire trainer looked at Hyuga and Kankuro in confusion. Ashita's body trembled and he suddenly jumped up and locked the fire trainer. The fire trainer's throat was locked and he said in confusion, "Ashita, why did you?" "Ashita, sorry, I can't control my body." Kankuro's eyes were focused, and Ashita's movements made him discover the chakra thread hidden on his body. This is... There was a noise, and everyone in the camp had gathered. Ashita locked the fire trainer, pushed him against him, and began to rush towards this side. Kankuro directly confirmed this time, "This action is unmistakable, it is a puppet technique." Omoi said in disgust, "Damn it, you actually used the fire trainer as a shield to rush towards me." Hyuga said, "There is a detonator ahead. If this continues, both of them will die." Duan said angrily, "I told you not to let down your guard, now it's over." Seeing this, Kankuro directly stretched out his hands, shot out the chakra thread, and performed the puppet technique. Behind the woods, Scorpion saw this and said, "Deidara." Deidara smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, "I know." Hyugajing, who had been paying attention to the two people, immediately noticed something strange when Daida raised his hand. "Everyone, please pay attention, there are a large number of white objects made of chakra in Ashita's insect gourd. There must be something wrong, everyone be careful. Ichuan is an Iwagakure ninja." When he heard Hyugai's description, he was immediately sure and said in horror, "It can't be wrong, it must be Daidara's detonating clay." Kankuro's chakra covered the two of them. He looked at Ichuan and said, "Ichuan, please." Duan did not dare to neglect, and formed a seal with his hands and said, "I understand, Earth style, seismic core." Click click click, a dividing line opened in the land around the camp. Ashita was approaching the fire trainee with his arms around him. Deidara was so excited that he shouted directly, "Drink." Seeing this, Kankuro gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's too late. There is no way, just pull out the line." With a bang, a huge explosion sounded, and fire broke out. Deidara said happily, "This is art." The fire left and smoke spread everywhere. Deidara looked at Zangiyoshi and said, "Quickly feel it and see if everyone is dead." Zhongji clasped his hands together. After a few seconds, he said in surprise, "Alive." Deidara frowned and looked forward. The smoke dissipated, and a sinking hole appeared in front of him, which was square. Tch. It really made the earth sink and avoided the explosion. At the sinking mouth, the camp was cut into square pieces by Duan and sank, thus escaping the explosion. The fire trainer exploded his injured foot and screamed crazily. Kankuro retracted the line and sighed, "Damn it, we didn't have enough time, so we didn't save Ashita. Tong, please heal the fire trainee." Tong nodded. Seeing this, Omoi drew out the knife on his back and said, "This is war, there is no time to mourn for our companions." Kankuro kept staring above, saw the person coming, and said sternly, "Attention, the next wave of attacks is coming." Omoi said in disgust, "You don't even give me time to think." Two figures attacked, and Omoi drove up directly, Yunlu 3-month slash. Knife repelled them, and the two figures were exposed to the sun. After seeing the person clearly, the Konoha ninja fire trainer was surprised and said, "This is... These two people are Dakai and Lanhua. How could this happen? Are you being controlled?" Deidara flew down from the sky in the giant clay bird, and came to the crowd, saying with a smile, "How is it, how do you feel?" I didn't kill these two people, I just blew them half to death. Omoi said with disgust, another companion of Konoha. He was also controlled. How abominable. Everyone was watching the two people in front of them. Suddenly, another person flew down from the sky. Kankuro spotted him and shouted, "Be careful." With a whoosh, another figure came over and kicked the attacker away. With a bang, he was slammed into the ground. The supporting figure came down and alerted Sai in the air. Kankuro said happily, "Well done, Sai." Deidara looked at Sai and said thoughtfully, "Oh. So he is the guy who draws." Afterwards, Deidara looked into the deep pit and said with a smile, "Kakuzu, you are such a rookie that you were kicked into the pit by a painter." Kakuzu climbed out of the pit and snapped, "Shut your mouth, Deidara." Kankuro looked at Deidara and said, "You be asterisk 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 D, your methods are really despicable. Scorpion, come out, I know you are here, stop pretending." Deidara smiled and said, as expected of a puppet master, "You can see through it at a glance. But, what does it matter if you see through it? We who have immortal bodies are the ultimate winners." As he spoke, another person jumped down from the sky. Seeing this, Omoi angrily said, "Come again." He jumped up directly, attached lightning style, and shouted directly, "Kill." With a clang, the sound of metal colliding was heard. It turned out that the other party was also using a knife. The two collided in the air and then separated. Sai looked at the person coming and was instantly shocked, "Who is that?" Kankuro asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" After the letter landed, he looked at Sai and said, "Run away, brother. With my body in this state, you have no chance of winning." Sai looked incredulous and murmured, "Brother Xian." Omoi looked at Sai with sympathy. He still had to fight against his own brother. Deidara laughed and said, "What a touching scene. Kabuto is really a master at making dreams come true." Omoi clenched the knife in his hand. This enemy was really vicious. He specially sent dead acquaintances to fight. How could he fight? Before he went up, he felt a little reluctant. After all, who can be so cruel to the person he loves the most? Get started. Damn it, he couldn't do this. He could only let them hesitate and go first. He didn't know anyone here anyway. Evil Akatsuki, accept the punishment from Kumogakure. As he spoke, Omoi drew his sword and rushed forward. Xian saw this and attacked directly. "Omoi, get out of the way, your opponent is me, your brother." Sai held the kunai in reverse and rushed forward. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said, "Boy, I haven't settled the score with you for that kick just now." Omoi yelled, "Let me settle it, he wants to reminisce with his brother, watch out, lightning-style sword slash." There was a crackling sound, and Kakuzu snorted coldly, "Well, let's deal with you first, and then deal with that kid." Dun. Seeing this, Kankuro shouted, "Hyugai, Dango, follow me." Hyuga, "Well, no problem. Dan Wu, I've been waiting for a long time." Idwan also wanted to go up, but was stopped by Kankuro. Idan looked at Deidara and gnashed his teeth and said, "Deidara, you be asterisk 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 D, it's a pity that Master Ōtsutsuki cultivated you so much, but you still make me worry even after your death." Sai and Xian came into direct combat. Sai said sternly, "Brother, cheer up." Xian said expressionlessly, "No, Sai, I have been controlled. I can't control my movements at all. Find an opportunity and call the sealed ninja over." Kakuzu looked like a demon, with hair all over his body. "Boy, give me your heart." Omoi snorted and dodged directly. Kakuzu hummed, "The target is not me, but Deidara." Kakuzu didn't chase him, because Deidara, this guy, let him suffer a little bit, but he just laughed at himself. Deidara gritted his teeth and said, "What?" Kakuzu snorted coldly, "I say, you two artists are too good." Dekai and Lanhua fell directly. Hyugai and Danwoo caught the two ninjas respectively, and said happily, "Well done, Omoi." A flash of light flashed past, and the chakra lines of the controlled Dakai and Lanhua were cut off directly. Scorpion looked at Kankuro and said, "Not bad, Kankuro, he has grown up, he actually tied the thread on my line and dragged me down, and he did it so skillfully." Kankuro snorted coldly and said, "It is impossible for a person to fall into the same pit twice. I have learned the lesson you taught me last time." Kankuro gritted his teeth, turned around quickly, pulled the scorpion down with a twist, and then shouted at Ichuan, "Ichuan, raise the ground." Sia snorted coldly and said, "The puppet made with my body has not decayed yet, but now I am the puppet that truly will never decay." Upon seeing this, Shin and Kakuzu retreated directly to guard Deidara and Scorpion. Sia frowned slightly and snorted, "You can actually cut off my chakra thread, your sword skills are good." Sai frowned, and Idan walked to Omoi and said, "Omoi, use lightning style, Deidara's explosive clay, use lightning style and it will misfire." Seeing this, Scorpion directly pulled up the chakra line. The controlled Dakai and Lanhua jumped into the air and locked Omoi. Kankuro smiled and said, "Yes, maybe, fate wants me to fight you again." Omoi attacked Kakuzu again. Kakuzu hummed, and Kankuro stepped out of the way. Then he threw the chakra line with both hands and threw it directly. It happened to connect to Scorpion's broken chakra line. Scorpion instantly felt something bad. Omoi frowned and said coldly, "Don't underestimate the Kumogakure ninja." Yunlu. Liz Han. Omoi jumped up, Deidara frowned and said, "Kakuzu, you be *******D, just let him go." He didn't dare to neglect and directly sealed, Earth style, seismic core. Caught. Saying that, Scorpion directly shot out the chakra thread and inserted it into Xian's body. "Hey, don't be distracted, your opponent is also me." Kakuzu silently dodged back. Although he wouldn't be blown to death, he didn't want to be blown up either. Kakuzu smiled, "Deidara, you also have times when you are in a hurry." Only then did Duan understand why he was asked to wait. Omoi frowned and said, "I understand, if it is mild, I have no problem." Cloud flow and slash. Deidara said angrily, "Shut up, Kakuzu." With that said, Kankuro took out a scroll and summoned a puppet that looked exactly like Scorpion. Omoi fell down and then quickly retreated. Deidara frowned, what was he going to do? Kankuro brought Hyugai and Dango forward, and Kakuzu snorted, "Very good, 3 hearts, I'll take them." With a bang, the cut earth fit directly into the ground. Sia smiled and said, "You are alive now, which means that the poison from that time has been released by you." Deidara snorted coldly, "I won't give you a chance, Scorpion, get ready." Deidara smiled inwardly and said with emotion, "Very good, worthy of being a scorpion, this way, he will have no way out." Hyugai rolled his eyes and saw it at a glance, yelling, "Captain, that guy named Gen also has that kind of clay in his body and stomach." The cut earth went straight up into the sky, and suddenly hit Deidara's big bird that was parked in midair. It paralyzed after the impact. The scorpion also fell down, and directly collided with Deidara. Ichuan, use earth style to surround the injured and Tong, and let Tong concentrate on healing. Do you understand? Duan understood. Duan casts earth style and forms a circle. Seeing this, Kankuro directly controlled the puppet Scorpion to come forward. Scorpion also controlled Xian and started fighting together. Omoi lightning style attached to the knife, found the right opportunity, and inserted it directly. As a result, Sia keenly observed it and directly pulled the letter back. Deidara saw the opportunity and laughed, "It's too slow. Get ready to experience art. Drink." A strong white light began to erupt from Xian's belly, which was a sign before the explosion. Upon seeing this, Kankuro immediately pulled out another puppet. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. The secret technique, Sanshou fish." A huge black puppet came out from Xian's position with its mouth wide open and swallowed him in one gulp. Seeing that the letter was about to explode, Sai shouted emotionally, "Brother." With a bang, the letter exploded inside the defensive puppet Sancho fish. High in the sky, Deidara, Scorpion, and Kakuzu were on top of the big bird that exploded the clay. Deidara said disdainfully, "It's true. He actually predicted it in advance. Burying the defensive puppet Sanshuyu has made the range of my explosive art much smaller." Omoi hid behind the puppet Scorpion and sighed, "I saved a life, really." He turned his head to look at Sai and found that Sai was hit by the sound wave of the explosion and hit the ground. "Sai, are you okay?" Sai stood up with difficulty, and there was still a picture album in front of him that his brother gave to him when he was a child. He looked at Deidara in midair angrily and said, "Bomb." The corner of Deidara's mouth curled up and he said, "Yeah, you have an objection, you crappy artist. You think you're an artist just because you can draw a few strokes. Damn, real art is explosion, you know. People like you, who can't even do it as the successor of Sasuke, just watch obediently and watch how I keep turning your brother into bombs and works of art." Hearing this, Sai became furious and said, "How dare you?" On Xian's side, everything has recovered. He looked at Sai and said, "Sai, I don't want to hurt you. Quickly find a seal ninja to seal me. Otherwise, I will hurt you." Deidara laughed loudly and said, "Baga, if you don't want to, just forget about it. Let me make you into an even more powerful bomb." At this time, Sai was completely angry, "I will fight with you." Said, Sai directly opened the scroll, Ninjutsu, Super Beast Fake Painting. A big ink bird flew up with Sai. Deidara said disdainfully, "It's this boring thing again." However, the next second, Deidara couldn't laugh anymore, because Sai kept drawing, quickly flew behind Deidara, and drew it with one stroke. In an instant, two King Kong men jumped out of the drawing. "Come out." Kakuzu hummed and yelled, "No." With a bang, the King Kong man punched directly, and with a bang, 3 people were knocked away. Seeing this, Kankuro directly used his secret black technique. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 3 Trojan horse puppets opened their chests. Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Deidara were directly smashed in, and then the Trojan horse puppets were quickly locked. Deidara said angrily, "Damn it, if I had known I would have blown myself up." With that said, Deidara pulled down his clothes and prepared to activate C4. As a result, Omoi stabbed in directly. Omega. Nani. Deidara looked at the lightning-style knife on his chest and said angrily, "Damn it. Lightning-style secret electricity." Omoi continued to use the knife to introduce lightning into Deidara's body, and Deidara instantly misfired. Kankuro controlled the puppet Scorpion, shot out ropes, entered the wooden horse puppet, and locked Deidara. Scorpion and Kakuzu were also inserted into key positions with 5 or 6 thimbles, unable to move. Well done, Omoi. Next, you and Sai focus on dealing with Sai's brother. Kankuro was overjoyed and solved 3 of them at once, leaving only the last one. Victory is in sight. Omoi nodded. Sai jumped in front of his brother Xian, looked at the letter and said, "Brother, do you still remember the years in Gen? At that time, I knew that one day, I would fight with my brother. Now, let's finish what we didn't finish at that time." Omoi took the knife, jumped to Sai, and asked worriedly, "Sai, how is it?" Xian smiled and said, "Sai, is that your current name? It's great. Now you have a companion by your side." The breeze blew by, blowing Xian's hair. Suddenly, Sai's picture album that fell on the ground flipped through it, and he happened to flip through a picture painted by Sai. Xian took a closer look and saw that it was himself and Sai. His memory also began to turn over, and I suddenly remembered that this was an agreement between myself and my brother. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. "Sai, I'm sorry, your wish failed." Cracks appeared in Xian's body instantly. Sai worriedly took a step forward and said, "Brother." Xian's body began to smoke, and pieces of his body fell off piece by piece. "It's finished, the painting I've been looking forward to for a long time." Xian looked at Sai with a smile. "It seems that your paintings have unlocked the shackles of my soul. Sai, cherish it. Those companions who called your name, brother, is gone." Sai's eyes flashed, and 2 lines of tears fell directly. "My brother has realized his dream and has no regrets. He has also realized his dream and let his brother see the painting." Here, Kankuro controlled 3 Trojan horse puppets. Deidara kept making noises. "Let me out if you can. I will never hold back this time. You be asterisk 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 D, I will blow myself up when I get out." Xia was confused and said, "What's going on? The feeling of operating the thread is gone." Kankuro ignored Deidara and said to Scorpion, "Scorpion, I think you should understand that the reason why you are strong is because you have a soul in your body, and now you are simply a puppet without a soul." As soon as Kankuro said this, Xia's brows furrowed. Kankuro continued, "Look at yourself now. There is no light in your eyes. Look at you before. Although you are a villain, the puppet you created actually contains a soul, that's why they are so powerful, that's why you are a first-rate puppet master. You have to understand that a puppet with a soul is the real work of art. Otherwise, you would be a puppet without a soul and controlled by others." Kankuro's words directly hit Scorpion's heart. Yes, a puppet with a soul is a real work of art. Deidara heard this and said sternly, "Scorpion, don't listen to that B asterisk 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 D's nonsense. Only explosions are art. Only explosions are art." Kankuro found that his evasion was useful, and continued to enlighten. "As far as I know, Kabuto used to be your spy, but now, you are actually controlled by him. I feel very sad, Scorpion, this is the real you." Xia smiled slightly, and cracks appeared in his body instantly. Kankuro said emotionally, "Speaking of art, Scorpion, I think your art is those soulful puppets. This kind of art will never disappear, because there will be future generations of puppet masters who will inherit such soul works." Xia smiled with satisfaction. "You're right, Kankuro, maybe this is the true form of art I hope for." As he spoke, Scorpion's body slowly shattered into pieces. Deidara felt the change in Scorpion and said sternly, Hey, are you kidding, Scorpion, you be asterisk 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 D, don't be fooled by this guy. Let me tell you, only an instant brilliant explosion is the real art, hello." Xia opened his eyes, looked at Kankuro outside and said, "Kankuro, help me control my works." Kankuro, ah. Scorpio's dream came true, and the end came. Kakuzu snorted, "You guys are really boring, boring, boring. What Scorpio pursues is art, and what I pursue is money. Now, the money is gone and I am still tied up, so what motivation is there?" As he said that, Kakuzu was also completely broken. When Deidara saw this, everyone was dumbfounded. Xian's dream came true, and Scorpion's dream also came true. Because of their respective feelings, the two of them escaped the control of the impure world reincarnation. Although Kakuzu did not realize his dream, he has freed himself. He worked hard all his life just for money, but in the end, he didn't spend a penny of the money he earned. It was all taken away by Conan, and then he died. It's really sad. What's even more sad is that after his death, he has been summoned again. So what is the purpose of this resurrection? That fool Deidara, even after resurrecting from the dead, is still studying art. What about me? After resurrecting, I am used by others and I am not paid. What kind of thing is this? So, Kakuzu became enlightened and then disintegrated. Here, Do, who was hiding in the dark, frowned because the 3 people who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation lost control one after another. This was also the first time for him to use the impure world reincarnation technique on a large scale. He didn't actually understand this technique 100%, but through these 3 people, he more or less knew everything about it. Sure enough, under strong personal emotions, the reincarnation body can be automatically released. He smiled slightly, set up the barriers around him, sat down cross-legged, opened the chessboard, and then dragged Hongdo and placed it behind him. Now, he had to concentrate on controlling his reincarnated body, go to the battlefield, and fight the enemy. Do was very smart and did not choose to leave here. Because the most dangerous place is the safest place, so he set up barriers and hid underground in the base. This side of the battlefield. Naruto, Flying Thunder God, brought Killer Bee, Orochimaru, first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation to a desert area with rocks everywhere. Tobirama looked around and said, Naruto, why did you bring us here? Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Minato also looked around. Orochimaru licked his brows, as if thinking about something. Killer Bee followed behind Naruto without saying a word. Naruto ignored everyone, pulled out a scroll, and directly made a seal, barrier seal. With a buzzing sound, barriers were set up around the crowd. Tobirama frowned and said, this is a perception barrier seal. Naruto, are you afraid that someone will sense our presence? Naruto nodded and said, yes, a big battle is about to happen here, so please wait here, Master Hashirama, Master Tobirama, and Master Third Generation. Hashirama looked around and asked, wait here? Naruto nodded and smiled, yes, wait here. At this point, Naruto recalled some things from his past life, and said to Hashirama with a smile, Master Hashirama, your old friend will appear here. I will tell you the right time to attack, you just need to wait. My orders are all right. Hashirama frowned and asked, old friend? Tobirama was surprised and said, could it be Madara? Naruto smiled and nodded. Hashirama sighed and said, I never thought that after I died and resurrected, I would have to fight Madara. Naruto smiled, then used the clone technique to create a clone and stayed here. My clone will accompany you three. Before that, you three just stay on this cliff and watch the situation. As for when the barriers will appear, my clone will let you know. Please don't act rashly. Naruto said, Grandpa Third Generation, I have other battlefields to go to, so for the time being we have to act separately. Hearing this sentence, Hashirama and Tobirama also looked over, because they are both resurrected people and are very interested in things that have not happened. Killer Bee raps, oh, it's finally time to fight, oh yeah. Maybe it's not the case anymore. After dying in his previous life, Naruto in this life only has the starry sky in his heart. Naruto shook his head and said, Obito's actions this time are different from the traces I know, so I can only take you to the place where you may meet him based on my memory, but I am not sure, so I split up. 12 clones, see if we can meet him, if we do, we will fly over. Hashirama said sternly, Tobirama, watch your words, Uchiha is our comrade, don't be evil Uchiha at every turn. The reason why he allowed Obito to launch this war is that Naruto also wanted to use this war to unite the ninjas in the ninja world and realize the necessity of uniting the ninja world. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Dad, let's go, let's take you to meet an acquaintance. If it appears again, Naruto may choose to inherit the power of Sage of Six Paths and conduct a large-scale resurrection, and the sacrifice will be the 100,000 white Zetsu. Thinking of this, Naruto felt like he didn't recognize himself. As for the possible death situation, Naruto has already thought of the final solution, but he has not determined one thing yet, that is, whether Sage of Six Paths will leave a backup, and whether it will appear in his life again. Before. Tobirama snorted coldly and turned his head away from his elder brother. Sarutobi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, won't you wait with me? Sarutobi sighed. Facing the two adults, he did not dare to say anything. He turned his head and looked at the clone Naruto. Sarutobi became interested and looked at the clone Naruto and said, Naruto, we are waiting now anyway. Please tell me what happened in the village after I left, or what happened to you. Then, let's say goodbye. Dad, Uncle Snake, Killer Bee, come here, let's go. With a buzz, Naruto and others landed. This is a forest land. With a hiss, the flying thunder god took off again, and Naruto and others left. As he said that, the four people sat cross-legged in the barriers on the stone cliff, chatting. With a whoosh, they all dispersed. Seeing Naruto splitting up more than a dozen clones, Minato wondered, could it be that we have to wait here because there will be enemies coming here? Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto suddenly frowned because the clone that ran over suddenly sensed some familiar chakra. Is he still Naruto? Sarutobi nodded, that's right. It can be said that Naruto is the ultimate operator of this chess game. Minato was slightly startled, familiar? Who? Naruto thought for a moment, formed a seal, and separated a dozen clones, and then shouted, disperse. His purpose, above all others, is to gather the fighting power of this world. Watching Naruto and others leave, Hashirama sat down on the ground and sighed, it's true, no matter what era, there is always war. Minato looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, what are we going to do next? Orochimaru licked his mouth, and it seemed that he was about to take action. Really, his body and bones had not fought for many years. The clone Naruto smiled and said, okay, then I will tell the three Hokages. In order to snipe at the stars, he had no choice. In this life, Naruto has absolute initiative. Naruto laughed and patted Killer Bee on the shoulder. In his previous life, Uncle Bee took him. The two of them encountered Obito and 6 Jinchuriki-tailed beasts, and then a big battle broke out. Tobirama snorted coldly, humph. Brother, you are too indulgent towards Madara. Look, the things caused by the evil Uchiha are still going on. Naruto was reborn, so when he had nothing to do, he went out with Shadow Clone, and had Shadow Clone mark all the war locations he knew in his previous life with Flying Thunder God. Therefore, the dozen or so Shadow Clone clones that have just been cloned are all using the Flying Thunder God to keep jumping. Moreover, the clone Naruto can also turn on Sage Mode, turn on Sage Sense, and search a wide range of battlefields where Obito may appear. As a result, a Shadow Clone sensed the chakra that Naruto was very familiar with. In this case, Naruto must go over to help, because he also wanted to appear on the battlefield to show his participation in the battle. This signal is very important. It can be given to the headquarters of the coalition forces, that is, the 5th Battalion, to express its intentions. Of course, you can also let Obito and Kabuto know. This way. Sai leads a surprise attack force, uses Super Beast fake paintings, and 4 big birds fly in the sky, chasing the enemy. Below, Machi Zabuza, Haku, Blast Hunter, and Pakura are running at high speed. Sai Seal, Super Beast fake painting, go. 3 big birds, carrying detonating talismans, rushed downwards. Boom. 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 Keep blasting. Sai observed the situation and shouted, continue the attack, George, light the smoke. George, okay. Omoi bit the lollipop and observed the situation below. Not far away, Kakashi's troops discovered the smoke. This is the signal for the surprise attack force. All of them are here, let's go. Kai nodded and said, Lee. It's time to show off your youth. Lee, yes, Teacher Kai. Sakura looked at Teacher Kai and Lee and covered her forehead in depression. Boom boom boom. In the sky, big birds are constantly bombarding with detonating symbols. Explosion Hunter gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, although I don't want to fight, but being bombarded like this, as the blood successor of Explosion style, I really can't stand it. Machi Zabuza snorted coldly and said, I agree with you on this point. As soon as he finished speaking, another big bird appeared out of nowhere and bombed directly over. Zabuza was surprised and said, Nanny. Bai's eyes widened and he flashed directly, secret technique, crystal shield. In an instant, a shield like ice crystal appeared in front of Zabuza. There was a bang, an explosion sounded, and the ice crystal shield was directly exploded. Is everything okay, Mr. Zabuza? Shiro opened his hands and stood in front of Zabuza. Zabuza half-crouched behind Shiro and said, Shiro, it's a waste to use this move. The corpse reincarnated in the dirt will not die again. If it is blown to pieces, it will be resurrected again. You see, the guy next to him is very good, demonstration. Next to him, the explosive hunter was blown to pieces and was recovering. Zabuza looked at the sky, and there were still 4 birds. One of them was still emitting wolf smoke. He sighed, thank you for being able to detect it, Shiro. Bai nodded, looked up at the sky and said, I remember that big birds fly in pairs in order to work together to hunt for food, but they only do this in the winter when they are raising their young, and there are also birds mixed in the clouds. Wolf smoke, there is no doubt that the enemy who launched the attack is over there. Leave it to me. With that said, Bai started to form seals directly. In an instant, Sai, Saji, and Omoi above the big bird felt a cold air coming, and then it started to snow. Sai stretched out his hand, looked at the thing that fell on his hand, and asked doubtfully, is it snow? Why did it suddenly? Omoi lamented, there's something wrong with this air conditioning. Just as he was wondering, there was suddenly a clicking sound, like the sound of freezing. Sai suddenly felt that the sound was coming from behind, and turned around in surprise, and sure enough. A mirror-like ice surface appeared above everyone, and then, a figure suddenly appeared inside. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. Sai opened his eyes and said, no. Sai stood up and found that there were 4 ninjas in front of him. In front of one of them was a mirror that appeared high in the sky. It seemed that this was the one who attacked just now. Zabuza, Haku, Blast Hunter, and Pakula were stunned for a moment, and then before they had time to react, they saw a few yellow flashes and were blown away. Big holes appeared in the chests of the 4 of them. The explosive hunter looked at his recovered hand and said with emotion, the immortal body, does it mean that both sides will suffer? It hurts. Momochi Zabuza said unhappily, hey, you kid over there, I'm not a bloody ninja, but you're right about one thing, I really can't be dealt with by you. With that said, with a hiss, the huge silver needle was held in Shiro's hand, Zabuza's kunai was also in hand, and the 4 people rushed over. The waist that was originally bent straightened up instantly. Immediately afterwards, they heard, Spiral Flash Chakradin Dance Kong 3 styles. Whoosh! With a clicking sound, the 3 of them fell down, constantly breaking branches. Fortunately, they stabilized their figures, flipped over, and relieved the force of their fall. Then they dived forward and landed safely. All. The Kakashi troops from the rear also rushed over. No way, his personal achievements are so handsome. Compared to the distant first generation and second generation, the 4th generation is a figure from the closest era to them. Zabuza opened his eyes wide, how is this possible? Pakula looked at the 3 people in front of him and said in surprise, what's going on? They are all children. At the last sound, George stood up and roared excitedly. Omoi drew the knife, held it tightly, and said with a sigh of relief, I understand. Sai, George, and Omoi looked at the person in front of them in stunned silence. The cloak slowly fell with the wind. Finally, they could see clearly the person in front of them and the words engraved on the cloak. Even for an emotional idiot like him, he has some inexplicable emotions at this moment. He feels that the person in front of him is so handsome. Omoi was stunned. How could this guy be more showy than Reikage-sama? The 3 people fell directly, blocked with their hands, protected their heads, swooped down, and fell into the woods. Sai pulled out the scroll and prepared several tigers to appear in the Super Beast fake painting, bite them, and then run back quickly. If he was still alive in reality, he would be dead this time. Kakashi and Kai immediately flashed over. Kakashi looked at the person in front of him dumbfounded, teacher, teacher. George immediately covered his mouth and said in disbelief, 4th generation. It's 4th generation. It's Master 4th Hokage. At the critical moment, four kunai marked with the sword of ninja love were thrust in front of the three of them. Sai, Saji, and Omoi were slightly stunned. George sweated on his forehead and said, Sai, Omoi, be careful, they are coming. Sai was stunned, no. No. Just right. Minato smiled and tilted his head, and said with a smile, am I late? Omoi held his waist and closed his eyes in pain. In the magic mirror shot out 3 ice needles. He killed the big bird under the 3-person seat in one go and turned it into little bits of ink. This is the 4th generation, the hero that the younger generation of Konoha admires. When George came down, he was the first to see the 4 people in front of him. He noticed at a glance that the people in front of him were not ordinary awesome people. With a trembling voice, he whispered, Sai, these people in front of me, all they are ninjas within the limits of blood succession, we may not be able to deal with them. Bai Yi said, although we have no grievances with you, our actions have nothing to do with consciousness. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Kakashi never expected to meet the 4th generation here. Just now he was preparing to save the situation, but unexpectedly, suddenly, before he could start, someone had already appeared on the scene. When he reacted, he saw that the 4 Momochi Zabuza on the opposite side had been knocked away. He was still curious, who was it, so fast? After landing and seeing his master, he thought, well, it's very good. It's still a familiar taste and a familiar recipe. My master is 4th generation. That's not surprising. Underground at Akatsuki base, a strange light flashed across Kabuto's eyes. 4th generation, the person he thought about day and night was actually reincarnated by someone else. In this world, apart from him, there is only Lord Orochimaru. It seems that Naruto is also taking action. This way. Kai was also very shocked and said in surprise, yes, Teacher Minato, no, it should be called Mr. 4th generation. Sakura covered her mouth. It turned out to be Master 4th Hokage. She wondered, how is it possible? Could it be that Master 4th Hokage was also reincarnated by dirty soil? Hearing this, Kakashi ducked over and stood in front of Sai, Saji, and Omoi. Teacher, I'm sorry, I never thought I would have to fight you one day. Seeing this, Kai also came over and stood with Kakashi. Minato waved his hands with a smile, no, you misunderstood. Although I was reincarnated, I am not controlled by the enemy. It means that I am free, Kakashi. Kakashi and Kai were very surprised when they heard this. The teacher was not controlled. How is it possible? Could it be that there is someone else who resurrected the teacher? Here, Momochi Zabuza and others have all recovered. Looking at the people in front of them, Momochi Zabuza said sharply, hey. That's Kakashi over there. Kakashi looked over, frowned and said, Zabuza. I didn't expect that we would meet again. Bai smiled and said, Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi groaned and responded, it's Shiro. Zabuza said playfully, I knew that after I was resurrected, I had to fight, but I didn't expect that I would meet you again, Kakashi. I didn't expect that I would meet the legendary Yellow Flash. Pakula looked at 4th Hokage Minato and said, 4th Hokage, Yellow Flash, a key figure in the end of the 3rd Ninja War. I didn't expect that he would also be reincarnated by the dirt. Explosion Style Carry said, looking at the way he took action just now, it seems that he was not with us. Could there be someone else who performed this technique? Bai nodded and said, it seems so. Kakashi discovered that the 4 people opposite him did not seem to be with his master. So, is his master really free now? Kakashi looked at Zabuza and said, Zabuza, after your resurrection, did you appear with my master, 4th generation? Zabuza shook his head and said, when I was resurrected, I didn't see your master 4th generation. I only remembered that after I died on the bridge, I was supposed to go to hell. As a result, I woke up and found myself with Shiro. It seems like this is neither hell nor heaven. Kakashi said, this is the real world. You are all reincarnated and resurrected by the filthy earth. It was Ōtsutsuki who brought you back from the world of death to the ninja world again. Momochi Zabuza snorted coldly and said, I see, there are such vicious people in the ninja world, Ōtsutsuki. Well, what a b************* D organization. In the rear, the large troops did not move, because judging from the situation, Captain Kakashi actually knew these people. What should I say? The captain has been talking. Wait for the captain's order. It looks very complicated. Our fourth-generation adults from Konoha have all appeared. Intelligence Ninja, send information to headquarters immediately. Yes. Sakura walked out, looked across and said, Zabuza, Haku. Zabuza and Haku looked over, and Zabuza suddenly felt good and said, oh, this guy is that girl from back then. The ninjas under Kakashi have grown so big. Hey, that kid, how are you doing now? Seeing Sakura, Zabuza thought of that demon fox boy, Naruto. That brat, if it hadn't been for him, Kakashi would have been taken down by him long ago. Therefore, Zabuza was particularly curious about that boy's growth. After hearing this, Sakura thought for a few seconds and nodded. When Bai heard the words, her pupils dilated slightly. She also thought of that boy, Naruto, and her interaction with him was also very profound. She suddenly remembered her memories with Naruto. That morning, she and he collected herbs together and talked. At that time, she pretended to be a girl next door. At that time, Naruto said that he wanted to become stronger and let everyone recognize him. Bai replied, people only become stronger when they want to protect something. Before leaving, Shiro and Naruto made a promise, you have to become stronger, I hope we will meet again in the future. Thinking of this, Bai felt a little dazed. Zabuza smiled and said, he defeated me. Presumably, his size and name must have grown a lot now. Kakashi smiled and said, ah, yes, that bridge is now called Naruto Bridge, and people in that village regard him as a hero. Thanks to you, Naruto found his own way of ninja at that time, but now. Thinking of Naruto leaving the village, although Master Hokage and Master Jiraiya supported Naruto, as Naruto's teacher, Kakashi still couldn't understand his operations. Minato listened and smiled proudly. It seemed that his son was very powerful in the ninja world. Well, he is worthy of being my fourth-generation son. I remember that back then, when I was young, I was also a show-off. Especially the night when I saved my wife from the Kumogakure ninja, I was extremely handsome. Bai heard the implication and asked with concern, what's wrong with him now? Long time no see, Zabuza, Haku. I am just not understood by others now. A sudden voice sounded, and everyone looked around, only to see Naruto with one hand on his hips, standing on a big tree not far away, with Killer Bee and Orochimaru standing next to him. In the large army, the sensing ninja was surprised, when and how did it appear there in an instant? The ninjas of Konoha exclaimed, it's Naruto, the one next to him, damn, it's Orochimaru. Other villagers sighed, no way, one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, isn't he dead? Could it be that he has also been reincarnated? As for the Yunin people, they all jumped up and shouted, Master Killer Bee. Are you okay? Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, can I go down if I want? Naruto nodded. Killer Bee jumped down and shouted, hey! People hidden in the clouds, you haven't seen me for a long time, have you missed me? Killer Bee jumped in, and several people from the village took out their kunai very cautiously. As a result, they were scolded by the Yunin people, and then gathered around Killer Bee. You are better than adults. Master Raikage knows that you are here. Killer Bee rolled his eyes and said, it's okay if you don't mention my big brother if you have nothing to do. Sorry, sir. A group of Kumogakure people gathered around Killer Bee as if they had found a leader. There is no way, in Kumogakure, besides Raikage AI, Killer Bee has the highest prestige, he is also Raikage's younger brother, and he is 8 Tails Jinchuriki. It is impossible not to be respected by others. Naruto saw this and jumped down, followed closely by Orochimaru. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Zabuza's eyes widened. This is, that brat, Naruto. Bai was also looking at the young man in front of her. Yes, this appearance was indeed him. However, when she saw the eyes of the young man in front of her, she was shocked and said, Naruto, your eyes. Zabuza also frowned and thought deeply, the purple pupils are like the vortex eye pattern of fate, this is the samsara eye. Explosion-style Hunter was shocked and said, impossible, this is too exaggerated. The samsara eye is not the legendary eye of the immortal. Piccolo was surprised and said, it's true, after resurrection, you can see everything. Naruto smiled and said, let alone you, I was also surprised that something happened. Zabuza said in disbelief, kid, I knew you would become an excellent ninja, but I didn't expect you to grow to this point. Naruto spread his hands helplessly and said, actually, I haven't thought about it either. Orochimaru was behind him, secretly suppressing a smile. Minato walked up to Naruto, Kakashi saw this and understood instantly. Naruto, it seems that you are the one who has resurrected Mr. Fourth Generation. Naruto nodded and said, yes, Mr. Kakashi, by the way, it's been a long time no see. Sakura and Lee stepped forward. Sakura, Naruto, are you okay? Naruto nodded and said, it's okay, Sakura. Lee clenched his fist and said, Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, Lee, long time no see. Sai raised his hand and said, Naruto-kun, long time no see. Naruto smiled, Sai. Kai sighed, I really didn't expect it, it's like reminiscing about old times. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Teacher Kai, you are still as young as ever, showing off your youth. Kai laughed when he heard Naruto praising him. Akatsuki base, underground, the corner of Kabuto's mouth curled up. It was a smile that he wanted to suppress because of extreme excitement, but couldn't. I didn't expect that Orochimaru-sama was really resurrected. He chuckled, and with a buzz, he snatched Zabuza directly, letting his consciousness come to him. Since they are all reminiscing about old times, he must also say a few words. Lord Orochimaru. After this voice came out of Zabuza's body, the eyes of everyone present were attracted. Orochimaru tilted his head and said with a smile, Hey, is this voice Kabuto? Zabuza walked out, stopped in front of Orochimaru and said, Yes, Orochimaru-sama, why didn't you come to me after you were resurrected? Orochimaru smiled and said, I have an agreement with Naruto, and now, I am helping him. Kabuto controlled Zabuza, looked at Naruto with confusion, and said, Master Orochimaru, I trained Sasuke for your body before, but now you are helping Naruto, and for what purpose? I think it is definitely not to take away the body. Naruto. Orochimaru smiled sarcastically and said, Kabuto, after following me for so long, you should know better than anyone else that nothing interests me more than truth and truth. Naruto can take me to find some truth, and for this, I am willing to help him. Kabuto Zabuza was very angry and said, Master Orochimaru, you have changed. You are not like this before. You must understand that the truth can only be in our own hands and we need to find it ourselves. Only by constantly searching can you break through your own limits. You know, Orochimaru-sama, I have surpassed you now. I have transformed into a snake and become a real dragon. Ha 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 ha. When Bai heard the words, he instantly felt that everything was worth it. Zabuza trembled, Naruto's words hit him again. What a pity, the teacher who once guided me has now become like this. Well, the reminiscing is over, now it's almost time to get down to business. Naruto smiled and said, Zabuza, if you live again, you are not willing to speak again. If you are about to die, you are so embarrassed, just say it once. Zabuza spoke with difficulty, Kakashi, Naruto, little, ghost, please stop us here. Then how come Mr. Zabuza? Shiro asked doubtfully. Kai went into battle mode and sighed, is this ghost energy? There are actually ice escape ninjas. Zabuza was a little silent, not even daring to turn his head to look at Shiro. Kabuto controlled Zabuza and laughed crazily. Orochimaru stood in front of him, feeling that Kabuto was very pitiful because he had not found himself yet and was still filling himself with foreign objects to prove himself. Shiro looked at Naruto in surprise. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, Shiro, your body blocked my Raikiri." Shiro said, "Naruto, Mr. Kakashi, Sakura. Please defeat us again. My dream is to serve as Mr. Zabuza's tool and die to protect Mr. Zabuza. Now, Mr. Zabuza has also been hit. The reincarnation of the Dirty Land means that I failed to protect Mr. Zabuza from you at that time, and now, not only can I not protect him, I can't even become Mr. Zabuza's tool." Naruto narrated on the side. In the end, Zabuza recognized his own heart. He admitted that he lost. Ninjas are also human beings, and they cannot fight without emotions. Zabuza's heart has actually been avoiding feeling for you. Emotions, he can feel Shiro, your inner love and emotions, but Zabuza has been suppressing them. Kakashi nodded. Kabuto. I used to like chasing the wind, but now I prefer the fun of waiting for the wind to blow. You are who you are, and you don't need anything else to prove yourself, you know. Finally, when he was about to die, Zabuza walked towards you tremblingly, but he had reached his limit, so he finally begged Kakashi-sensei to carry him over and put him next to you. Naruto cursed, "Hey, Zabuza, you've already died once, what are you afraid of? A ninja can only see his life clearly at the moment of death. You have already realized it, why don't you even say a word? I dare not admit it." Haku looked back at Zabuza with tears in his eyes and said, "Mr. Zabuza. Mr. Zabuza. I have never used you as a tool or been indifferent to you, but I have always suppressed myself. In fact, you have always been the most important person to me, bye. I also want to protect you." Upon hearing these words, Kabuto's face instantly darkened. Naruto looked at Haku and said, "No, Haku, you successfully protected Zabuza at that time." Wanting to understand this, he turned his head and looked at Bai, and said with a smile, "You left too fast, and I didn't have time to say that to you. Bai, in fact, you have always been by my side, and I am very grateful for your company. Shiro, after you fell, Zabuza wanted to avenge you. Even though his arms were all gone, he still gritted his teeth and massacred all the ninjas who came to fight, and even killed the boss who kicked your body." Zabuza gritted his teeth and Shiro looked at Zabuza. Zabuza said in disgust, "Hey, kid, shut your mouth." Naruto continued, "Before Zabuza died, he touched your face and his last words were, 'If possible, I really hope to be with you after death.' He looked at Orochimaru and said, 'Master Orochimaru, it seems that you are really old. Anyway, you have not succeeded, I have become a dragon, and I am no longer an existence that you can understand.'" Shiro looked at Sakura again, and Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto said, "Zabuza died because of other nascent souls, and Zabuza did not regard you as his tool." Shiro. Kakashi nodded and said, "Ah, yes, Kijin Zabuza, the once famous assassination ninja." As he spoke, Kabuto's consciousness retreated, and then, Zabuza, Haku, explosion-style hunter, and Pakula instantly trembled, and power continued to emerge. The ghostly aura rising to the sky emerged from Zabuza's body. Yes, a ninja can only see his life clearly at the moment of death. He has already seen it clearly, so why would he still hesitate when he comes to this world again? Bai was in disbelief and looked at Kakashi, as if he was trying to prove something. When Shiro heard this, his pupils widened slightly and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. He said in disbelief, "Mr. Zabuza, is this, really? Feel sorry." Zabuza bowed his head, just like a man apologizing to a girl he had let down for a long time. Bai shook his head and wiped his tears. "No, Mr. Zabuza does not need to apologize. All of this was done of my own free will." When Zabuza heard this, his eyes were full of tenderness and he said, "Shiro, you are so kind. Naruto was on the side, and his aunt looked at the two people with a smile. Shiro's character was really like Hinata. Hinata was the same, always silently watching and loving herself from behind. When he thought of Hinata, Naruto subconsciously sensed the flying thunder god left on Hinata. Well, no problem. He arrived at the same predetermined battlefield position as in his previous life. Subconsciously, Naruto's mind moved slightly and he adjusted a clone to move towards Hinata. Tion's position flew over. Akatsuki base, playing around, Zabuza and Haku, you are quite stubborn. Your personal emotions are so strong that you can't completely control them. Anyway, in this case, I will make you too emotionless. A killing machine. As he spoke, Kabuto directly strengthened the restraints. Zabuza and Shiro's pupils instantly turned white, and the gods inside were completely gone. This proved that they were completely controlled by Kabuto. Kakashi observed this and said sternly, "Everyone, pay attention." Naruto looked at Mr. Kakashi and said, "Teacher Kakashi, do you need help?" As soon as Naruto spoke, Kakashi instantly felt that the pressure was not so great, because his teacher, Fourth Hokage, was now standing with Naruto, they were in the same group. Moreover, Naruto knew what strength he had now, and it would definitely not be a problem to deal with these four. Now, I no longer have a Sharingan and have become a one-eyed Kakashi. I became the captain entirely because of my past reputation. Therefore, facing these four ninjas, Kakashi was still very stressed, but as soon as Naruto opened his mouth, coupled with the teacher Minato's action just now, and the conversation between Orochimaru and Kabuto, Kakashi could be sure that Naruto was on the side of the coalition forces. Therefore, Kakashi smiled and said, "Of course, Naruto, if you can take action, that would be the best." Lee said happily, Naruto wants to help." Sai was also very happy, which proved that Naruto still cared about the village and was with the village. Sakura looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Naruto didn't know why now, but he felt so alienated from her. Compared to Sasuke's indifference, Sakura was used to it, but Naruto was not like this before. In the past, Naruto loved to lick himself since he was a child and would coax her into everything. Ever since he fainted in the woods and woke up, he felt like a different person. Not only did he kiss Hinata on the spot, but his attitude towards him also weakened. A lot, there is no such ambiguity as before. Naruto looked at Kakashi and the troops behind him and said, "Except for the sealed ninja, everyone else, please retreat and don't block my performance." Minato stepped forward and said, "Naruto, do you need me to take action?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Senior brother just returned the Rinnegan to me, just in time for me to warm up." Minato heard this, understood, and stepped aside with Orochimaru. Kakashi understood what Naruto meant and shouted back, "Sealing class, get ready, everyone else, stay back." Sakura frowned and said, "Teacher Kakashi, is it really okay to let Naruto go alone?" Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto's current strength is no longer something we can measure. Go back and don't cause trouble to him." Lee clenched his fists and looked at Naruto, feeling very conflicted in his heart. When he was a child, Naruto and he were both weak. At that time, Neji kept talking about geniuses. In the end, Naruto defeated Neji and changed his mind about being a genius. At that time, Lee liked Naruto very much. Because Lee was also a weakling, he couldn't use ninjutsu and could only use taijutsu. However, seeing Naruto, who was also a weakling, rise up like this, he was very happy and even wanted to cry. Yes, even the weakest person can beat the genius. But now, Naruto seems to have become that genius, and the gap between himself and Naruto has become very big. Thinking of this, Lee felt quite depressed. "I am afraid that my brother will starve, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover." This is how Lee feels now. The 4 yellow chakra tails of 9 tails pierced through the 4 ninjas one by one. In the dark, Kabuto gritted his teeth and frowned as he tightened the restraints. Naruto frowned and felt the throbbing coming from his tails. He snorted coldly, and the 4 tails were like 4 swords, thrusting upwards. Zabuza made a hand seal, ninjutsu, mist-hidden technique. At the same time, Naruto raised his hand, his samsara eyes focused, and he shouted, Tianin of the 10,000 things. Suddenly, the upper bodies of the 4 ninjas were broken into 2 halves. Killer Bee rapped, once Naruto strikes, we know whether it's a success or not, 9 tails Naruto, sweeping the world, yeah. Explosion-style Hunter was shocked, even with the mist-hidden technique, he was able to accurately find us and hit us. It seems that he is also a very strong perception ninja. Suddenly, Naruto snorted coldly and said, Zabuza, no, it should be Kabuto, you should understand that this move is really redundant for me. Naruto nodded and said, I understand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Damn it, the fog is getting thicker. Kakashi could no longer see Naruto, nor his teacher Minato, and Orochimaru beside him. Bai was shocked and said, Naruto, you really have become very strong. With just 1 strike, I killed these 4 people. Naruto said calmly, although the fog can cover your tracks, it is actually a help to me now, because this fog can not only not cover your tracks, but can also uncover. Everyone understood. Naruto snorted coldly, and another tail emerged from behind him, then circled in the air and swept it vigorously. In an instant, a strong wind blew and all the fog dissipated. Next to Kakashi, a Konoha staff officer shouted worriedly, Naruto, the man next to Zabuza is an explosion-style ninja with a bloodline limit. He, like Deidara, was originally a hunter in the blasting unit. That woman, it's the bloodline Genkai of the Sand Village, scorch-style ninja Pakura, please be careful. The people present were hit by the strong wind. They put their hands in front of them and bent over to resist. After the wind passed, they could see the situation clearly in front of them. How come? The famous bloodline ninja was actually. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas present were stunned. Pakula sighed and said, it's better this way, so we don't have to hurt innocent people. 4 penetrating sounds came directly. Because Killer Bee was here, the Kumogakure ninjas didn't feel scared even though the fog was thick. Just kidding, with Master 8 Tails here, what are they afraid of? Kakashi yelled, everyone, be on guard. The Perception Ninja yelled, what a powerful chakra. As he spoke, 4 tails suddenly appeared behind Naruto, and then shot out in 4 directions at high speed. Kakashi frowned, and Konoha sensed the ninja's joy and said, it's 9 tails chakra, yes, absolutely no mistake. It's Naruto. With a chirp, all 4 of them flew towards Naruto. Because of Naruto's attack, Zabuza, Haku, Pakura, and explosion-style Hunter regained consciousness briefly. Thick fog suddenly rose up, and Kakashi shouted behind him, everyone, retreat quickly, with the sensing ninja as the center, form a guard team, and everyone else pay attention to defend the directions of 12,369. Form a swastika formation, quick. Zabuza looked at Naruto in front of him, his eyes fixed, so that's it, the demon fox boy back then has now grown up to the point where he can master 9 tails chakra. Everyone was on high alert. As he spoke, Naruto transformed into 9 tails, and the 9 tails mode was activated. The upper bodies of the 4 people were cut open directly, and they flew towards Naruto under the guidance of the 10,000 elements. This scene directly stunned the ninjas behind them. Naruto looked back, and when Kakashi saw this, he shouted, Mikey. Go up and seal it. Sand Shinobi's Maki heard the sound and immediately came forward with the sealing cloth and used sealing techniques continuously. Boo hoo hoo hoo. The strips of cloth were pulled out one by one, wrapping the figures of the 4 people, and then affixed sealing runes. Soon, all 4 ninjas were sealed. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, thank you, if we face these 4 ninjas, it will definitely be a tough battle. I don't know how many companions will be killed or injured. Naruto removed the 9 tails mode and said, you're welcome, I happened to sense it and came to help. In the darkness, Kabuto looked at the 4 broken white characters on the chessboard, and he hammered the ground angrily. Damn it! Is there any mistake? Why do you feel like you are being played? Damn, I finally absorbed a little bit of Orochimaru's chakra from Enko's body and added it to my own chakra to strengthen the binding force. As a result, Naruto easily destroyed 4 of his chess pieces. How annoying. Kabuto flipped the chess pieces in his hand. He originally thought about joining in to see if he could catch Naruto, but now it seems that don't think about it, this is just a dream. Humph. Where is Obito? What is that guy doing? Isn't he taking Sasuke to find Naruto? Go quickly and fight him. With Naruto's fighting ability, his undead army is simply not enough. It is estimated that only Jinyinji and Madara can be pulled out to fight, but they are reserved for attacking the large forces. Kabuto scratched his head. No, he wanted to tell Obito the information about Naruto's appearance. He couldn't let Naruto run around the battlefield. With his strength, coupled with the Flying Thunder God, and his father 4th generation, and Orochimaru-sama, what kind of combination is this? Is this king combination good? Kabuto seriously doubted that Naruto could capture these 4 people alive just now, and then ask Orochimaru-sama to change his control runes for his own use. This is completely possible. Kabuto thought, Obito must come, if not, he would really summon Madara. So, Kabuto wrote all his information and what he wanted to say on a scroll, and then handed it to a small snake that split up behind him to swallow. Then, the small snake swam outward. There was no direct intelligence connection between him and Obito, because they were both on guard against each other. Kabuto thought he was using Obito, and Obito thought he was using Kabuto. The two of them had 800 tricks hidden between them. The little snake got out, went deep into the ground, and then swam and swam until it came to Baiju. Baiju frowned. Isn't this Kabuto's snake? Why did it come here? Seeing the little snake spit out the scroll, Baiju knew that there was information to be passed on. Baiju looked at Black Jew and said, I want to be here to help control these 100,000 white Jew, and move them all out. You can pass this information to a Fei. Heiju took the scroll, nodded and said, understood. With that said, Heiju disappeared underground. Other side. Obito is taking Sasuke, Kaso, Yugo, Suigetsu, and the 7 Jinchuriki, jumping along the route of his previous life. It is easy for Heizetsu to find Obito's traces. After all, his heart is the same as Madara's, with specially marked runes hidden in it. Heizetsu can find out where he is by just sensing it, and then through the trees under the earth root, keep jumping, you can quickly reach Obito. With a click, Obito stopped on a tree. Seeing Obito stop, Sasuke was slightly startled and said, what's wrong? As soon as he asked this question, under the blessing of the heavenly power of the Samsara Eye, he felt it. Sasuke also sensed that something was approaching. Yugo and Suigetsu stayed beside Sasuke. Suigetsu sighed, we're not going to start a fight. The 7 Jinchuriki stayed quietly behind Sasuke. A rustling sound was heard, and Heiju emerged from the tree trunk. Obito looked at Heiju and said, what's the matter? Black Zetsu stretched out his hand to Obito and said, this is the scroll Kabuto gave you, it should be information. Obito took it and pulled it away to take a look. After 5 or 6 seconds, he snorted coldly and threw it to Sasuke, you should also take a look. Sasuke took it with one hand, raised his right hand, and picked it up with his left hand. He scanned for a few seconds and found a few familiar names. He smiled teasingly and said, I never thought that Zabuza and Shiro would have the opportunity to do it again. Fight against Kakashi and Naruto. This Kabuto is truly a master of dream fulfillment. With that said, Sasuke threw the scroll back to Obito. Obito took it, looked at Sasuke and said, what are your plans? Sasuke looked forward and said, since Kabuto took the initiative to rescue and let us deal with it, how can I shirk it? Obito looked at the smile on Sasuke's lips, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, indeed, you were looking forward to it. Sasuke snorted coldly, then jumped forward. Let's go, it's too late. The other party flew away again. Kaoru glanced back at Obito, then jumped forward with Sasuke. Suigetsu and Yugo followed closely, and the 7 Jinchuriki also followed closely under Sasuke's influence. Seeing this, Heiju frowned and said, "Have you lost control?" Obito snorted coldly, "No, everything is still under control." Heiju nodded and said, "That's good." Obito looked at Black Jew and said, "Since you're out, I'll give you a mission." Black Jew. Obito said, "The shadows of the 5 major countries have been dispatched, and the ninjas have also been mobilized. So their name, the security force at the moment is definitely not strong. For the sake of safety, they will definitely gather together for protection. So, at this time, carrying out assassinations or hijackings is the most cost-effective option." Heiju chuckled and said, "I understand." The sound of rustling came again, and Heiju disappeared into the woods. Obito took a deep breath and let it out, then the vortex emerged, jumping to follow Sasuke in front. Ninja Alliance Headquarters. Hokage Tsunade and Reikage AI received an intelligence, which showed that Naruto, Killer Bee, 4th Hokage Minato, and Orochimaru appeared on the battlefield and helped the Kakashi tribe, surrendered 4 enemies, and successfully sealed it. What? 4th Hokage Minato appears on the battlefield. Reikage AI stood up directly. You know, 4th Hokage Minato has been dead for more than 10 years. To appear on the battlefield, he must have been resurrected. Mabui felt very unaccustomed to facing such an emotional Mr. Reikage, because in normal times, when encountering this kind of situation, Mr. Reikage would definitely immediately use the invincible Iron Fist to punish his stupid Odauru, but now, he even without even asking, I directly asked about 4th generation. Tsunade said in disbelief, "Is it true, Minato really appeared on the battlefield?" Mabui nodded and said, "Sir Hokage, it is absolutely true, the information sent back by the Frontier Intelligence Department." Tsunade clenched her fists, she really didn't expect that Minato would be resurrected. 4th Reikage AI gritted his teeth and said, "That man's speed is better than mine. Ever since he died, I have been the fastest man in the ninja world. Now actually." Facing the worries of the 2 adults, Mabui smiled and said, "The good news is that 4th Hokage-sama does not seem to be controlled by the enemy. He was resurrected by Naruto and stands with Naruto." What? Hearing the news, Reikage AI and Tsunade were shocked. It was Naruto who was resurrected. This. So intriguing. Arth reincarnation is a forbidden technique. Naruto may not be able to do it, but Orochimaru will definitely be able to do it. 4th generation is Naruto's father. He actually resurrected his own father. This is really sick. The sound of clogs clicking came, and Jiraiya walked in. "I heard that there is information about Naruto." Jiraiya stepped forward, and Mabui handed the information to Jiraiya for review. These days, she also understood one thing. There are many things in Konoha now, and Jiraiya's opinion is Tsunade's opinion. In fact, with Jiraiya's strength, it is more appropriate to be a Hokage, but he loves freedom and does not like politics. Tsunade became a Hokage purely because she lost a bet with Jiraiya and was infected by Naruto's spirit. Then he returned to the village and took up the heavy burden. After reading the information, Jiraiya frowned and said, "I didn't expect that Jiren would actually appear on the battlefield. This must be Orochimaru's work." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, you should know how Minato died." Jiraiya nodded, and Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Since Naruto can allow Orochimaru to resurrect the 4th generation, I'm worried." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Yes, Kazuto was sealed by a ghoul, and so was the old man from 3rd generation. If Kazuto was resurrected just to reminisce about the old relationship between father and son, this wouldn't be quite like Naruto's style, but let's put it another way. From a perspective, if you are looking for a powerful helper, this is very reasonable. Thinking of this, Jiraiya said, "Tsunade, I want to go to the battlefield." Tsunade frowned and said, "Is this necessary?" Jiraiya nodded and said, "Yeah, anyway, now I have successfully connected with the new arm, and my strength has returned to 9/10 of what it was before. It doesn't matter, don't worry." Looking at Jiraiya's arm covered with gauze, Tsunade reluctantly felt relieved. This was an arm that was fused and cultured based on the scroll given by Naruto, Shizen's improved Hashirama cells and Jiraiya's cells, and was successfully connected. After that, Jiraiya continued to adapt to training. Well, be careful on the road. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately, you know. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with concern, and Jiraiya nodded, then asked Mabui for the location coordinates and prepared to set off. Reikage sat in his seat, thought for a while, and sighed. Tsunade looked at Reikage AI and asked, "Reikage-sama, what's wrong with you?" Reikage AI said, "Although I also know that I can't protect Killer Bee here, only Naruto can protect him temporarily. However, following Naruto directly on the battlefield, I am still worried about my brother, that guy. It's not reliable at all when you do things, and you might suffer a loss without me following you." Tsunade smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will be fine with Naruto following him. Besides, it's good for Naruto and Killer Bee to join the battlefield. After all, the opponent has 7-tailed beasts, which is a big deal. Power, without the help of 9 tails and 8 tails, the Ninja Alliance might have suffered heavy casualties. I think Naruto also thought of this before appearing on the battlefield." Reikage AI sighed, "For now, he can only wait and see what happens. Kakashi troops here." After a brief exchange of greetings with Kakashi, Sakura, Lee, and Sai, Naruto took Killer Bee, Orochimaru, and Minato to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Kakashi shouted, "Minato-sensei." Minato turned around and said, "What's wrong?" Kakashi. As if he had something to hide, Kakashi took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, "Obito is not dead. The masked man is Obito, the one who attacked Konoha and kidnapped the master's wife back then. What Naruto said is serious. Now Sasuke, let alone Sakura, will kill even Naruto if he can't save everyone." Sakura passed by and cried one by one for Sasuke. After Sasuke was tired of crying, he just gave it to him. Knife. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, where are you going next?" Naruto nodded and said, "Ah, it's on this road, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it." Minato also sighed in his heart, "Obito, it's really you, what do you look like now?" Minato saw the guilt in Kakashi's heart and comforted him, "Kakashi, that's enough. You did your best at that time. After all, no one wants this kind of thing to happen. Don't take all these responsibilities on yourself. It will only increase your karma." Killer Bee said, "Naruto, are we going to find Obito now?" After comforting Kakashi for a few words, Minato walked towards Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Although they were thousands of meters apart and their chakras had changed, he could still recognize them at a glance. Sometimes in the dark night, Kakashi tossed and turned, and finally couldn't sleep, so he ran to Lin's grave and sat there until dawn before returning home. With a hiss, Flying Thunder God used it, and Naruto and his group left here. Therefore, for safety reasons, Naruto rejected Sakura's request. Others' comfort may not have much effect on Kakashi, but 4th generation Minato is his teacher and a deceased person. His comfort is a kind of salvation for Kakashi. Seeing Naruto's smile, Kakashi instantly knew who he was going to find. Sakura also heard it and said, "Naruto, can you take me with you?" Seeing Kakashi's guilty expression, Minato patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I knew it a long time ago, Naruto has already told me." When he found out that Obito was the masked man, Kakashi felt extremely painful in his heart. It may have been because he failed to protect Lin well in the past, but now, it is even more because he failed to protect Lin, which led to the darkening of his friend. Lee laughed and looked very happy. Just now a clone sensed the location, and Naruto flew over, still on the same path Obito took in his previous life. Orochimaru chuckled and said, "It's rare, I'm going to see Sasuke soon. What a pity, Itachi didn't come with us. It's finally here." Here, the corners of Sasuke's mouth couldn't help but raise, and his eyes were full of excitement. Speaking of this, Kakashi's eyes darkened. Sai looked at Lee and frowned slightly. He originally wanted to tell Lee whether he wanted to be a licker, but after thinking about what Naruto had taught him before, when it came to praising him, he decided not to say anything. Who would have thought of this? Not even Mr. Kakashi at the time, who would do whatever Ōtsutsuki said. Naruto shook his head and said, "Sorry, Sakura, it's too dangerous, I may not be able to protect you." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "To be precise, I'm looking for someone. The people I'm looking for are all Kakashi-sensei you know. You know, in the previous life, in order to prevent Sakura from following him, Sasuke was so cruel that he directly swept over with Genjutsu and punched Sakura in the chest, causing her to faint. Knowing that she had to go find Sasuke, Sakura really wanted to go." Xiaoying listened to these heartwarming words and smiled, "Thank you, Lee." Lee watched Naruto leave, ran to Sakura, comforted the disappointed Sakura and said, "Don't worry, Sakura, Naruto will bring Sasuke back. Don't worry, I will also protect you during this period. I won't let you be harmed by the war." Here, after Naruto flew over, he ran and leaped directly forward. 2 pillars. Kakashi made a thoughtful sound and nodded. Naruto was at his peak at that time and didn't react at all. Sakura was very sad. She originally thought she could follow him and look for Sasuke-kun. Kakashi looked at Minato with tears in his eyes, "Teacher. Give it. That's a lot." The moment Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, they yelled each other's names angrily. The 2 people rushed towards each other. With a bang, their arms blocked each other, just like the 2 people fought in the Valley of the End in the previous life. Appearance. Naruto stared at Sasuke's face, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, his left eye has opened the Samsara eye. Sasuke was also looking at Naruto, with an evil smile on his lips, thinking in his heart, "Naruto, now I also have the Rinnegan, what should you do?" With a bang, the 2 people separated, each stepped back and stood on the branch, and people on both sides stood behind each other on the left and right. On Sasuke's side, Obito wanted to tease Naruto, but suddenly he saw the figure of a person, and he was stunned. Is this? How could it be? Minato immediately looked at Obito, the masked man. Although he changed his mask and his eyes became 2 instead of 1, Minato still recognized him immediately. After all, they had fought against each other once. Very impressed. "Obito, it's you." Hearing Minato calling him, Obito said in his heart that there was no fluctuation, which was nonsense. He pointed at Minato and shouted angrily, "That man is dead, and you have no right to call him that name." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "Obito, do you feel guilty for yelling at my dad like this?" When Sasuke heard this, he was slightly startled and looked at the person behind Naruto. "Isn't that the 4th Hokage?" Looking at him, he must have been resurrected. Orochimaru did it. I really didn't expect that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation. Sasuke smiled slightly. He originally thought that Naruto was a wild boy, but he didn't expect that he was the son of the Hokage. That's right. Only in this way can he be worthy. He is the son of the leader of the Uchiha clan. His identity is enough to be his opponent. Minato took a step forward, looked at Obito and said, "Obito, I didn't expect that you were the one who attacked the village that year. It's my fault that I didn't find out in time that it was you and stop you." Hearing these words, Obito's heart seemed to be ignited with a fire that had been buried for a long time. He took off his mask, then looked at Minato and said, "Teacher, there are many scenarios where you did not appear in time, Kanabi Bridge battle, and when Lin died." Looking at Obito's face, the memory of Obito's face as a child slowly grew bigger and turned into the person in front of him now. Then listening to Obito's words, the guilt in Minato's heart suddenly rose. Obito looked at Minato, his eyes narrowed slightly and said, "You, known as Yellow Flash, had the fastest speed in the ninja world at that time, but what about you? Where were you when your apprentice was killed? Even if you appeared in a scene in time, even a scene." "I won't, humph. No, this world is so hypocritical, it should be destroyed even if it appears." Obito snorted and put on his mask again. "This world is hopeless." Seeing the resentful look on Obito's face, Sasuke smiled slightly and sighed in his heart, "You also have a breakdown." It was Obito who lectured Sasuke all the time. He looked like he had seen through the world. It turned out that he was not in front of acquaintances. You will also get angry when you meet someone you think is important. Minato lowered his head slightly. Yes, not only did he not appear in time, but even when Obito attacked the village, as his teacher, he did not recognize him in time. Seeing his father's dejected look, Naruto said, "Stop talking so shamelessly, Obito. What qualifications do you have to talk about my father?" Hearing Naruto speak for him, Minato looked over and Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto continued to evade, "You have to tell me what you be ************* did. You don't know how my parents treat you. Do you want me to let Orochimaru resurrect my mother? Come out, confront each other face to face, and let me see if you feel guilty in your heart." Hearing that Naruto was about to resurrect the Whirlpool Kushina to confront him, Obito panicked instantly. Yes, Kushina has nothing to say to herself. She always greets him every time. If she really wants to be resurrected, Obito really doesn't know how to face it. Naruto looked at Obito and said angrily, "Obito, think about it for yourself, my parents treat you like a godson, and you, just because of Lin's incident, it feels like the whole world owes you. It's not like you didn't investigate that Tamarin was captured by Kirigakure later. Why did you say you wanted to take revenge on Konoha? You have hatred, why don't you destroy Kirigakure? Your beloved Lin chose to die under Kakashi's Raikiri in order to protect Konoha from the attack of the three tails inside her body. You, on the other hand, directly chose to destroy Konoha. I just don't understand. If you destroy Konoha, you will destroy Konoha. What are you doing to slap the nine tails in my mother's body? You even put detonating talismans all over my body. Ah! Speak, you be *************************************** D. Naruto roared angrily, and even nine tails inside his body felt Naruto's anger, thinking that he was about to break out into a chakra fight. Nine Tails was also very angry when he thought of the scene when he was pulled out by Obito that night. It was the most angry I hate Uchiha's eyes. The feeling of being controlled is not pleasant at all. Naruto, that's him, let me ****k him, and the chakra will be used for free. Nine Tails felt Obito's chakra and said through gritted teeth into Naruto's stomach. Obito was a little bit unbearable by Naruto's words, because what Naruto said did make sense. Anyway, Lin's death was half Kirigakure and Konoha's half, but it had nothing to do with Naruto's mother, his master's wife Kushina. Big. Seeing Obito deflated, Sasuke felt very comfortable, ha, now you know what you hate about Naruto. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Obito wanted to quibble, Kirigakure, I successfully controlled 4th generation Yagura and plunged the entire Kirigakure into chaos. Why did I extract nine tails to destroy Konoha? That's because the tailed beasts is the source of the power of hatred in this world. Both Kirigakure and Konoha use tailed beasts as weapons to destroy each other, and I am the one who ends this weapon. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded with some agreement. In fact, after mastering the Rinnegan, he connected with the Geto statue through Obito's teachings and controlled the seven-tailed beast's Jinchuriki. After understanding the power, Sasuke was born. An idea, the same as what Obito told Nagato. That is to collect the nine-tailed beasts in the world, and then use them all for his own use, so as to suppress all the resistance forces in the world and bring peace to the ninja world. All hatred and resentment will be shouldered by him alone. Use his Samsara Eye and Mangekyo Sharingan to watch everything in this ninja world from a high place. Just like his dear brother, watching the village in the dark. Facing Obito's remarks, Naruto smiled disdainfully. Obito, you are right about this. If you believe it, you are just lying to yourself. You used to be the same as me, and your goal was Hokage, right? Look at you now, you have realized your dream. You are worthy of the promise you made to Lin. My father did it and successfully protected my mother from Yunin. What qualifications do you have to say to my father? You are hiding behind a mask and dare not face yourself. People. Enough. Obito roared, his face full of anger. No matter what you say, everything in this world is so sick. The arrival of the Moon Eye project is the only antidote to this world. Sasuke looked at the frustrated Obito and sneered, now you know how annoying this guy is, just let me deal with him. Saying that, Sasuke took a step forward. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't make the mistake of turning back to the shore. Although I don't agree with what Itachi meant, after all, he died to protect the village and you in his heart. Your current behavior is tantamount to letting him down. Itachi. Sasuke frowned and said with cold eyes, don't teach me, you guy. Saying that, Sasuke was about to take action. Naruto smiled slightly, Sasuke, this guy, he only gave up after beating him in his previous life. It seems that history will have to repeat itself. All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirping sound, Sasuke's hand came to Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed, how could he do this trick, huh? His left eye's ability is not. There was no time to sigh, Naruto directly activated the Rinnegan, Shinra Tengen, and pushed away the repulsion. Back off with 4th generation, Orochimaru, and Killer Bee. Uncle Snake, Uncle Bai, Dad, be careful, his Samsara Eye ability may be the same as mine. The 3 people behind him nodded. Minato looked at Obito and said to Naruto, Naruto, just concentrate on dealing with your little friend, Obito will leave it to you. Uncle Snake looked at Yugo, Suigetsu, and Xianlan behind Sasuke and said with a smile, then I'll deal with these old acquaintances. Killer Bee looked at the 7 Jinchuriki and felt bad and said, hey, Naruto, those 7 people I saw seem to be all Jinchuriki. And what's going on with their eyes? One is the Rinnegan, the other is the Jinchuriki. Sharingan, the eyes are the same as that of Sasuke. And the tailed beast in their bodies, wasn't it taken away? Orochimaru took a look, narrowed his eyes and said, they are all reincarnated from the dirty earth. Killer Bee was slightly startled and said, did he become Jinchuriki again after being resurrected? Hachi shouted in Killer Bee's heart, be careful, I feel that the tailed beasts are not in the right state, and they are not able to communicate at all. Killer Bee nodded and told Naruto what Hachi said. Naruto nodded and said, already known. Orochimaru turned his head and glanced at Naruto, feeling reassured. Naruto knew that this meant that he was under control. Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He no longer had the calm arrogance that he had in Konoha before, and he felt very good. Hey, Naruto, you are familiar with this trick. Now, I can do it too. Moreover, I have prepared some new tricks for you. As he spoke, Sasuke's mind moved slightly. Behind him, 7 Jinchuriki trembled and moved out instantly. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled. He really didn't expect that Sasuke's Rinnegan's ability had changed in this life. There is no time to think too much, because the attack of 7 Jinchuriki has already arrived. Naruto shouted, you guys wait here. I'll test the water first. As he spoke, Orange Eye Shadow appeared, Sage Mode was turned on, and Naruto rushed over. The first one to attack Naruto was Jinchuriki from 7 Tails. She flapped her butterfly-like wings and flew directly towards Naruto. With a bang, the foam was blown away, breaking several big trees before it stopped and was knocked down. You can dodge visible attacks, right? Then I'll show you what you can't see. Killer Bee smiled and said, haha, okay. I didn't see it, Coco. Killer Bee stared at it, this is the Rat Jade by Wooden Golem. A protective circle suddenly formed around him, and more than a dozen blue laser points directly hit the circle and were bounced away. With a chirp, the blue rat jade met the big ball Rasengan and did not fight directly. Instead, it transformed into a dozen blue laser points, surrounded the big ball Rasengan, and attacked directly behind it. Boom boom boom. Obito and Sasuke were both stunned. Killer Bee was stunned. What kind of situation was this? He obviously didn't see it, how could he possibly avoid it? Seeing that the situation was not going well, for Tails held up the Rasengan with both hands and directly grew in size, trying to transform into a tailed beast. Sasuke frowned slightly, and all the Jinchuriki followed. With a bang, with the help of other Jinchuriki, Naruto's big ball Rasengan was shattered. With that said, Naruto used his frog Kumite. It looks like it's the same as in the previous life, sharing the same field of vision, just like when I fought Nagato Pain. Bubble didn't even turn his head and ducked down to avoid it. With that said, Naruto attacked directly. This time he chose the Six Tails Jinchuriki Bubble, because he was more familiar with him and had seen his skills, so the attack was smoother. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a smile and said, "Some things are invisible, Sasuke." Seeing the big ball Rasengan attacking, Lao Zi clapped his hands, lava style, the art of burning river rocks. Sasuke cut, and the second-tailed Jinchuriki was attacked by the wooden golem, and a blue rat shot directly towards Naruto. With a whoosh, Naruto's kunai was in hand, and he was fighting among the 7 Jinchuriki. That being the case, Naruto's eyes narrowed, Shinra Tenjin. Seizing a blind spot, Naruto kicked it directly, targeting the Six Tails Tomo Jinchuriki bubble. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The power of an immortal, so that's it. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan." Therefore, the 4-tailed beast's Jinchuriki present retreated, and the 4 tails Jinchuriki Old Purple landed, and then with a bang, the ground was smashed directly, and countless dust rose up. Then, the remaining man who looked like an old man formed a seal and shouted, "Wind escape, sand bomb." For Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi's body is covered in flames. This is the ability of 4 Tails Son Goku, the scorching power is coming towards his face. Killer Bee shouted, "Naruto, be careful." Sure enough, with the blessing of bubbles with 2 kinds of pupil power, Jinchuriki's ability has improved to a higher level. Facing Naruto's attack, with the other 6 people standing in the shared vision, he can dodge with ease. Sasuke was a little surprised and said, "Finally, I can roll balls with one hand without using Shadow Clone." Suddenly, after Bubble avoided one of Naruto's fists, Naruto's mouth smiled slightly. In Sage mode, Naruto's perception is very sensitive and he can easily dodge Fu's attack. Lava rocks were continuously sprayed out from Lao Zi's mouth, bombarding the big ball Rasengan, but they were all cut away by the Rasengan. Sasuke gritted his teeth, he hated it when Naruto showed off in front of him. Sasuke snorted coldly, "You are still very agile, so." Naruto looked around, and sure enough, when they attacked, they were all surrounding him. From their position, there was no blind spot at all. Whoosh! Countless sand bombs were fired at Naruto, Killer Bee, Orochimaru, Minato and others. Naruto frowned, "Isn't this Gaara's one-tail Shikaku technique? Why is it on this old man's body?" Without any time to think, Naruto flashed directly in front of the 3 Killer Bees, spread his hands and said, "Shinra Tenjin." In an instant, Tiandao put up a protective shield to protect them in front of the 3 people. After the sand bomb faded away, Sasuke laughed and said, "Naruto, what do you think? My ability to control tailed beasts is no worse than yours." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he knew that Sasuke was using 9 tails implicitly. In Killer Bee's heart, Hachi said, "Bee, let me talk to Naruto." With that said, Killer Bee came to Naruto and started sparring with him. "Hachi, Naruto, these 7 Jinchuriki all have the Samsara Eye and the Sharingan in their eyes. Relying on the Sharingan, these people can see our every move. Fortunately, you used the power of the immortal to defeat one. However, with the blessing of this pupil power, the Jinchuriki's abilities have reached a new level. Coupled with the shared field of vision, the 7 Jinchuriki can have more advantages in positioning and attack choices. Moreover, the one in front of us named Sasuke is very skilled in the use of the 2 kinds of pupil power and the power of the tailed beast, and he himself has not taken action yet. With our current powers, if we can't find any flaws in them, they are nothing but dirt. Reincarnated bodies, we will be consumed to death sooner or later. Naruto nodded and said, "Ah, I already know this. The solution is very simple. Just knock them down one by one, find the black rod in their body that is used to be controlled, and pull it out." Xiao Hachi said, "Oh, it was obvious that it didn't know this." Of course, this was only known after Naruto fought with Nagato in his previous life. In this life, Nagato did not attack Konoha. Regarding the black stick, it is naturally very important. Spread less. Obito looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, stop struggling, just give me 8 tails and 9 tails. What do you think is wrong with the Eye of the Moon plan? I can give you a happy childhood. Your father and mother are both healthy and alive. Oh, by the way, I will also appear in your world when necessary. Isn't that good? Haven't you always wanted to be a Hokage? It doesn't matter. In your dream, everything you want will come true. The whole world is beautiful and there is no fight or hatred." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "It's not like I haven't experienced such times before, but it's just that when that happens, it's all hypocritical and fake." In the previous life, in order to take away 9 tails, Obito introduced Naruto into a fantasy world he had woven. At that time, Naruto and Sakura went in together. In that world, Naruto was not called Naruto, but Menma. My parents are still alive. When I came home for the first time, I was full of expectations and diligent in my steps. However, Naruto knew that all that was false. He was Naruto, not Menma. Obito looked at Naruto with slightly narrowed eyes and said, "Naruto, it's so important if it's fake or real. If you can get rid of all the regrets in your heart, even if it's fake, so what? This world is so worth letting go. Are you nostalgic?" Naruto sneered and said, "Obito, you are right. If all the regrets can be solved, I will still agree with your Eye of the Moon plan. However, you are so sure that the Eye of the Moon plan is not a bigger lie?" "Well." Obito narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto said, "If you want to know, give me the 7-tailed beasts and I will tell you the truth." Obito snorted coldly and said, "Idiot's dream." Sasuke directly drew the knife. He knew Naruto's mouth. If he kept talking, something would happen sooner or later. What nonsense are you talking to him about? Here, Minato flashed over and said, "Obito, can you tell the teacher why you used to be so lively, but now you have become like this? This guy has grown up." Minato and Obito fought again. Killer Bee, Because so far, only his elder brother, Reikage AI, can fight and cooperate with him infinitely. Last time in Yunlei Gorge, although Sasuke could see every move of Killer Bee clearly, his body couldn't keep up, so he was beaten up. This time, he actually kept up with it completely. "I have nothing to say to you, Minato-sensei." Sasuke gritted his teeth. Not only did he interfere with his fight with Naruto, but he also wanted to settle accounts with this octopus. With a whoosh, Killer Bee pulled behind Sasuke. "Okay, you didn't see me, get ready to be KO'd by me. I am no longer the same person I was back then, you damn octopus. Nothing you do can escape my eyes, understand me? Let me finish you off, Minato-sensei." Shueisha said depressedly, "Is this the beginning? I won't let you get close to me this time." Karen started to sense it immediately. She was very shocked and said, "Naruto's chakra is so strong. The same is true for 8 tails over there. Orochimaru's chakra is still as cold as ever." Saying that, Sasuke got on directly. Sasuke swung back with his sword, and with a clang, Killer Bee was chopped back. On Naruto's side, Killer Bee and Sasuke fought together. Suigetsu looked at the Orochimaru across from him, who kept smiling at him, and he immediately blurted out that he was definitely not holding back anything good. With a whoosh, a kunai engraved with the sword of love appeared in Minato's hand. He took a deep breath and exhaled. As Obito's teacher, the only way for him now was to stop him. "Oh yeah, sting like a bee, kid, how's that going?" Sasuke said, waving the sword in his hand. He lost the last sword fight, but he won't do that again this time. Killer Bee was afraid that Naruto would suffer, so he drew out his knife and attacked like a bee's stinger. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, he was very familiar with the weapon in front of him. The memory of the night when Konoha was attacked once again surfaced before his eyes. Killer Bee frowned slightly. This guy has actually grown up. Here, Sasuke brought 7 Jinchuriki and started fighting with Naruto directly. Yugo nodded and said, "Let's observe first. If Sasuke needs help, we'll go there." "You damn octopus, I haven't settled your account with you yet." Actually, Killer Bee didn't know that in the previous life, it was Killer Bee who trained Naruto in tailed beast mode. The two of them even fought Obito together, so Naruto was very familiar with Killer Bee's fighting mode, and the cooperation was very smooth. "Come on, Obito." At that time, he didn't know Obito's identity, but now that he knew it, he still wanted to fight him. Minato's heart ached. How could his student become like this? Sasuke snorted coldly without even turning his head. With a clang, Killer Bee's tail stinger pierced directly into the Susanoo skeleton behind Sasuke. Yunlei Gorge, this guy beat himself up so badly that he even pretended to be caught. In the end, he ran out to play and got himself laughed at by Obito. As he spoke, Sasuke attacked faster, and put on the preliminary Susanoo skeleton like a suit of armor, and launched a crazy attack on Killer Bee. As he spoke, a huge chain slipped out from Obito's sleeve with a rustling sound. Obito pulled out the buckle at one end of the chain and put it on his hand. During the battle, Killer Bee had discovered that Naruto always cooperated with him very well, as if they had fought together many times before. For a moment, Killer Bee was a little suspicious. How could Naruto cooperate with him? The tacit understanding is so good. "Uncle Bai, hold on for a while." Naruto called Killer Bee and asked him to help him push Sasuke first. Although Sasuke has opened his Samsara Eye, Killer Bee is not nicknamed Killer Bee for nothing. He should be able to cope with him for a while. As for Naruto, he wants to verify one thing, that is, the original 6 Jinchuriki have now become 7 Jinchuriki. Is there a black rod inserted in them like in the previous life? This is very important to Naruto. It matters to you. He decided not to let these 7-tailed beasts go. Because if this is solved, Madara, Black Zetsu, and Obito without the tailed beasts will not pose any threat at all. In this case, Kaguya will not be able to come out. If Princess Kaguya cannot come out, the Sage of 6 Paths may not come out. Although when he was resurrected, 6 Paths said that he came back for the last time, but Naruto still wanted to try and see if he could inspire the remnants of Grandpa 6 Paths chakra, meet 6 Paths again. If these 7 Jinchuriki are not controlled by the black rod and deviate from the setting of the previous life, then I will take another method, take away the 7-tailed beasts, and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. When the time comes, I will directly become the Sage of 6 Paths, dominate this world. Through this battle, the ninja world, more or less, understood the meaning of alliance, and to a certain extent, the probability of accepting what he said was greatly improved. Therefore, Naruto must confirm it. With that said, Naruto came to the middle of the 7 Jinchuriki. Sasuke smiled slightly and gave the attack order. All 7 Jinchuriki attacked. Naruto was in sage mode and his perception was advanced. It should be the same as in the previous life. Since the attack can't hit, then wait here and let them take the initiative to attack. Sure enough, the first one to attack was 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, who was covered in lava. With a bang, the hands of lava attacked directly. Naruto grabbed it with both hands instantly. Although it was hot, he did not let go. Then, the Nine Tails mode was turned on and Jin Ming came online. With a hiss, a tail appeared behind Naruto, turned into a big hand, rubbed out a Rasengan, and blasted it directly towards Lao Zi, who was caught by him. Rasengan. Thinking of the location where he helped Son Goku push out the black rod in his previous life, Naruto aimed at a spot. Under the cutting of Rasengan, Lao Zi's outer lava faded away, and his clothes faded away, revealing the skin inside. Sure enough, it's still here as before. Sasuke and Obito discovered Naruto's actions through shared vision. Obito gritted his teeth and said, "Naruto, this guy really knows." Minato's second flying thunder god struck again. At this time, Obito was directly transformed. "Teacher, I won't fall into your trap again." Sasuke snorted coldly, "That's why I asked Killer Bee to hold me back." An octopus tail appeared from behind Killer Bee, and he rolled up a tail knife. With a swish, lightning style attached, and the bayonet was fired. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't block this with his bones, because with this speed and penetrating power, he could penetrate his Susan. So, he raised his hand, Shenluo Tianzheng. With a bang, they were immediately pushed away. Killer Bee took the daggers away and ran over. "Your opponent is me, don't look around." Here, Orochimaru flashed over and looked at the three people with an auntie smile. "Oh my, it's been a long time no see, Xiang Lu, Chong Wu, Sui Yu." Suigetsu grinned and said, "Master Orochimaru, I never thought that one day, you would be following Naruto." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Everything in the world is always unpredictable." Yugo looked at Orochimaru and said, "Are we going to fight too?" Suigetsu smiled and said, "Goodbye, Orochimaru-sama." The strange power of steam and the power of five tails were put to good use when fighting Kaguya and when Naruto pretended to be frozen by an iceberg. It was very powerful. Uncle Snake said "Oh," full of expectation. A huge roar resounded through the forest, and 8 tails appeared in its entirety. Naruto was very excited. He could dodge this kick, but he didn't. He took it forcefully, because things that become more and more familiar give people a greater sense of confidence instead of panic. Xiaoba roared, "Bye. Raise this forest to the ground." "Ha ha, come on." Naruto yelled, "No time to explain." Flash. Bai nodded, looked at Naruto again, and agreed in his heart, "I understand." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "This is nothing, Uncle Snake, you will see a bigger scene later." Naruto waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's very stable." Killer Bee roared, "Sasuke kid, watch out, Lousy is Gyuki Killer Bee." Ah. Suigetsu waved his hands as if he had seen a ghost. "No, we can't stand and watch." "What do you think, Orochimaru-sama?" Orochimaru exclaimed in wonder, "This is 8 tails." Orochimaru looked at the field and said with a smile, "I really mean that, and I think Naruto-kun won't blame me." Kaoru has been paying close attention to Sasuke's expression. Saying that, Flying Thunder God dodged directly behind. Naruto smiled slightly. Fortunately, it was the same as in the previous life, no change. Just as he was preparing for the next move, Steam Man came over with a big kick. Saying that, he took Yugo and Kaso and jumped to Sasuke. As he said that, little sparks started to appear on Bai's body. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly shouted, "No, no, 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 Uncle Bai, Bai is in a hurry." Naruto hurriedly shot out 2 nine-tails grabbers, grabbing 4th generation Minato with one hand and Orochimaru with the other. As he spoke, the 8 octopus tails curled up together to form a ball, and then spun quickly. Sasuke still wanted to be tough and used Shinra Tenjin to push them away. Obito opened the spacetime vortex directly and sucked Sasuke, Kaso, Yugo, and Suigetsu into it. As for the 7 Jinchuriki, they were too far away and couldn't make time, but it didn't matter, they were all those who are reincarnated from dirty soil cannot die. Tailed Beast 8 volumes. Xiao Hachi suddenly appeared and said in Killer Bee's heart, fighting in this forest is not good for you and Naruto. There are many of them and their positions are even. You understand what I mean, Damn it, my feet are just as heavy as in the previous life. Obito and Sasuke retreated. Minato said in surprise, Naruto, this is preparation. In the distance, Naruto took Minato and Orochimaru stood on the tree. Looking at the tornado, Orochimaru sighed, this is the power of 8 tails. It is really amazing. In an instant, it almost destroyed the world. Without even saying a word, Killer Bee had already started transforming into a tailed beast, just like in the previous life, without even saying hello to Naruto. Naruto blocked subconsciously, and with a bang, he was kicked away. In an instant, a huge tornado swirled up, and the trees in the surrounding forest were uprooted. From a distance, it looked like a tornado sweeping into the sky. Killer Bee relaxed even more when she saw Naruto leaving. With a bang, it hit 3 big trees directly before the force was released. Killer Bee distanced himself from Sasuke, watched Naruto being kicked and flew away, and shouted, Naruto, how are you? Killer Bee directly transforms into 8 tails, Tailed Beast Volume 8, and a huge amount of chakra bursts out. Perception Intelligence Center. Chin closed his eyes and was able to clearly sense the situations on various battlefields by sensing the water balls. Suddenly, the water ball began to ripple. Chin frowned and said, Killer Bee has transformed into a tailed beast. I can feel 8 tails powerful chakra. And it seems that Naruto and 9 tails are also there. Lu Jiu frowned and asked, what are the advantages on the battlefield? Chin replied, so far, Naruto and Killer Bee have not been at a disadvantage, and they have just fought each other. Tsunade clenched her fists and held them against her chest. She thought for a moment and said, Chin, send the coordinates to Jiraiya. Reikage AI looked at Tsunade, who said, anyway, he's going to the battlefield to find Naruto and Killer Bee. I feel more at ease with him around. Reikage nodded in agreement. After all, his brother was there too. As one of the Sannin, according to the intelligence from Kumogakure over the years, Reikage knew that Jiraiya had almost no weaknesses. If he wanted ninjutsu, he knows some ninjutsu, combat, offensive, and sealing techniques. He has a conscious mind for combat, can summon summoning beasts at any time, and can also do sage jutsu. If he wasn't interested in politics, he would indeed be the perfect candidate for Hokage. Even though I lost a hand when spying on Yuin, it's okay and I've recovered now. With Jiraiya's passing, it was like a shadow had passed by, and Reikage AI felt a lot more relieved. Thinking of this, Reikage AI would always ponder one thing, because he had also heard about Jiraiya's rescue, and studied the rescued Naruto's movement trajectory at that time. Reikage AI would sigh, if Naruto had moved if he didn't hurry up and head straight from the Iron Country, Jiraiya would be gone. From this, Reikage AI also began to constantly doubt that Naruto seemed to be able to see the future. Why did everything he did always give people a feeling of foresight? Just as he was thinking, Tsunade spoke, Chin, can you please report the situation on the major battlefields? Chin nodded and signaled the ninja in charge of the 5-party perception to report. The ninja in charge of the first unit sensed, the first unit has arrived at the designated beach, and Captain Darui is setting up a defense line. The ninja in charge of the second unit sensed, the second unit has also arrived, and Captain Huang Tu is currently organizing it. The third unit's perception ninja in charge said, the third unit, Kakashi Division, has had a very smooth start thanks to Naruto's help. They have sealed 4 impure world reincarnation ninjas and are continuing to advance towards the Ōtsutsuki base. The ninja in charge of the 4th unit sensed, 4th unit, Gaara's coalition leader is still advancing and has approached the designated position. For the time being, there are no attacking enemies on the way. Kabuto looked at the chessboard, full of expectations. Shikaku smiled and said, it's going on in an orderly manner. Mizukage-sama is following the whole process. With that said, Heiju disappeared underground. But she didn't panic at all, because the daimyo who greeted her inside the bridge was not the real daimyo at all, it was the Kirigakure ninja in disguise. Therefore, the ninjas who came to protect the daimyo were all Umbu elites from various countries. Here, Mizukage is personally escorting the daimyo of the country of water. Tsunade nodded, then asked, Shikaku, how is the placement of the daimyo going? The show is about to begin. Mizukage Terumi has been communicating with the underground water flow since she walked, and has been controlling it silently, because the roots of the big tree are also deeply rooted in the underground water source. Once there is a chakra fluctuation, she can sense it. Arrive. That's good. Tsunade nodded. Looking at Kabuto's expression, Baiju said speechlessly, Kabuto, you should know me. I don't have much fighting power. I'm just good at moving around. There's no need to be wary of me. Ching added, in addition, the surprise attack team leader Kankuro has successfully captured the reincarnated ninja Deidara, a member of Ōtsutsuki, and 2 other members, Kakuzu and Sasori, have already disintegrated on their own. The letter was also disbanded, and the surprise attack troops also gained something. Mizukage Terumi smiled and said, this is my duty, Lord Daimyo. A rustling sound came, and Heiju showed his head from the trees not far away. With the protection of his true shadow, he will naturally be misunderstood by the enemy, thus attracting the enemy. This is the real purpose of Mizukage. At present, when the 5 major powers are fighting together, of course you don't have to worry about your own people, but for an organization like Ōtsutsuki, you can't do it. If the other party stops the daimyo and threatens the ninja coalition, it will be a very troublesome thing, so, when the 5 shadows held a meeting, they focused on this matter and tried to find ways to protect the daimyo. Even the bases they protected were all 3 caves, and there was no single location. Just disappeared, Mizukage Terumi smiled slightly. This forest is a depression, and there are many undercurrents in the depression. Kirikage's perception skills are famous throughout the ninja world. Shikaku looked at the map, nodded and said, Hokage-sama, Reikage-sama, we are still under control, the enemy has not yet appeared in large numbers. There is no way. There is a very powerful thing in the Ōtsutsuki organization called Black and White Zetsu. According to intelligence, this guy can freely travel through the woods and travel among the 5 major countries without being easily discovered by sentient ninjas. For example, Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, the Ninja Alliance's Water Ball Sensing Technique, and the Kirigakure Ninja Zhongji who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, all reveal Kirigakure's superb perception technique. Kabuto thought about it, snorted coldly, and grabbed a handful of chess pieces from the chess piece bowl next to him. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water sat on the sedan chair, opened the curtain, and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I need you to escort me personally. Hearing the battlefield situation, Tsunade and Reikage AI nodded. The progress is very good. The encirclement has been formed. Even Naruto and Killer Bee are in the encirclement formed by the 5 major forces of the ninja coalition. Baizetsu came out in a hurry, came to Kabuto and said, Sasuke and Obito have already faced Naruto. Hearing this, Reikage AI also looked over, because the name of their Kumogakure was also among them. Baiju spread his hands and said, the path of the little snake you passed on, where did I come in from? Sure enough, it was exactly as she expected before setting off. Kabuto's eyes narrowed and he asked, how did you break through my barriers? Ōtsutsuki base. In terms of political status, Mizukage and the daimyo are equal, but now during the war, as a national force, Mizukage must be in the forefront, so the daimyo of the Land of Water must give Mizukage full respect. After all, they are now it is to protect one's own existence. It turns out it's here. It's really easy for me to find. It seems that this is just a famous name. Then as long as you follow this famous name, you can find other famous names. When the time comes, catch them and let the Ninja Alliance take advantage of them. The ninja in charge of the 5th Division sensed, the 5th Division has been reorganized, and Captain Mifune is advancing with the samurai. Behind Mizukage, Chojuro is always on alert. The plank road is built openly and the warehouse is secretly built. Sasuke and Obito successfully encountered Naruto, Killer Bee and others, which was a good thing for Kabuto. There is no way, who can bear this? For so many years, Kabuto dug graves every day, and then he was reincarnated in the dirt to collect powerful ninjas. As soon as they came on the field, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Gen, and the 3 troops were defeated, and Deidara was captured. If Kabuto hadn't controlled it quickly and allowed Kirigakure to retreat, this team would have been wiped out. The most distressing thing is that Zabuza, Haku, Explosion-style Hunter, Pakula, a ghost, and 3 blood successors are limited. As soon as I came up, I was picked directly by Naruto. Who can bear this? The card that was finally drawn out after all the hard work is now wasted. No one can bear it. So, Kabuto, hurry up and let Obito and Sasuke attack, otherwise how can he fight? Now it's fine, you can get on with it. So, Kabuto controlled Nakayoshi and appeared quietly around the advancing Kakashi troops. After the failed battle with the surprise attack force Kankuro, Kabuto let Nakayoshi escape, just in time to spy on Kakashi's force. Kabuto narrowed his eyes slightly and dropped 6 chess pieces. Here, Zhongji's hands formed a seal, psychic technique. Bang bang bang. 6 coffins appeared. A clicking sound. 6 coffin boards fell, and 6 people walked out of them. Ringo Yuri, the owner of the Thunder Saber, Tooth. The Wild Bait Man, the master of the blunt knife, Pocket Cutting. Kurumi Kushimaru, the owner of the long knife, Needle. Muri Jinpachi, the master of the explosive sword, Momo. The Pufferfish Ghost of Ziguishin, the master of the sword, Seinkin. Ghost Lamp Full Moon, can skillfully use 7 ninja swords. Kabuto is now controlling Nakayoshi. He can see the current situation through Nakayoshi's vision. Looking at the 6 people in front of him, Kabuto has a slight smile on his lips. They are really good chess pieces. Who knows that in order to collect these people, he must after all, he had done so much dirty work. When he saw the last person, who was in 6th place, Kabuto's face suddenly dropped. Naruto, who is riding a horse, is really a B********************. D. The 7 ninja swordsmen that he finally managed to form has now become the 6 swordsmen, and Zabuza has been banned. Tolerate the calm for a while, and take a step back to get more and more angry. Zanyoshi turned around and looked at Kakashi's troops not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Since it was sealed, he would grab it again and unblock it. With that said, with a gesture of Zhongji, Gue Deng Shueiyue came out, and then made a seal. With a bang, a scroll appeared in Gue Deng Shueiyue's hand, and then he pulled it open. It read, broken, big, long, blunt, explosive, thunder, pair. Bang 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 bang. In addition to break, big, double. The 4 famous swords, long, blunt, explosive, and thunder, were directly unsealed. This way. Kakashi troops. The chakra fluctuated just now, and in an instant, it was sensed by the Kirigakure sensing ninja of Kakashi's unit. There is something abnormal in the direction ahead. With a click, Kakashi braked immediately. Kai, Sakura, Lee, and Sai are all around. The Kirigakure sensing ninja stepped forward instantly, then sensed with all his strength, and frowned. There are 7 people, and the enemy is very strong, and this chakra, how could it happen? Kakashi looked over, what's wrong? The Kirigakure sensing ninja signaled behind him, and then 2 Kirigakure ninjas came to the front. Sensing ninjas are distributed at the front, back, left and right of the team to prevent the enemy from attacking from a certain direction. If the team does not sense it, they will be attacked. After the 2 Kirigakure ninjas sensed it, they also looked puzzled and said, Captain Kakashi, the one in front seems to be a Kirigakure ninja, and the chakra is very strong, and there is one who we are relatively familiar with. Hearing this, Kai said, isn't it the reincarnation of the dirty earth again? The three Kirigakure sensing ninjas looked at each other and nodded. Maybe it's true, because this person is already dead. Kakashi asked, who is it? In the Kakashi unit, the Kirigakure ninjas instantly noticed something was wrong and shouted, this is not right. With this level of fog, unless it is us Mizukichi-sama, otherwise, this kind of fog will make visibility lower and lower. The Kirigakure sensing ninja in the middle said, Sugawama Fugu Oni, the master of the sword, same right, died at the hands of Kisame Inokagaki. Logically speaking, his chakra cannot appear here. Seeing this, Kai jumped over and said, ha ha ha, I'm here too. When I find the target, I'll attack as soon as possible. What's wrong? Kakashi praised, well done, Sai, keep alert in the air. Just as I was wondering, the fog slowly came. Lee nodded in agreement. It's okay, this is our Konoha Sai, the lion of the super beast fake painting, one of our own. A few birds can disperse the fog. It's too naive. Maki said, Captain Kakashi, don't worry, the 4 sealed bags are not loose at the moment. Sakura frowned and said, I always feel a little uneasy. The uneasiness in Kakashi's heart is also increasing. Just when you are about to burst out chakra, wash away some fog, and stabilize the morale of the army, let's shout out. Sai frowned and started painting directly. With a few whirring sounds, 4 big birds appeared and circled over the troops. Lee smiled and said, don't worry, Sakura, I will protect you. It turned out that his big bird in mid-air was shot and turned into a puddle of ink. Kabuto passed through Nakayoshi, sensing the situation of the troops in front of him, discovered the 4 sealed bags, and smiled slightly. Sai jumped up on his own and stood on guard in the air. Sai fell from mid-air and shouted, 3 o'clock direction, be careful. The Kirigakure ninja could see it at a glance and shouted, this is Kirigakure's art, someone is sneaking in. Another Kirigakure ninja was also very frightened and said, unless it is Kirigakure's very powerful ninjas who jointly use the Kirigakure technique, otherwise, it is impossible for one person to achieve this level. Ninjas from other villages complained, damn it, the visibility is getting lower and lower. I can hardly see the ninjas in front of me. But, Zabuza is here, where did the 7 swordsmen come from? With that said, the 6 ninjas all used the Kirigakure technique. Seeing Kai going up, Kakashi didn't stop him. He knew Kai's strength. It just so happened that Sai needed someone to protect him while he was in the air. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he looked at Maki behind him. Kai frowned and said, TCH, it's this trick again, Kakashi, I really hate this kind of hiding trick, if you have the ability to face it directly, let's show off your youth. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he shouted, everyone, form a swastika according to the previous battle lineup, and stay alert. Oh, I thought the enemy psychic beast was attacking. Sai looked around, then painted again, and drew a dozen fake super animal lions, surrounding the troops. The 4 people who were sealed, Kakashi kept them with the troops to prevent being stolen by Kabuto. Just now, the Kirigakure ninja said there were 7 people, and they were all Kirigakures. In an instant, the number 7 made Kakashi think of a combination. Ninja 7 swordsman. The wings of the big bird flapped, so that the fog did not come in at all among the troops. Me too. The ninjas from other villages thought they were enemies and wanted to attack, but were stopped by Konoha's ninjas. Having fought against Zabuza, under this mist, he fully understood the danger involved. High in the sky, after Sai was attacked, Kai keenly discovered the existence of the enemy. Yo! Konoha whirlwind. After Big Bird was penetrated by a needle, Kai jumped up at the last moment, dodged out, and used physical skills to kick him away. With a bang, the attacking ninja was kicked away by Kai's strength. Kakashi shouted with concern, Kai, are you okay? Kai shouted in the thick fog, it's okay, I found an enemy, leave it to me. After saying that, Kai shouted sharply, you still want to run away, no way. Teacher Li Jiankai came on board and shouted directly, 8 gates Duanjia, the 4th gate, gate of limit, open. With a whoosh, the huge air wave directly pushed away a large area of dense fog around him. Lee shouted, "Teacher Kakashi, let me run away from the thick fog around everyone." With that said, Lee rushed out and ran around the entire army quickly. The ninjas were all surprised and said, "This is Konoha's 8 Gates armor. It's really amazing. This speed is really surprising." We Sand Shinobi also have a ninja who is very similar to Lee, but he practices breathing techniques. Lee surrounded the troops, and the high-speed running wind and waves did take away a large amount of fog, at least allowing the attacking 6 swordsmen to surpass Lee's speed. Kakashi nodded, then shouted back, "How are the preparations of the saltwater team?" "Ready. The shadow imitation technique is ready." Kakashi sealed the seal and said, "Very good. Use it on me first. The salt water will slow down the control of the shadow imitation technique. First let me act according to my own consciousness. Yamanaka will use the mind-turning technique to switch with me for 3 days. Depending on your perception ability, even in thick fog, you can still find the enemy." Yamanaka nodded and said, "No problem." Kakashi Raikiri was in hand, and the crackling thunder and lightning chakra sounded. Kakashi continued to give instructions. "Kai is fighting now. Yamanaka, for 3 days, first sense Kai's chakra and take my body over. After I pass, Yamanaka, you can take with my consciousness released, I will cooperate with Kai to kill the enemy. After that, I will step on the opponent's shadow. At that time, Yen Shui will immediately use the shadow imitation and shadow suture techniques to control the opponent. Then, Jinshu will follow. Use the cloth binding technique to trap Zabuza. Does everyone understand?" "Maki, I understand." Yamanaka and Seiline also nodded. "Shinshi, start taking action." With that said, Kakashi took Raikiri and rushed directly into the thick fog. The other ninjas behind him formed a formation of sensing ninjas and shouted, "We are forming protection on the left and right wings to support Captain Kakashi." As he said that, the ninjas on the left and right wings rushed into the mist one after another. Here, Kai is fighting with Kushimaru Kushimaru. Kushimaru is a long sword user. His favorite thing is to kill people, so the ninjas together, and then hang them on the tree, admiring the opponent's death. This is his pleasure in killing people. Ha ha ha, this is youth. Lee actually opened 8 gates. Really, with such a small number of enemies, he still needs to use his ultimate move. Kai struggled with Kurisha Kushimaru, but Kurisha Kushimaru found that he couldn't get away at all. Here, the user of the explosive sword, Mori Jinpachi, came directly over and slashed with his sword. Kai directly pulled out the kunai to block it. As a result, the detonating talisman on the sword lit up and exploded with a bang. Kai had sharp eyes and hurriedly moved away. "Hey, there's something exploding on this knife. Is that normal?" Lee sensed the situation on Kai's side and rushed over. "Teacher Kai, are you okay?" The 6 ninja swordsmen also gathered around. Kai looked at the people in front of him and his eyes narrowed. Could these guys be? The ninja 6 swordsmen also noticed the 2 people in front of them, especially Lee, who was steaming all over. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lee and shouted, hey, guys over there, you and Matt Dai, what's the relationship?" Li Wei was startled. "Matt Dai, who is this?" Mori Jinpachi carried the explosive sword and said, "It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet each other. This kid looks just like that guy." Kurisha Kushimaru showed off his long sword and complained, "It can't be so unlucky to meet that guy's descendant again." When Met Kai heard this, he was sure in his heart that there was nothing wrong. The people in front of him were the 7 people from back then. There was nothing wrong with them. Several of the faces all matched up. At this time, Kakashi, controlled by Yamanaka, also jumped up. After finding the person, Kakashi directly signaled Yamanaka to change his body back. After Yamanaka withdrew, Kakashi's consciousness returned, and the ninjas on the left and right also came over. Among them, the Kirigakure sensing ninja stepped forward. Due to Lee's running, the fog was shallow and he could see the 6 people on the opposite side clearly. This is, Ninja, 7 swordsmen. No, there are only 6 people. Oh, by the way, there are only 6. Kakashi shouted, Kai, cooperate with me, and we will seal them together. Kai stretched out his hand to stop Kakashi. Kakashi frowned and said, Kai, what are you? Kakashi discovered that Kai actually cried. Kai, you. Kai wiped his tears and stood up and said, Matt Day, it's my father. Wooly Jinpachi squinted his eyes, looked at Matt Dai, nodded and said, Oh, so you are the brat from back then. The Tongchao Yebai man cursed angrily, you be asterisk 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 D, this kid's father was the one who kicked 7 of our brothers, leaving only 3 of us. Today we meet here. What are you afraid of? We are all immortal, just destroy him. Tonkei Baron was so angry. He was kicked to death by Matt Dai back then. Just as Tenzo told Itachi later, who would have thought that such a ninja could burst out such a powerful chakra and use such perverted tricks. Secretly, Kabuto also felt that 4 of the 6 ninjas had strong murderous intentions, and subconsciously, he lowered his control. Unlike the 4 Zabuza and Haku, these 6 people have quite a strong desire to kill, which is exactly what Kabuto likes. After all, only if the emotions of the reincarnated from the dirt are suppressed and the killing intent is allowed to burst out on their own, will the power be more powerful. Is the biggest. Kai pointed at the 6 people in front of him and shouted, You bastards, it was you who made my father end his youth. Today, God has given me this opportunity. I will not let you go. Lee said angrily, Teacher Kai, these people are the ones who have hurt you. Kai nodded. Lee roared angrily, I will never forgive you. Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Lee, stay back, this is my battle alone. With that said, Kai jumped forward and said, 8 gates Duanjia, the 7th gate of wonder, open. With a bang, with Kai as the center, the surrounding ground instantly cracked, and the rocks on the ground were instantly blown away by the powerful air waves. Blue steam swept the entire place. The ninjas present were shocked by the huge air wave. They covered their eyes with their hands and squinted their eyes slightly, trying to see clearly what was going on. Kakashi was shocked. He knew Kai's skills because they were good friends with each other. Kai actually went directly to the 7th gate, which was the last gate to the gate of death. It can be imagined that Kai had something in his heart. How angry! Just like a tornado exploding, the thick fog was completely vulnerable to the blue steam and was directly washed away. The ninja troop's vision instantly became brighter. Lee shouted with tears in his eyes, Teacher Kai. 8 gates Duanjia, every time you open a gate, it puts a huge load on the body. The first 3 gates are okay, and you can basically hold it for a while. After the 4th gate, every gate is a great challenge, Teacher Kai it's so awesome, open 7 doors directly. In Lee's mind, his admiration for Teacher Kai has reached a higher level. Because he practices this, he understands it. He hates it and hates that he can't keep up with the teacher's footsteps. Tong Chao Yabayman frowned and said, You can't be wrong, it's this Chi Lang. This guy is indeed the son of that B asterisk 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 D. With a whoosh, the blue bullet rushed directly towards him. It was incredibly fast, and Kai was already in front of him. Tong Chao Yabayman's eyes widened, what the hell? Yah-ho! With a bang, Kai punched Tong Chao Yabayman's chest. Tong Chao Yabaran's surprised eyes looked at the fist that had penetrated his chest in front of him, and he felt extremely unbalanced in his heart. Why, it was me who got killed the second time and the first time, one move after another. Kai's eyes glared angrily, You are not allowed to say that about my dad. As he spoke, Kai swung his fist upwards, and Tong Chao Yabayman's upper body was cut in half by the fist of blue steam. Kurosaki Kushimaru cursed, You guy. After saying that, the long knife struck, Kai snorted coldly, raised his foot directly, whoop. Boom. The sword's speed was so slow in front of Kai that his big foot had already touched Kurihara Kushimaru's face, and he kicked him hard, blasting the opponent's head. The ninjas behind were all dumbfounded. Especially the ninjas of Kirigakure, it feels like the worldview has been refreshed. With one punch and one kick, he killed 2 ninjas from the 7 swordsmen. This is too fierce, it is simply not a human action. The 2 of them were crippled, and Kabuto felt bad and was ready to take over his body. Muri Jinpachi was very angry and roared, "Come together and attack his blind spot. This guy is difficult to deal with. Let me blow him up with my sword." Saying that, Muri Jinpachi raised his explosive sword, directly pulled out a large roll of explosive runes, and wrapped it around the sword. He thought to himself, "Aren't you fierce? If you don't explode to death after seeing it, you will be finished. Anyway, I am reincarnated from the dirt, and I will be resurrected even after I die." When the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and Yuri Lin saw this, they attacked together. Because Ghost Lantern has Kabuto's consciousness, he hides at the end. Kai snorted coldly, and facing the menacing explosive sword detonating talisman, he directly gestured and shouted, "Day Tiger." White steam burst out and instantly formed a tiger, roaring towards the 4 people who were attacking. Muri Jinpachi shouted in fright, "What kind of trick is this?" It turned out that they thought that the kick that Matt wore was Matt Kai's special move, but they didn't expect that he also had a day tiger. A white tiger steam opened its bloody mouth and shined directly at the 4 people. The ghost lamp, water and moon directly turned into a puddle of water and merged into the ground. Wooly Jinpachi, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Lin Yuri was bitten directly. Lin Yuri used the thunder knife to split the day tiger, but it didn't work at all. This trick is actually not a chakra technique. Lin Yuri was extremely shocked. She thought that the blue steam and the white steam attached to Kai's body were chakra. However, it turned out that it was not at all. The lightning style erupted by the thunder blade could not be restrained at all. Just as I was anxious about this, the detonating talisman on the explosive knife had already lit up. Muri Jinpachi cursed, "Oops." Boom. The explosive talisman of the explosive sword exploded directly, and the 3 people exploded directly in the mouth of Hiruta. Being hit by the air wave, Kai flew out directly. Teacher Kai. When Lee saw this, he rushed over and hugged Teacher Kai, who flew out, and the 2 of them rolled to the ground. Kai opened his eyes and smiled, "Sorry, Lee. What else does Gue Dang Man you want to do?" Kabuto frowned and looked back, seeing a black shadow directly behind him. Yamanaka's telekinesis technique had been on for 3 days, and he had just released Kakashi. When he heard Kakashi's cry, he understood immediately. With a whoosh, a lightning flashed, and the 3 people who had just recovered most of their bodies were instantly cut in half by Kakashi's Raikiri. Other ninjas also attacked one after another. After killing a few people, Gue Dang Man you dodged directly behind. The binding technique directly entangled all 3 people who were recovering the fragments. Yamanaka aimed at the full moon of the ghost lantern for 3 days, the art of changing hearts. Kakashi did not attack because these 3 people were not sealed yet, and he was still stepping on the shadows of these 3 people. Saltwater's shadow control technique was still controlling, and Maki was speeding up his pace. Kakashi called out to the pursuing ninjas. Kakashi nodded, "Good, it was rewarding. Opening 7 doors and using the day tiger is also a big load for Kai." Maki unfolded the cloth in his hand and used the technique of binding. Kai laughed. Kakashi shouted coldly, "Yamanaka 3 days." Sai heard Kakashi's encouragement and nodded. Kabuto immediately formed a seal and instantly got rid of Yamanaka's control for 3 days. Yamanaka retreated back in an instant, gasping for air, fell to the ground and shouted, "Captain Kakashi, I saw the operator and place behind the scenes. But I don't know exactly where it is." With a chirp, he went straight in because he was unprepared. "TCH, it really is. Soon, the two people were rolled up and sealed with sealing runes. The shadow imitation technique was successfully tied up. Seeing this, Maki stepped forward under the protection of the surrounding ninjas, Captain Kakashi. The salt water behind him shouted coldly, "I understand." Kakashi nodded. "Brine." Here, Kakashi saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to step on the shadows of Tonkusa Yuto and Kuretari Kushimaru, who were killed by Kai's second move. "Don't even think about recovering again. Raikiri." Kabuto controlled Nakayoshi to come out, used the Kirigakure technique, and dodged behind with the ghost lamp Mengetsu. "Sai, next, we have to use your root sealing techniques. The ghost lamp full moon is not easy to catch, so we can only use the moving sealing techniques." Just as he was about to leave with the three people who had recovered quickly, Kakashi saw the opportunity and jumped over. Muri Jinpachi, Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Oni, and Lin Iou Yuri quickly recovered the fragments during the explosion. Due to Kabuto's control, Oni-lan Mangetsu hid well and did not suffer any damage. A pool of water came out of the ground, and then quickly condensed out of him. Body. Kabuto frowned and said, "Kai, this guy is really troublesome. He opened a 7-door and almost killed all the 6 swordsmen. No, we have to find a way. First seal the work at hand, and then pursue. After all, the main force, he and Kai, are parked here. If there is an ambush in front, the pursuing ninjas will be easily killed." Lee shook his head and said with tears, "Teacher Kai, you were so handsome just now." Sai wondered, "But, Mr. Kakashi, I still have that sealing techniques." Here, Yamanaka's 3-day change of heart just now caused a 2-second hesitation, which was enough for Maki's reaction. Kakashi comforted, "Sai, you have to understand that Danzo is a thing of the past, and there is no need for you to cover up your heart anymore. Just do it boldly, I believe you." Kai opened the door and successfully solved the crisis in Kakashi's army. From the current point of view, there is only one good luck and there is a ghost lantern full moon here, so it is not a big problem. Real tree. Maki arranged the sealing runes and said, "Captain Kakashi." Kakashi looked at the ninjas who had been reincarnated in the sealed dirt and ordered, "These sealed ninjas will be left in your care. I will have a team of people protect you to prevent these people from being stolen." Maki nodded. Kakashi stepped forward, picked up the unsealed decapitating sword on the ground, and put it on his shoulder. This was the sword that Gue Deng Manu untied before, and the fallen equipment was not used in vain. Looking at this broadsword, Kakashi thought of Zabuza. He will never forgive this ninjutsu who was reincarnated in the dirt. At Akatsuki base, Kabuto was very angry. Damn it, he lost a few good chess pieces again. It was really annoying. Looking at the chess and cards in front of him, Kabuto began to make plans again. Now that Baiju has arrived at his location, let's cooperate with my army of dirty earth reincarnations and rush out to kill them. So, the whole army attacked. The second unit, this side of Lus. Come on. As Captain Huang Tu roared, Ye took Akameru with him and was the first to rush out, Yatonya. Rotating at high speed, he shot directly at the attacking Baiju. Secret technique, Insect Jade. Shino opened his hands, and a swarm of black bugs flew out of his sleeves and pounced on Baizetsu, biting him. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata struck with a palm and knocked away several white zetsus. However, there were many white zetsus here. As soon as Hinata repelled them, they immediately surrounded them. Shadow clone Naruto was observing with Sage Mode not far away. All ready to take action. Niji rushed out and stood in front of Hinata. 8 trigrams palms, returned to heaven. The huge blue Kaiten came out and immediately repelled the surrounding white zetsus. However, the white zetsus were also smart and discovered the blind spot. As soon as Niji stopped, a white zetsu opened his belly and sucked him in. In an instant, Niji's chakra was sucked. Niji frowned and said, "This guy actually knows how to suck chakra." Hinata worriedly shouted, "Brother Niji. Niji gritted his teeth and said loudly, there are too many, and the attacks can't keep up. These guys are really annoying. Gentle fist method, one hit. With a bang, chakra erupted behind Niji, directly smashing the stomach of Baizetsu who was locked on him. As soon as they landed smoothly, a steady stream of Baiju came up from other places. Ye roared angrily, damn it, it's endless. Niji frowned and said, stop complaining and start moving. Shino pushed up his glasses and said, if this continues, sooner or later it will become a war of attrition, and we will lose. While talking, he also did not forget to use insect techniques to eliminate the surrounding Baizetsu. Captain Huangshe also discovered this, and just as he was about to react, a ninja came and shouted, Captain, news from our headquarters, a team of 1,000 people has passed under our feet. Huangshe frowned and said, I know. Kabuto smiled slightly, his smuggling was very successful, no matter how you block it, I can still get through part of it. Speaking of this fourth battlefield, with so many ninja coalition forces, Kabuto is well prepared. There is no need to hide anymore. Looking at the chess pieces in his hand, Kabuto smiled slightly. These are all excellent characters in his hands. They will appear directly. Second Ōtsutsuki, none. Second Mizukage smiled and said, oh. That's it. I didn't expect that Sand Shinobi has been passed down to the fourth generation. Gaara's father said, I am fourth generation Kazekage, it's normal for you not to recognize me, senior. Hashirama was a little silent because Shadow Clone Naruto didn't speak. Here, Gaara sensed the opponent's chakra when he appeared from nowhere. Fourth generation Kazekage said, the time is wrong. Seniors, from what I know, you have all died long ago, and the second Hokage has also died long ago. When I died, Konoha also passed to the fourth generation. This way, inside barriers. Tobirama immediately stood up and said, brother, we have to go out. I know the strength of second Ōtsutsuki and second Mizukage, not to mention third Reikage, who has an abnormally strong body. These people are fighting against the ninja coalition. You will definitely suffer. With that said, Kabuto controlled a person and appeared in the desert of the fourth battlefield. Third Reikage, second Mizukage, fourth generation Kazekage. Hashirama said, what's wrong, Tobirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, how could it be possible? So many shadows have been reincarnated by the dirty earth. Afterwards, Gaara floated down directly, and the ninja behind him saw this and shouted, everyone is on alert. Saying that, Kabuto directly controlled the second Ōtsutsuki and used the psychic technique directly. Bang bang bang, 3 coffins appeared directly and then disappeared. With a whoosh, the character restrictions of the 4 shadows were released. Sarutobi scratched his head and said, Nidame's acquaintances, aren't they all dead just like us? Thinking of this, Kabuto untied the shackles of the undead. After all, a Kage-level character can exert his greatest combat power by retaining his emotions. Second Ōtsutsuki was slightly startled, so to speak, he is not that B***************** D from second generation Tobirama. Now that the second battlefield has begun, I have to say hello to the fourth battlefield. Tobirama narrowed his eyes and said, it feels like a few chakras from acquaintances have appeared. Coming. Second Ōtsutsuki frowned and said, is there such a thing? Second generation Tobirama also felt the chakra outside and frowned. Second Ōtsutsuki looked at an idiot and said, you forgot, I killed you, you are dead long ago, second Mizukage. Second Mizukage was obviously unconvinced and said, hey, be careful what you say and make it clear. You and I died together that time. Don't make it sound like you defeated me. Oh no, I was the one who killed you. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded and said, they should be the ninjas reincarnated from Kabuto, third Reikage, second Ōtsutsuki, second Mizukage, and Gaara's father, fourth generation Kazekage. Then he looked at Gaara's father beside him and frowned, who are you? Why don't I know you? Second Hokage frowned and said, summoning the dead. What's going on? Second Mizukage looked at the person in front of him and said with a smile, I didn't expect that my former enemies would actually get together today. It's so interesting. The third Reikage woke up first, looked around and said, where is this? Kabuto was very satisfied, but it was a pity that there was no Hokage. In fact, he also wanted to get the Hokage out, but the Hokage in Konoha was sealed. Only Orochimaru could steal the soul under Shinigami. Second Tsuchikage suddenly said, this is Second Hokage's conspiracy to recall the dead from the underworld and bind their souls. You were forcibly summoned back by him. Shadow clone Naruto was also watching the battlefield. When he came to this battlefield in his previous life, he came on stage to deal with the third Reikage, so he also knew that he had to take action, but he had to take action according to the situation. Wait a moment and let them fight first. When it's time to take action, I'll let you take action. Hashirama looked at Tobirama and said, I heard Tobirama, please sit down first before talking. Tobirama snorted coldly. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to do so when his elder brother spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, Shodai, Nidame, they are still the same, they haven't changed at all. This way. Second Tsuchikage didn't hear fourth generation Kazekage's words, he touched his chin and said, so, Second Hokage is also dead, then which be ********* decast this technique. Fourth Mizukage crossed his arms and said, it should be Orochimaru. As far as I know, he is the only one who knows this technique. Second Mizukage sighed and said, this be ************** D. Orochimaru resurrected me into this future world. It's really weird. Second Tsuchikage pointed at Second Mizukage and said, let me make it clear first, this is not the future, we are all dead, you know. Second Mizukage snorted coldly, you don't need to tell me, I know. Second Tsuchikage has super strong perception. He can clearly perceive that there is a large amount of chakra not far from here, and... Second Tsuchikage looked at fourth generation Kazekage without looking and said, hey, Kazekage, not far from here, there is a chakra that is very similar to yours. You should be able to sense it too. Fourth generation Kazekage looked in that direction, nodded and said, ah, I can feel it. Second Mizukage felt it with his heart and discovered it, and was surprised. There are so many Kirigakure chakras, no, there are also chakras from other villages. Third Reikage also sensed it and said, we have many ninjas in Kyomogakure, what's going on? For these Kage, this is something that is incomprehensible, because all the villages are hostile, so many people get together and still live in peace, this simply refreshes their worldview. Second Tsuchikage complained, damn it, after being resurrected, this body is still not under the control of my own body. It's so uncomfortable. Second Mizukage nodded in agreement, yes, originally I wanted to kill you, but in the end I couldn't move at all. Second Tsuchikage snorted coldly and said, funny, you can kill me. Third Reikage also expressed regret, to be honest, I really want to compete with you. You are all figures in history. Here, fourth generation Kazekage suddenly felt someone peeping at him. When he looked back, sure enough, that was the Eye of Sand. Gaara. Here, Gaara is standing on the sand dune, using his eyes of sand to peer at everything in front of him. Among the four people in front of him, there is one person, and that person is, Dad. Gaara immediately sent the information to headquarters. Headquarters. A Konoha sensing ninja hurriedly handed a piece of information to Shikaku. Shikaku was stunned, and then hurriedly reported to everyone present, news from the 4th unit, Captain Gaara discovered 4 enemies, namely the 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 4th Mizukage, and... Shikaku was silent until the end. Reikage frowned and said, who is the last person? Shikaku. Shikaku sighed and said, 3rd Reikage-sama. Reikage AI stood up directly and roared, damn Shao, it's unforgivable. Even my father was reincarnated. It's really unforgivable, unforgivable. With that, Reikage was about to hammer the table, and Tsunade said, Lord Reikage, please be patient. You are the commander-in-chief now. Reikage AI was very angry and sat down angrily. Seeing that Reikage AI had calmed down, Tsunade looked at Shikaku and asked, "Didn't we sense 3 people? Why are there actually 4 people on the battlefield?" "Because that's Mr. Wu." A sudden sound sounded, and Onuma floated in. Tsunade stood up and said, "Tsuchikage-sama, you are back after handling the matter." Anoki nodded, and he went to arrange other matters for the coalition, including sending the daimyo of Earth Country to join Mizukage, who had just returned. Anoki continued, "The reason why I can't sense it is because Master Wu has a very special perception ability. He has a very strong ability to distinguish different chakras. Basically, it is difficult for anyone to sense him." Shikaku sighed with emotion. "You can actually evade the headquarters perception system. What a terrifying enemy." Anoki snorted coldly and said, "That's natural. After all, he is my teacher, and Mr. Wu has a very special dust-style blood inheritance elimination." "What?" Tsunade was very surprised, because according to her knowledge, in the current ninja world, the only person who has been eliminated by blood is Anoki. Shikaku was also very surprised. He looked at Anoki in disbelief and said, "Tsuchikage-sama, are you kidding me?" Anoki sighed and said, "Of course I'm not joking, that's my teacher, the ninja who can mix 3 kinds of chakra and teach me dust style." Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "For Kage, Gaara may not be able to withstand it. No, Tsunade, we have to get past a few people, otherwise, these Kages of all ages will cause great harm to the vanguard." Hearing this, Shikaku was also thinking about this matter. Yes, the most important thing in fighting is the formation. Once Gaara's troops are defeated, it will be fatal to the entire battlefield. Tsuchikage hammered his waist and said, "I'll go. Except for me, you used to know little about Master Wu. In addition, although Gaara is young and has a good speech, he is still young when facing these old guys." Shikaku also thought of this, looked at Anoki and said, "Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage." Anoki waved his hand and complained, "I just flew back and I have to fly over again, but whatever, I just want to teach that young man." With that said, Anoki flew out directly. Here, Hai frowned and said, "A large number of Baiju are coming up, too many, and they can't sense a single ninja. And this is..." Reikage gritted his teeth and asked, "What's wrong?" Hai was surprised and said, "Captain Darui has 2 ninjas with a large amount of 9 tails chakra. This amount is too strong." Reikage AI was shocked. "What did you say?" Tsunade was also very surprised and said, "You're not mistaken, are you? Is it Naruto?" Reikage AI waved his hand and said, "No. I know who it is. It's Yun's gold and silver horn brother." Just as he was surprised, a person from Konoha walked up to Tsunade, and after whispering a few words, Tsunade lost her mind instantly. How is that possible? Is Lien Duan among them? Tsunade's chest rose and fell, and after taking a few deep breaths, she calmed down. Reikage AI thought for a while, looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, Dad is here in the 4th unit. Master Tsuchikage has passed by, and Gaara is also there. I am not worried for the time being. The gold and silver horns of the 1st unit, this is not, I'm kidding, those 2 brothers, even 9 tails didn't kill them, and they were eaten by their flesh. There is no other way, I have to do it myself, Darui will definitely not be able to handle it alone." Shikaku said, "I'm sorry, Reikage-sama, you can't go." Reikage frowned and said, "Why?" "Lu Jiudao, you are the president, the current general. You stay here to see the whole situation clearly. However, if you leave the field in person, you will become a player in the game. In this way, the entire battle situation, I can't see clearly." Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "Then what do you think we should do? Do you want me to stay here and watch the ninjas on the front line die?" "I'm going." Tsunade stood up and said with firm eyes. When he heard that Tsunade was going to do it herself, Shikaku became even more emotional and said, "No, Hokage-sama, you need to stay at the headquarters just like Reikage-sama. Tsunade waved her hand and said, we can have the Reikage at the headquarters. Besides, what the Reikage said is right. The fighting power of the Golden and Silver Horned brothers is indeed strong. I have also heard of their reputation. If there is no support, Darui may be alone. I can't bear it, so I have to go. Shikaku frowned and said, but Lady Tsunade. Reikage said angrily, oh, this won't work, that won't work, how can we get things done if we are so timid? If Tsunade doesn't go, I will go and let Tsunade take charge of the headquarters. Anyway, she and I have one is at the headquarters, that's it. Seeing that the two Kages were of the same opinion, Shikaku had nothing to say, but he still wanted to say a few words about the battlefield. In that case, Lady Tsunade, please support Captain Darui. In addition, I will make some changes to the deployment of the battlefield. The 5th unit led by Lord Sanfun can go directly to support Darui. At the same time, order Captain Huangshi to lead the troops to surround the enemy from the seaside. At the same time, Gaara's army can also allocate some forces to support Darui's army. Kakashi's team has the upper hand for now, so don't move. Reikage frowned and said, why do you want to do this? In this way, Huangshi's troops will be attacked from both sides. Moreover, although Gaara's troops only have 4 people, they are all Kages of past generations. If half of them are taken away, can they hold out? Lu Jiu smiled and said, when we encounter an enemy of equal strength, we must choose to first concentrate our forces to eliminate one unit, and then combine our forces to continue to eliminate the next enemy, so that the advantage can continue to expand. Gaara's troops can try to attack, and if that doesn't work, they can retreat while fighting. And, I think there is someone who will not sit idly by and watch Gaara get into trouble. Shikaku said, Master Hokage, it's a long way to go, so take the Umbu guards with you. When Shikaku said this, Tsunade and Reikage AI looked over. Tsunade explained, maybe it's because the time hasn't come yet. Naruto has been telling me and Jiraiya about this before. Shikaku looked at Tsunade and said, Hokage-sama, in fact, in the face of such a situation, it is not a bad thing for Naruto to do this. I observed it before when Konoha was attacked by the masked man Obito. Naruto can rely on it. Nine-Tails' huge chakra has many clones, so I guess that once Gaara is in trouble, Naruto may take action, even if he himself is facing the battlefield. When Tsunade heard this, she turned around as she was about to leave, and said with a smile, there is still this technique, tell me earlier, I can resist it. Reikage AI nodded and said, I have no objection. The Reikage frowned and said, but, Naruto is now fighting against Obito, Sasuke and other Jinchuriki. How can he escape from such a powerful force? Reikage frowned and said, Shikaku, what do you mean by this? Reikage sighed and said, it's a pity, Tsunade, that your body is not strong enough. Otherwise, I could use the heavenly sending technique to teleport you to the battlefield over there in an instant. Moreover, from what we can sense now, Kabuto, who is Orochimaru's former subordinate, is a person who likes to collect powerful ninjas. Let's take a look at the successive Kages encountered by the 4th unit. From this, it can be seen that when Naruto's actions are connected together, it is not difficult to find that he seems to have been preparing for this war, and it seems that he has a kind of laissez-faire cultivation towards Obito. With a bang, Tsunade punched the table, a little angry. If this was the case, Grandpa would also be beaten by Naruto. Earth, water, thunder, wind, the only missing one is fire. If I were Do, in such a situation, I would definitely. Tsunade waved her hand and said, no need, when we get to the battlefield, what kind of guards do we need? Lu Jiu looked at the two of them and said, next, we will implement the modified plan. As for whether my thoughts will be verified, it depends on the changes on the battlefield. Tsunade looked at Shikaku and asked, what do you want to say? If it were in the past, they would definitely refute it, but after seeing too many incredible things about Naruto, Tsunade and Reikage AI felt that although Shikaku's statement was unbelievable, it was possible. Tsunade said, "Okay, I'll rush to the battlefield right away." Shikaku looked thoughtful and said, "As far as I know, Minato was sealed by a ghoul back then. It's not easy to break the seal." Shikaku took a deep breath and said, "Master Reikage, haven't you noticed that Obito, who is even troublesome to you, retreated directly in the face of Naruto's arrival after bombing your village, including Konoha? This shows that, Obito actually has nothing to do with Naruto." Tsunade suddenly realized, "You mean, Naruto?" "So." Tsunade nodded and said, "Okay, let's follow your fighting method, Shikaku. What do you think, Reikage-sama? Second Tsuchikage, second Mizukage, third Reikage, fourth generation Kazekage." Shikaku smiled and said, "The reason why the Kakashi troops were able to defeat the enemy quickly and keep advancing is because they have help." Lujio thought for a while and said, "Although I can't say it, my intuition tells me that this is not the case. Even my feeling tells me that Naruto is the real operator behind the scenes of this war." Reikage scratched his head. Faced with Shikaku's idea, he felt that it was indeed possible. Then, he looked at Shikaku and was filled with emotions. He was worthy of being Konoha's #1 military advisor. Through a series of human actions, he could the ability to analyze the situation behind it is really powerful. Now that Minato has appeared by Naruto's side, I highly doubt that our other Hokages in Konoha may also be by Naruto's side, because judging from Naruto's attitude, he does not object to using this forbidden technique to get helpers. Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes. In this case, why doesn't Naruto unite with Konoha, or even with us, to destroy Akatsuki together?" Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes, the reason why Kabuto was not resurrected is because the first Hokage and the second Hokage were both sealed with the ghoul seal together with the third Hokage." Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, "I will definitely resurrect a Hokage." After Shikaku finished speaking, both Reikage AI and Tsunade were silent for a while. Shikaku continued to look at Tsunade and said, "Furthermore, I have an idea that is getting stronger and stronger. Naruto left the village without warning, and then continued to cultivate his own power, and then attacked other villages in Obito. When the Ninja Alliance launched a war, he took the initiative to help." Shikaku touched his chin and said, "Yes, I thought so at first, but I was surprised to see Minato appear beside Naruto. Minato was also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and Orochimaru was also beside Naruto." Inside the house, Abuyi stepped forward and said, "Master Reikage, Master Hokage, the preparations for the heavenly sending technique are complete." Reikage AI looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, are you really going to use this ninjutsu? You know, I can use it because my body is very strong. If your body cannot keep up with the speed of rapid transmission, it will fall apart, and..." After hearing these words, Shikaku, Konoha's military advisor, said, "Hokage-sama, we still..." Tsunade sneered, stopped Shikaku who was speaking, pointed at the seal of the 100 heroes on her forehead and said, "As one of the Sannin, I am not a vegetarian." Lujio sighed, "Well, this is really a gamble." Thinking of this, Shikaku really regretted why he agreed with Master Jiraiya to go to Naruto. He should let Master Jiraiya follow Master Tsunade, so that Master Tsunade could be controlled. Tsunade jumped up, stood on the pillar of the heavenly sending technique, and shouted, "Mabuyi, send me there." Mabuyi looked at Reikage, who nodded. Just now, Mabuyi, like Shikaku, tried to persuade Tsunade several times, but it was of no use. There was no other way. Lord Reikage had given the order, so just do it. So, Mabuyi performed ninjutsu, the art of heaven sending. At the same time, Tsunade's seal of the 100 heroes enveloped her whole body, and the stone pier of the heavenly sending technique emitted a dazzling light, and the power of thunder and lightning flashed in it, surrounding Tsunade's body. Tsunade gritted her teeth and endured. With a bang, he ran away. Shikaku hurriedly went out and shouted, "Use all your strength to sense Master Hokage's position." Hai said, "Leave it to me." A few seconds later, Tsunade appeared in the sky above the Darui troops. Hai sensed it immediately and shouted coldly, "Shikaku, Master Hokage has successfully arrived at the Darui troops. Chakra is currently in stable condition and there is no problem for the time being. Shikaku sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, straight face. Tsunade-sama's gambling luck has always been bad, but this time she was finally lucky and nothing happened. Okay, continue to follow the original plan, notify other troops, and rush to support the Darui department. Hai, leave it to me. Hai sent all the information about the headquarters that he had sorted out to the intelligence ninjas in each unit, asking them to tell their respective captains as soon as possible. Reikage AI came back and sat on the general map, looking at a battlefield, which was the battlefield of Gaara's troops. His eyes never moved, thinking in his heart, Dad, to be honest, I really want to go there and see you. One sighed. Reikage AI's fists were slightly clenched, just like Shikaku said, he is the commander-in-chief and cannot move casually. Gaara sighed. After Shikamaru listened to the information ninja's order, he frowned and nodded, I understand. Temari asked on the side, are there any new changes? Shikamaru nodded and said, yes, let me take half of the troops to join the first unit and support Captain Darui. Temari's eyes widened and he said, are you kidding? Half of the troops, what is the headquarters thinking, are separated. What should we do if we encounter a situation here? Wu agreed, although I hate you, I agree with you on this point. Gaara smiled slightly, and then said, the combat order from the headquarters is for us to fight while retreating, but military advisor Shikaku suggested that we test it out first. What does this mean? Anoki smiled and said, what I've been waiting for is what you said. Let's launch a long-range attack first. Luo Sha passively formed a seal and directly summoned a large amount of placer gold. Luo Sha said expressionlessly, private gold is heavier than sand, so it can stop it. What? Temari was shocked, and then looked at Gaara standing on the sand mound, and said in hindsight, no wonder Gaara's face has changed since just now. Huan Yue joked, I'll go, what a spectacular sand wave. Wu Yi sensed it and said, first, 2 people came over. This is Ōtsutsuki, Wu said, it seems that they have stopped and they should be fighting. Suddenly, the 4th generation Kazekage, Gaara's father, Raza, stopped dead in his tracks. Shikamaru looked at Temari and said, 4th generation Kazekage. 3rd Reikage complained, really, I am really reluctant to fight against the juniors. Shikamaru sighed, this is the battle plan, and I support this plan. As long as you follow the plan, there will be no problem. There is just a thorny problem. In the distance, 4 figures reincarnated from the dirty soil were already walking towards this side. He wanted to see if Naruto would take action. Shikamaru nodded and said, yes, currently only Inoki-sama exists in the ninja world. However, the second Ōtsutsuki was resurrected, so the same blood successor is needed to eliminate the ninja and fight against it. Gaara didn't even bother to raise his head. Kaido, why come all the way here? The blood successor is eliminated, isn't it only Anoki Ōtsutsuki-sama? Shikamaru nodded and said, yes, the most difficult one is second Ōtsutsuki, because he is a ninja who was eliminated by blood. This way. Anoki snorted coldly and said, don't even look at who brought me here. With that said, Shikamaru looked up and saw Anoki flying over and landing next to Gaara. As he said that, the sandstorm formed by placer gold rushed together with Gaara's sand, and with a roar, it sank directly after the impact. Anoki snorted coldly, I don't know either, but there should be some deep meaning. As he spoke, Shikamaru looked not far away and said, although there are only 4 enemies on our side, they are all shadows, namely, second Ōtsutsuki, second Mizuki, third Reikage, and Gaara nodded and said, let's take action. Third Reikage stretched out his hand, looked at the shiny golden idea that fell on his hand, and suddenly realized, I see, you can use magnet style to control sand gold. Anoki said, how to say? At the same time, at the headquarters, Shikaku asked Haichi to issue an order again, asking Gaara to withdraw half of the people to support Darui, and launch an attack on the 4 Kages at the same time. What? Temari didn't even recover from the shock of her father's resurrection. Another piece of news came, which made her unbelievable. Choji sweated on his forehead and said, "No. It can't be, it's all shadows." Gaara smiled and looked at Anoki. Anoki's old face showed a resolute smile and said, "Boy, I have been young too. I will find the lost self on this battlefield. You watch." With that said, Anoki flew out directly. The waves of sand formed by the huge sand came overwhelmingly. Luo Sha was very familiar with this sand. This is the power of Shikaku, one tail. Second Mizukage, Huanyue, also complained, "Forget about other villages, I really can't bear to fight against the ninjas of my own village." Second Mizukage, Huanyue clapped her hands and said, "Okay, you can actually use this trick to deal with sand." Fourth generation Kazekage stood up and said, "When Shikaku went berserk, this is what I did." Then, fourth Mizukage narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the air. He saw a pile of sand suspended on top of which stood Gaara. "Huh. It's not Shikaku, it's Gaara." Gaara said, "Dad, long time no see." Fourth generation Kazekage snorted, "Gaara, I didn't expect you to grow up." Gaara sneered, "This is not the only thing I have grown up with." With that said, the hand seals were changed, and 4 sand grippers leaped out from under the sand gold, and they immediately grabbed the 4th generation Kazekage, the 3rd Reikage, and the Phantom Moon. Because of his super sense, Wu dodged directly. As soon as he landed, he felt someone condensing chakra in the sky. Dust style. The art of peeling off the original world. He smiled instantly, "You live a long time, Anoki." As he spoke, he made the same movements as Anoki, dust style. The art of stripping away the original world. With a chirp, the 2 dust styles collided directly, forming an exploding bright ball that blasted a hole directly into the sand. Anoki snorted coldly, as expected of a teacher, dust style's power is superior to mine. Gaara still wanted to use sand to restrain him, but his father pressed one hand on the sand hand, and the 3 sand hands collapsed and scattered. Huanyue looked into the air, tilted her head and asked, "Hey, Wu, that old boy floating above, is he your apprentice? How come he knows the dust style?" Wu came over and said, "He is indeed my apprentice, Anoki." Then, Wu looked at Anoki in mid-air and said, "Hey, Anoki, how is the village now?" Anoki smiled and said, "Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, everything is going well now. I am currently the 3rd Ōtsutsuki of Iwagakure village." Wu said with emotion, "Oh. Well, not bad. By the way, you have lived a long enough life. Other villages are probably in the 5th generation. Our village is only in the 3rd generation. It seems that our village is more stable." Anoki gritted his teeth and said nothing. Anoki snorted coldly and said, "Yes, Gaara is not only the youngest Kage at present, but he is also the captain of the Ninja United Army Battle Company." If someone said this in front of Anoki, they would probably be scolding him for being too old to die, occupying his position and not abdicating, or mocking Iwagakure village for having no successor. "You are so old, but you are still standing in front and not retreating." Gaara looked at his father and said, "Father, I almost died at your hands 6 times, and each time my fear and hatred for you increased day by day. But now I am no longer cruel to you, and I can understand your past." What he did. 4th generation Kazekage was very surprised and said, "What do you mean?" "Not Jinchuriki. But fortunately, I finally made a friend, his name is Naruto, he saved me, and Granny Chio sacrificed her own life and reincarnated to save me." Gaara has friends. After Anoki finished speaking, he smiled and thought to himself, "Boy, don't blame me for not giving you face. This praise for you will make you look good in front of your father." Huanyue clicked her tongue and sighed, "How pitiful, you actually said that you have made a friend. At your age, shouldn't you have several friends?" Wu then continued to shout to the sky, "Hey, Anoki, in this situation, are the ninjas united together? Remember, After the war is won, you must tell the ninjas in the village to seize the spoils as soon as possible. Otherwise, when other villages react, there will be very few benefits. But now, the ninjas have unprecedented unity. After living for so long, I also want to see a different ninja world, so this time, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, I won't listen to you. This time the interests of the ninjas are if we are unanimous, everyone will no longer fight for it. Third Raikage nodded in agreement, that's right. Anoki floated down a little and shouted, sorry, Master Wu, we don't intend to do that this time. As a father, facing Gaara now, he suddenly felt very ashamed. None, Nanny. Although he is young, other actors, including the ninjas behind him, respect him very much. Anoki said frankly, at present, the destiny of the Ninja Alliance is one. We launched this war to obtain the peace that has not been reached for a long time. We must work together to eliminate hatred in this world. Anoki said this, and Gaara turned his head to look at the old man. Wu covered his forehead and said, it's true. As soon as he mentioned this, Gaara's whole temperament changed. Even Anoki who was beside him could feel that the nature of Gaara's chakra had become a little colder. It seemed that the man in front of him, fourth generation Kazekage, it hurt Gaara a lot. Fourth generation Kazekage was very surprised and said, what did you say? You became Kazekage? You. When Gaara heard his father ask him this, Gaara said impatiently, ah. I've gotten rid of that kind of thing a long time ago. I'm no longer the Jinchuriki created by my father. Hearing this, fourth generation Kazekage was very surprised, how could it be? I used to be deeply guided by the dream of Lord Hashirama of the first Hokage, but later on, I lost myself in the struggle of the ninjas, and even more so in the position of Ōtsutsuki, in order to protect the village, I lost myself. He couldn't believe that this killing machine he had once created, which threatened the existence of other villages, had actually become the shadow of the village, and had become the current captain of the Ninja Alliance. This and this. As soon as fourth generation Kazekage heard Wuzai talking about seizing the benefits, he immediately shouted to Gaara in mid-air, Gaara, let me ask you, where did Shikaka go? Wu Ling snorted and said, that's how it is among ninjas. If you strike first, you will be stronger, and if you strike later, you will suffer disaster. If you don't seize the opportunity, how can you maximize the interests of the village? Hey, Anoki, did you hear that? Fourth generation Kazekage was shocked, how is that possible? Gaara crossed his arms over his chest and said expressionlessly, the person who controls you now pulled Shikaku out of my body, causing me to almost die. Huanyue cursed angrily, you damn second Ōtsutsuki, you are so despicable. After carefully observing Gaara, Huanyue discovered that this guy had no eyebrows just like herself, and she immediately became fond of him. Gaara smiled slightly, Naruto, the ideal world in your heart is getting closer and closer. How could Granny Chio die for Gaara? Wu said it was okay, Wu was Anoki's master, and said Anoki didn't have any temper. What is going on with all this? I have become Kazekage, and it is Kazekage's duty to protect the village from threats. Ha, those without eyebrows have leadership qualities. Huanyue touched her head. She was still thinking about it just now. When Anoki said it, she suddenly felt that Gaara was more pleasing to the eye. Well, not bad, not bad. Wu Bai glanced at him and said, Mizuki, if you want to praise yourself, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush like this. Huanyue gritted her teeth and stared at Wu Dao, you be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** being resurrected, second Ōtsutsuki, you will die because of your mouth. Hey, over there, if you want to take action, start with the bandage man, this guy is AB ***ch, kill him first. Third Hokage also spoke, fourth generation Kazekage, you raised a good son. He is an excellent ninja, just like my son. As he said that, third Hokage was thinking, AI, have you inherited the title of Hokage and protected the village now? With that said, third Hokage looked into the air and asked, hey, Anoki, just to ask, my son is now. Anoki snorted coldly and said, "Ah, that Denjiki boy, third generation Reikage, your son is very strong. Now he is fourth Reikage, the general of the Ninja Alliance." Upon hearing that his son had inherited his Reikage and was now the general of the Ninja Alliance, the third Reikage laughed loudly. Okay, my son AI, he really has the appearance of a Reikage. I was not wrong at first, ha ha ha. Listening to third Reikage's happy smile, fourth generation Kazekage looked at Gaara, who was in the air. Compared with third Reikage's trustful training of his son, Gaara had a miserable life when he was a child. He was just born, and he was too small. Moreover, once when he was born, his mother Korra died. At that time, the village was experiencing internal and external troubles. As a Kazekage, I had no choice but to make Gaara into a Jinchuriki at the suggestion of Grandma Chio. Then, I constantly tested Gaara's bottom line and put him under mental pressure. So Gaara's uncle, Yashimaru, with his own orders, told Gaara one night about the death of Gaara's mother. As a result, Gaara went berserk. From this, he came to the conclusion, Gaara is a failed Jinchuriki. Waking up from his memories, fourth generation Kazekage looked at Gaara in the sky and said, "Gaara, let me test your value again." Gaara frowned when he heard the word value. Value? It is still such a cold word, a word with no emotion at all. In the eyes of my father, I have only value. Wu shouted, "Anoki, you should understand that as I know Dust's style, the number of ninjas is of no use to me, so you are the one who can stop me." Anoki gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I understand." Huanyue sighed and said, "Okay, I will also tell you my weaknesses and strengths. It is really the first time in my life that I have fought against someone like this." Third Reikage also shouted, "Everyone, please stop me as soon as possible, but be careful, once I move, it will be very fast and it will not be easy to catch." As soon as he said these words, the sand behind Gaara poured out, and the sand gold behind fourth generation Kazekage also rushed out directly. The exact same technique was blasted together. Anoki roared angrily, "Attack the entire army." Ah! With loud shouts, all the ninjas rushed towards him. Temari took the lead. She wanted to help Gaara and stop his father together. Gaara frowned, and a hand of sand appeared in the sand, grabbing all the sand gold into pieces. Then, Gaara raised his hand, and a sandstorm broke out from the sky. A large amount of sand poured down directly. Fourth generation Kazekage hurriedly lifted the sand gold up and blocked it. As a result, as soon as he blocked it, his body was entangled in the sand and mud under his feet. Live. Until Naruto appeared and friendship saved him. Not only do we have friendship, but we also have love. There is no absolute defense, it is just the protection of the mother. Garura, are you still in this child's body? But there is no way, all this is for the village. Yashimaru is a ninja, my right-hand man, and a member of Sand Shinobi Umbu. Only your mother has always believed in you and loved you, and yet she actually judged you as worthless and left you with heartache. Seeing the clay figurine, fourth generation Kazekage was stunned. This is... Fourth generation Kazekage raised his head and said, "Gaara, you always thought that it was Shikaku's power that protected you, right? In fact, it's not. It was your mother Gaara's power. Your mother really loves you." Gaara stretched out his hand, and suddenly, the fourth generation Kazekage, the third Reikage, and the Phantom Moon were all locked up by a clay figurine. Gaara's tears couldn't stop flowing. The sandstorm in the sky is just a deception, just to lure yourself into lifting the placer gold into the sky. Temari couldn't believe it, how could this happen? At this moment, Gaara's heart was extremely full. Failed, everything I did failed. Not far from the battlefield, on the sand mound, Shadow Clone Naruto was driving Sage Mode, wiping his tears. He sighed, stood up and said, "Okay, it's time for us to appear." Fourth generation Kazekage looked at Gaara and said, "If you say the person who hates me the most, it should be Yashimaru, because not only did I seal Shikaku into the body of your mother who was pregnant with you at the time, but he also forced you to become a Jinchuriki, took away your life. For Yashimaru, I took away his sister and his nephew. Hearing this, Temari shed tears, and Gaara's expression softened. From today on, Gaara is the real Gaara. Gaara frowned and said, "What's going on?" Shadow clone Naruto is waiting for this scene, waiting for Gaara's heart to be enriched before he takes action. For a moment, Gaara's heart seemed to be opened. In the past, he felt that he had no love from his family at all. His father wanted to kill him and did not regard him as a human being. His uncle wanted to kill him because of his mother's death. According to my uncle, my mother is someone who doesn't love me at all. That's it, that's it. Gaara's pupils were shocked and he said in disbelief, "Mother, she loves me?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Uncle Yashimaru came to assassinate me that night, he clearly said. That's what I ordered him to say. The purpose is to deceive you and push you to your emotional limit to see if you will go berserk. Fourth generation Kazekage said sadly. Fourth generation Kazekage looked at Temari. Ah, it's Temari, yes. Fourth generation Kazekage seemed to suddenly understand something and said, "It turns out that as a parent, you just need to believe in your children. This is the only value." You are indeed not wrong, right, Gururu? Temari flashed over, "Dad." Gaara, who doesn't have the power of Shikaku, can still have absolute defense, that's just because of his mother's love. As a result, Gaara's passive was turned on, absolute defense appeared, and a clay figure protected him. Fourth generation Kazekage was entangled with only one hand left, and with difficulty stretched out his ninjutsu. Countless gold dust appeared in the sky above Gaara. Temari hurriedly shouted, "Gaara, be careful." Then, fourth generation Kazekage looked at Gaara in the sky and said tenderly, "You and Gaara have grown up." At this time, fourth generation Kazekage realized that he had been fooled. Hearing this, Gaara suddenly remembered that when he was a child, Yashimaru said to himself, "Although the sand will automatically protect you now, I think this is because it is full of maternal love, and the sand is full of mother's will. Even if my sister even after I passed away, I wanted to protect Gaara-sama." Therefore, for Gaara, the whole world was gray and there was no love at all. Now, he discovered that this is not the case. It turns out that his uncle also loves him, and his mother loves him more. The power of Shikaku is actually the power of his mother to love him. Uncle second generation, Grandpa third generation, it's our turn to perform. Tobirama and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up. Tobirama snorted coldly, "I'll see if I can go out later and kill that guy with my own hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head and said, "It's been a long time since I fought with Shodai and Nidame." Naruto looked at Hashirama who was getting ready and said, "No, Shodai, don't move here, continue to wait for my signal." Hashirama frowned. In fact, he had already guessed who Naruto asked him to wait for. Although Tobirama didn't understand, it was enough for him and the third generation to go out to the few people outside. "Big brother, it was indeed a waste." "Brother, just wait here, let's go out first." Hashirama nodded and said, "Okay." Shadow clone Naruto looked at Hashirama and said, "Shodai, I will call you when you show up." Hashirama nodded. So, Shadow clone Naruto took second generation and third generation directly out of barriers. The second Ōtsutsuki who just came out and fought with Inoki, Wu, sensed it instantly. This chakra. Could it be? Inoki dealt with his teacher with all his strength, chasing Wu and flying in the sky, fighting dust style. Headquarters. Sense ball. Hai closed his eyes and said, "The battlefield of the fourth unit, second Hokage, third Hokage, and Naruto." No, it should be the clone Naruto, appearing. Reikage AI was a little shocked when he heard the news, and then looked at Shikaku. Shikaku smiled slightly and said, "It seems, Master Reikage, my guess is correct. Naruto will not just sit idly by and take action. He took action. Moreover, he resurrected the Hokages." Reikage AI asked, it seems that first Hokage, Senju Hashirama is missing. After thinking about it, Lu Jiu said, maybe, in other battlefields, prepare to appear. As he said that, Shikaku was also looking at the map. He was already thinking in his shoes. If I were Naruto and first generation didn't show up, where would I put him? In fact, Shikaku doesn't know that first generation Hashirama is still in barriers, just waiting for someone. Shadow clone Naruto smiled slightly and said, Uncle second generation, Grandpa third generation, come together. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 people rushed directly to the battlefield. This way. Gaara was in mid-air, protected by the clay figurine formed by his mother Garura, wiping his tears with his hands. Fourth Mizukage said guiltily, Gaara, your mother is really great. Even if she died, she would still be there. I believe in you and have always protected you. It is her strength that has always supported you until now. Her love gave you everything, gave you friends, made you a Kazekage, and gave you everything I had ever deprived you of. As your father, I have just been using you. I'm sorry, Gaara, I'm not worthy of it. Your father. Gaara wiped away his flowing tears, and here, Temari also had tears streaming down his face. Father, Temari came to his father. Fourth generation Kazekage looked at Temari and said, Temari, I'm sorry, father didn't take good care of you. Temari shook her head and shed tears. Gaara looked at fourth generation Kazekage and said, Dad, I forgive you. With tears in his eyes, fourth generation Kazekage looked at Gaara and said in disbelief, Gaara. Gaara smiled and said, I am relieved. It turns out that I am not a container, I am also a person wrapped in love. Hearing these words, fourth generation Kazekage burst into tears, Gaara, I leave this village to you. Temari, take care of your brother. Temari nodded. A sealing talisman appeared on fourth generation Kazekage's chest, and the clay figurine wrapped him and sealed him. Here, Huanyue said with a smile, boy, are you using this paper to seal it? Huh? What's wrong? Hey, I'm going, don't activate ninjutsu, I'm fully prepared to be sealed. Having said that, Gaara was still very wary, thinking that the third generation was the enemy. Here, Anoki and Wu are still fighting. What? Temari was shocked. This is really shadow against shadow, second Hokage, third Hokage. This strength is really strong. Looking at it this way, the battle pressure here is suddenly much lighter. According to the current comparison of combat power, it might not even be their turn. Upon seeing this, the large army of ninjas stopped one after another. Naruto smiled and said, it's second Hokage, Senju Uncle Tobirama. He was also resurrected by me, and he is probably helping Anoki deal with second Ōtsutsuki. Anoki was also very confused. He also thought that Senju Tobirama and his master were in the same group. Temari also flew over and said with emotion, it's unbelievable, Naruto, you actually resurrected the third generation. Temari bites the bullet. Gaara looks back. Huanyue's body automatically activated ninjutsu, and the water soaked the sand on his chest, pushing out the sealing rune. Shadow clone Naruto and third generation appear directly. A huge wind blew over, and third Raikage said, wind escape. Very good, it's ninjutsu that can restrain me, but this level of wind escape can't stop me. Sweat broke out on Anoki's forehead, and he said with emotion, time is not forgiving, Anoki. Temari and Gaara also retreated. After Gaara saw the person clearly, he shouted in surprise, Naruto. Wu Xiao said, what a pity, Anoki, someone may be coming to support us again. At this time, how should you deal with it? This is... Temari was horrified and quickly pulled out the 3-star fan, wind release, Kamaita no Jutsu. Gaara shook his head and said, no, there is another person. This kind of chakra is too strong. What's going on? Isn't he with me? Shadow clone Naruto raised his hand to say hello, hey, Gaara, you did a good job. None. Second generation said with emotion, I didn't expect that you, the inventor of this technique, would actually be summoned. Humph, the world of ninjas is really funny. Huanyue and Third Hokage were startled and reacted passively in the face of the attack. With a bang, the two people were kicked away. Senju Tobarama looked at Wu and snorted coldly, I have been listening to you arguing for a long time, and I have long wanted to go out and beat you up. Hey, you two-scale kid over there, don't interfere, your master belongs to me. Gaara flew to Naruto and said with a smile, why are you here? Also, this is not Lord Third Hokage. What is going on? Anoki snorted coldly, there is no such thing. After Anoki saw the person clearly, he said in disbelief, this is Master Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. With that said, Third Hokage's lightning-style chakra exploded violently, directly breaking through the wind net. As he said that, a figure appeared in the field. Shadow Clone Naruto smiled and said, don't be nervous. Grandpa Third Generation was reincarnated and resurrected by me, and is under my control. So, strictly speaking, he is one of my own, so don't worry. Third Hokage directly used the lightning-style breathing method, and the lightning-style chakra surrounded his body. He passed one hand directly through the sand that wrapped his body, and slowly struggled out. He said, it was designed by the operator. Once he sees through the opponent's tricks, it will automatically launch an attack. Here, Third Hokage and Huanyue are still attacking, running towards the main force. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shadow Clone Naruto landed. Saying that, Huanyue and Third Hokage jumped out and attacked the large army of ninjas behind them. Shadow Clone Naruto, Gaara, Temari, briefly chatted with each other. Behind them, among the large army of ninjas, the ninjas of Konoha saw the figure in front of them and shouted in disbelief, this is Lord Third Hokage. It's the third generation, Lord Third Hokage. Really? How could this happen? Lord Third Generation was also reincarnated by the enemy's dirt. No, I heard from the people in front that Mr. Third Generation was reincarnated by Naruto and is here to help us. Really? After hearing that the Third Generation was one of their own, the ninjas of Konoha stepped forward one after another. Third Hokage-sama, is it really you? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and saw the ninjas of Konoha. He was very happy and said with a smile, thank you for your hard work, everyone. Seeing that Lord Third Hokage still had the same tone as before, many people cried. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the one who has been in contact with the shadow that has ruled Konoha for the longest time among all the Konoha people present. Therefore, they have grown up under the influence of the Third Generation since they were young. Therefore, for the Third Generation, Konoha's people still have special emotions inside. What's more, the Third Generation died to protect the village. The Third Generation snorted coldly, looked at Konoha and said, Konoha people, what do you look like crying and crying on the battlefield, let people in other villages see it, what a joke. As soon as Third Generation said this, everyone wiped away tears. Konoha people, prepare to fight. Oh. With the Third Generation present, the Konoha ninjas in the army were all in high spirits as if they were on fire. Boom boom boom. Several more explosions were heard in the distance, Anoki flew here, and at the same time, Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama flew over. The people of Konoha, who were still enthusiastic just now see this person in front of them, and they feel like they are in a dream. Hey, pinch me, I admit it right, that's Lord Second Hokage. That's right, it's exactly the same as the face on the Hokage rock. Is this true? Lord Second Hokage was also resurrected by Naruto. This boy Naruto. Shinroku. Senju Tobarama sneered, Wu, after so many years of death, you still haven't made any progress. Wu Ling snorted and said, Tobarama, I never thought that one day I would be able to fight against you. What an honor. It seems that this technique you invented has no merit at all. Senju Tobarama said arrogantly, how can you and others understand the technique I created? Wu Ling snorted, "Don't be so boastful, Tobarama. If it weren't for your technique, the ninja world would be so chaotic, and people like us who died would be used. To be honest, I don't know what you were thinking at the time, inventing this kind of something comes out." Senju Tobarama said angrily, "When I invented this ninjutsu, it was not used to resurrect the dead." After roaring, Senju Tobarama said calmly, "Well, let me show you the real use of this ninjutsu. Hey, that kid over there has words carved on his face." When Gaara heard it, he was calling me. Although this was a bit offensive, after all, the other party was a ninja boss and a legendary figure. Gaara nodded honestly. Tobarama snorted coldly, "I'm not as powerful as my brother, but it's enough to deal with you. Tandem paper bombs. Let me give you a taste of this, Second Hokage. This is specially developed by me for Madara, give it to you to try." Before he finished speaking, the detonating symbols began to explode continuously, surrounding Wu's side. The explosions continued, and black smoke suddenly billowed. Senju Tobarama sneered, grabbed Mu with one hand. Mu frowned, and the mark of second generation's teleportation technique instantly appeared on his arm. As he spoke, Senju Tobarama raised his hand, and pieces of paper continued to appear in his body. Saying that, Tobarama directly formed a seal, and the shadow clone spread out and surrounded him. Tobarama chased Mu and ran around. Mu snorted and turned invisible. Anoki hurriedly reminded, "Second Hokage-sama, Second Hokage invisibility perception is very difficult, so be careful." Tobarama snorted coldly, "It's really funny how you can become invisible in front of me." As he said that, Tobarama felt with all his strength and remained motionless. Kabuto was very angry. It was obvious that he was being passive. What she was thinking about did happen, and it was all taken care of. They couldn't do it, so they had no choice but to provide support from the outside. While Kabuto was thinking about it, the battle here had already begun. Gaara nodded and said, "No problem. Keep using the talisman to summon the talisman, keep blasting, and continuously hit the blast with fixed clicks." Tobarama himself is a ninja with extremely strong perception. As long as he touches the ground with one hand, he can sense the number and type of enemies. He is so powerful. Anoki is high in the sky, also staring at the traces of his teacher. He cannot sense it, but Gaara Kazekage can sense it, but now, Gaara and the third generation are chasing Mizukage. Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Senju Tobarama, you are the one who rides on the horse." Kabuto frowned slightly. He knew this Naruto was a shadow clone, but why did the second Hokage and the third Hokage come here? Seeing Senju Tobarama take action, shadow clone Naruto shouted, "Leave the third Raikage to me. Gaara, you go deal with the second Mizukage. Grandpa third generation also go and help." Senju Tobarama said, "After I kill him later, pay attention to the seal." Gaara nodded. Senju Tobarama said with a smile, "What do you think I am stopping here without any defense, waiting for you to attack? I am just waiting for you to show up and mark you." The Konoha people behind them saw that both Hokages were on board, and they were about to do so in an instant, but were stopped by Temari. Senju Tobarama remained motionless, looking for an opportunity in the dark, and attacked directly. Boom boom boom. Wu's figure appeared and coldly snorted, "Second generation, you are old. Nothing flies directly." Not a single assassin missed him, and with a bang, half of Senju Tobarama's body disappeared. Anoki saw this, and although second Hokage Tobarama told him not to interfere, he still followed him, just in case, and he could also make a sneak attack and end his master's failure. Third Hokage opens directly. "Didn't you ask me what the reincarnation of the earth is for? In fact, it is to cooperate with this kind of attack, to give up oneself and attack the enemy. Moreover, this technique must be used in conjunction with another technique to make it enjoyable." Thinking of the fourth Hokage that appeared on the battlefield before, Kabuto instantly understood that this was the work of Orochimaru-sama. It must be Orochimaru-sama who resurrected the Hokages. Wu Ling snorted and said, "Tobarama, you are really arrogant, you are not your elder brother, why are you pretending to be a boss? This is. Tobirama sneered, I've been waiting for you to come over. Gaara was chasing Genjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the situation here and sighed, it's here. The tandem paper bombs invented by Night Aim. I finally saw it today, and it is really terrifying. Boom boom boom. The constant explosions shook the ninjas behind them, and everyone was shocked and speechless. It turns out that this is how ninjutsu, which resurrects the dead, is used. Suddenly, many ninjas thought that second Hokage Senju Tobirama was really powerful. Some ninjas from Iwagakure even lamented, thanks to Deidara dying early, otherwise I would definitely have to learn ninjutsu after seeing him like this. The ninja who was also Iwagakure thought about this sentence and found it very reasonable. Suddenly, the incomplete Senju appeared from Tobirama and shouted, where are the ninjas of the ceiling class? Seeing this, Temari hurriedly shouted, San Shinobi's ceiling class, come on. The two ninjas from the ceiling class hurried forward, and Inoki kept observing from above to prevent his teacher from having other problems. The explosion finally stopped, the black smoke slowly dispersed, Wu was directly blown into pieces. After the explosion stopped, the fragments continued to pile up. Senju Tobirama shouted, right now, go up and seal it. When the two ninjas from the ceiling class saw this, they directly pulled out the scroll and projected it over. The art of binding. The third Raikage saw that the situation here was not good, and with Kabuto's awareness, he took the initiative to come to the rescue, but was unexpectedly stopped by Shadow Clone Naruto. Uncle Third Generation, we meet again, don't worry, your opponent is me. Third Raikage was very depressed. What do you mean we met again? Who are you? He said, I don't know who you are, but I am out of control. There is someone behind the scenes. Please stop me. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded, this is natural. Behind Third Raikage's consciousness, Kabuto gritted his teeth and said, since you want to die so much, then I will help you. Although Kabuto knows that it is Shadow Clone Naruto, but if he doesn't take over and take some actions now, the situation on the battlefield may not be reversed. As a result, Kabuto took full control of the Third Raikage's consciousness, and directly activated his cells to the maximum, merging the lightning-style armor. Shadow Clone Naruto smiled slightly, Sage Mode turned on. Kabuto narrowed his eyes slightly and said, go to hell, Naruto. The Third Raikage uses the strongest move, Hell's One Hand. All the lightning-style chakra was concentrated on his fingers and attacked Naruto. Gaara instantly noticed the abnormal amount of chakra here and shouted, Third Hokage-sama, you go to support Naruto, I am here. Huanyue said unwillingly, hey, I'm so weak, and you despise me so much. Although I will tell you my weaknesses, facing a shadow like you, I really want to compete. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gaara, and then looked at the Third Raikage over there. He knew the strength of the Third Raikage. It was extremely strong. He once blocked 10,000 ninjas, and finally died of exhaustion. Especially this move, Hell Ippari Hand, he had fought against it on the battlefield in his early years, so he knew how powerful it was. This is just Shadow Clone Naruto. If it is the true body, Third Generation is not worried at all. Therefore, Third Generation nodded and said, I understand. Then, he directly dodged over, but Naruto shouted, Grandpa Third Generation, don't join my fight. I can decide the winner in a moment. If you come, I won't be able to fight properly. Kabuto showed a fierce expression, as if he could see Naruto die soon. Humph. I know that when you are about to die, you will create a clone, so I will add another seal to you. However, this also has a fatal flaw, that is, the speed of wind release may not be able to keep up with the speed of Lord Third Generation. As a result, the thrust from Ippanuki's hand came. Shadow Clone Naruto, who had super perception in Sage Mode, dodged directly. Then, the Rasengan in his right hand aimed at the arm of the attacking Third Raikage and blasted it directly. At this time, a person stood up and said worriedly, "Third generation Reikage-sama not only has speed and strength, but also unrivaled in terms of resistance. Only by using wind escape can we barely suppress third generation Reikage-sama's lightning style." When it first exploded, he kept staring at Wu's state, fearing that he would split, so the explosion was so dense that Wu didn't have time to split at all. Seeing this, Temari shouted, "Sealing class, follow us." Beyond everyone's expectations, Third Reikage's hand penetrated his own chest. Senju Tobirama chuckled. The ninjas present at Kyomogakure, after suddenly realizing it, covered their foreheads, because they had seen this scene before, when Kyomogakure and Naruto were fighting the fourth Reikage. After hearing what San Shinobi said, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then said, "I see Master Third Hokage is there, he should be fine." As soon as these words came out, Konoha's ninja nodded and said, "Yes, yes, Naruto can fly the Thunder God. If necessary, he can fly away." With a chirp, Naruto's Rasengan spun in his right hand. With that said, Naruto rushed out directly. After hearing Temari's order, the sealing squad came over immediately and wrapped a cloth around the cracked third Reikage. "Seal it immediately." When third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he was ready to take action, preparing to use his own body to block third generation Reikage's attack. Anyway, he can be resurrected and is immortal. Naruto smiled slightly, it felt so good to repeat his old tricks. The ninjas behind him were very surprised, even those from Konoha were a little suspicious. Although Rasengan is an A-level ninjutsu, but you use this to fight third Reikage, isn't that nonsense? Over there, Wu had been sealed by the sealing team because there was no rescue. Senju Tobirama also recovered and came over. He felt that this seal was not enough, so he added another one with his own hands. Dodai looked at the attacking Naruto and said worriedly, "I guess Naruto will be able to use the flying thunder god to dodge away, because no one can beat him under the strongest spear." The ninja of Konoha asked, "Is it true?" Dodai opened his mouth wide, and in a daze, he seemed to remember that Naruto dealt with the fourth Reikage in this way in Kyomogakure. Yes. How could he forget that the wound on the third Reikage's chest was probably formed like this? Bang! Moreover, all Kyomogakure ninjas know that third Reikage's body is known as the strongest shield, and even the Rasengan cannot break away from his body. Iwagakure said, "Naruto knows how to fly the thunder god of the fourth generation, so he should be fine. Last time when the masked man led Deidara to attack our village, Naruto was the one who dodged it. When Hashirama was in power, Tobirama was the intelligence captain of the village. He had always collected external intelligence. Later, he became a shadow, and his old profession has not been forgotten. Therefore, for such an old opponent, he has a clear understanding of the situation." Seeing that the third Reikage and Naruto were about to come into contact, everyone turned their attention and didn't even blink, for fear of missing something. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Huanyue bit her finger and said, "Psychic technique. Big clam." The other ninjas cheered when they saw that they actually won. Upon hearing the flying thunder god, Kyomogakure's ninjas also fell silent. After all, the yellow flash of fourth generation once suppressed Kyomogakure's speed, so Dodai speculated like this just now. The large troops behind them were watching from the periphery, and they found that Naruto went over alone. Kyomogakure's ninja worried, "No, the third Reikage is full of firepower at a glance, and the fingers of the third generation are like hell. Hongenshu, if Naruto rushes forward directly, he will be maimed." Kyomogakure's ninja said anxiously, "Oh, we are all coalition forces now, one body. I would lie to you. You see, Naruto didn't even use any techniques. If he rushes over like this, he will definitely die. I really didn't expect that Naruto used the same trick twice to defeat the fourth generation, and now he defeated the third generation. Right now, there is only one Huanyu left." Temari looked at the person who spoke, and he recognized it. This was Kyomogakure's earthen platform. With a bang, a huge billow of white smoke rose up, followed by a huge clam. Huanyue said, "Be careful, I am a hidden ninja. This big clam can use genjutsu on a large area and will make you see illusions. Physical attacks will not work at all, it is a mirage." Gaara nodded, and then said, "I can't feel your murderous intent." Huanyue squinted her eyes and said, "Do you need to say it? Of course, you should hurry up and seal me. Wu and the third generation have been solved by you, so I will hurry up too." Huanyue wanted to speak, but in the end, she was directly controlled by Kabuto. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. Shadow Clone Naruto, Senju Tobirama, and third generation all flashed over and stood in front of Gaara. Anoki also floated over and said, "I didn't expect that, Naruto, as soon as you came over, you solved the seals of the two shadows in an instant." Naruto smiled slightly, tilted his head and said, "This is natural, who asked me to bring two powerful people here?" Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "I didn't even have time to take action, mainly Naidame." Senju Tobirama smiled arrogantly and said, "Shao Dower, they are all shadows of the same period as me, they are just defeated." When Huanyue heard that Senju Tobirama looked down on him so much, he immediately said unhappy, "Hey, Tobirama. Don't be crazy, I tell you, I haven't lost in a battle with you, okay?" Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, "Whenever you are not the fastest runner, how dare you continue to fight with me?" Huanyue gritted her teeth, "You guy, it seems that if I don't let you experience my power, you don't know how powerful I am." Senju Tobirama said with a smile, "Let me see." Huanyue gritted her teeth, even when Kabuto wanted to take over his body, she found that Huanyue suddenly had a strong murderous intention. Kabuto smiled slightly, "That's fine, let Huanyue, who is at full strength, play with them first. Just in time, he needs time to prepare to summon a big shot. The power here is too strong, so he can only use his own hands. The trump card. This is the man who makes Obito even moved." Thinking of this, Kabuto's lips raised a smile. Here, a large area of water suddenly appeared under Huanyue's feet, soaking the ground. Then bubbles kept popping up in the wetland. Huanyue laughed and said, "Tobirama, aren't you good at exploding? Then come and explode me." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and shouted, "Monkey, let's go." Oh. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen is full of energy, as if he has returned to his youth, fighting with Naidame. Huanyue roared, "Water ball technique." Countless water balls attacked, and Senju Tobirama directly formed a seal, water style, water barrier. A wide water barrier rises, and all the water balls hit the water barrier, directly cancelling it out. The Kirigakure ninjas behind him all sighed, "It's amazing. Second Hokage can actually know ninjutsu in our village. Moreover, in a place where there is no water, he can actually summon such a large flow of water. It's incredible." The ninja of Konoha said proudly, "That is natural. You must know that Lord Second Hokage is the younger brother of Lord First Hokage and the master of Lord Third Hokage. He also has the title of the Master of Forbidden Arts in the ninja world." Kumogakure's ninja nodded. He once worked in Kumogakure's secret book pavilion and collected ninjutsu from the ninja world. He later discovered this title. There are thousands of ninja forbidden techniques, and Senju Tobirama accounts for half of them. Although it is a wonderful biography, it is enough to show that Senju Tobirama not only mastered many ninjutsu, but also invented many ninjutsu. Huanyue was very angry and said, "You be asterisk 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 d, you still use the ninjutsu from our village. You Hokage, there is no ninjutsu in your village. Tobirama, do you have any objections?" Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked directly, fire style, fire dragon flame. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is a member of the Sarutobi clan, and the Sarutobi clan is also one of the families in Konoha village that is best at fire style except the Uchiha clan, so the fire style ninjutsu of the third generation is what he is best at. Huanyue praised the Fanjian, "Doesn't the Hokage have a ninjutsu in his own village?" The third generation can't tolerate him and immediately uses fire style to slap him in the face. The huge fire dragon rushed towards him. Huanyue didn't panic at all. He snorted coldly and the fire dragon passed directly through him and blasted into the sand mound behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "How could this happen?" Gaara frowned and said, "Is it similar to the penetration of a masked man?" Anoki frowned and said, "No, he is a genjutsu ninja, this is genjutsu." Senju Tobarama said, "He is just an illusion now. The real key is the Great Harry. After finding its true body and crushing it, we can break through his mirage." The mist dispersed, and Huanyue looked intent on dueling. Huanyue gritted her teeth, "You guy." Here, Gaara covered one eye and said, "Found it." With a chirping sound, the big clam was blown to pieces with one blast. Whoosh! The kunai with the sealing talisman, under the projection of the ninjas, all hit the sand dunes in front of them. Then, the ninjas formed seals and combined them into a seal lock, directly sealing Huanyue. Layer after layer of sand was wrapped around it, and Gaara directly attached a sealing charm. Unfortunately, Huanyue's body continued to emit oil and water, soaking the sand, making it impossible to seal it at all. At the same time, Gaara waved his hand directly, and the sand swept towards Genjutsu. Senju Tobarama mocked, "It's over so soon, second Mizukage, you are so good." The ninjas holding the sealing talisman stepped forward one after another and shouted, "Everyone, throw all the sealing talismans up, quickly. Captain Gaara's desert layer burial has so much sand, that guy won't have time to get wet." Anoki heard this and nodded instantly. Senju Tobarama nodded, seeming very satisfied. Tobarama snorted, "This is natural. Not only that, I also know that your water ball technique looks like water on the surface, but it is actually oil. Even if it is blocked by sand, it will still soak through. That's why I used water barrier." Sure enough, Senju Tobarama was the first to frown, and then, with a bang, the pyramid sealing sand layer in front of him exploded. Grand funeral at the desert level. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama said like he was lecturing a junior, "Hey, Sand Shinobi boy, please give me some strength." When Gaara saw this, he waved his hands directly, covering layer after layer of sand with a serious look on his face. Huanyue cursed angrily, "Don't talk about me using the catchphrase of the Uchiha clan in your village. You don't have a Sharingan either, Tobarama." Huanyue gritted her teeth, and Tobarama sneered, "I have seen through all your techniques." Gaara said, "What's wrong? Is it genjutsu?" Onuma floated down, nodded and said, "Shingshi, very good. Only Shadow Clone Naruto knows that it's not that simple, because at this time before, he was still fighting the third Raikage. After finishing the fight, Gaara's side is not over yet." Hearing what Senju Tobarama said, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately noticed that after his fire dragon attack, the wet ground actually started to burn. Anoki directly lifted into the air, and then immediately found the shape of a big clam caused by the flow of sand. Anoki directly formed a seal, dust style, the art of peeling off the original world. Wind and sand covered this area, and the eye of sand was suspended in the sky. Through the flowing sand, it found the clam hiding the huge figure. "Tobarama. Aren't you very awesome? Let me tell you, my infinite blasting technique is better than yours." Tobarama snorted coldly, as if he was very unhappy that Hanyu mentioned the evil Uchiha. Huanyue gritted her teeth and said, "You know quite clearly." In the white steam, the figure of Huanyue appeared. A huge air wave suddenly erupted, and white steam swept across the sky. When Gaara heard this, he was thoughtful, his mind moved slightly, and he started to take action. Anoki said in disbelief, "This, could it be? I see. Ōtsutsuki-sama. Yes, Nidame is right, it is indeed oil." Anoki shook his head and said, "It's not genjutsu, it's the Mizukage's infinite explosive technique, which is said to have caused headaches to the previous generation Kajima-sama." Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, smiled slightly and said, that's really it. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly and said with a smile, Huanyue, this should be your best ninjutsu. Huanyue snorted coldly and said, so what, Tobarama, the tandem paper bombs you showed just now are very powerful, aren't they? Come on, come and play with me. As he spoke, a huge human figure slowly deflated, and then continued to shrink, while hail continued to fall from the sky. Anoki said, this is a clone made by Mizukage using the oil and water in his body. The oil forms the shape of a child, and there is only water inside. His characteristic is that he is easy to heat and cold. Once something is done, the oil on the surface will be quickly heating causes the water inside to evaporate, causing a water vapor explosion. It is then cooled and reduced in size through hail to prepare for the next explosion. After listening to Anoki's explanation, Senju Tobarama praised, a boy with 2 equals knows quite a lot. Anoki gritted his teeth and said with a smile, if you live a long time, you will naturally see more. As he said that, the child formed by Jiwei Baowei had shrunk into a normal human shape, and then a machete appeared in his right hand, and he attacked directly towards this side. When Gaara saw this, he directly attacked with sand to test it. As a result, the opponent's speed was faster than expected. Senju Tobarama sneered and said, it's interesting. Then he rushed straight out, with 3rd generation following closely behind. Anoki hurriedly shouted from behind, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, don't attack the clone, look for the main body. It also has another characteristic. When using this move, the main body will be very weak. Sure enough, when Shadow Clone Naruto looked over, he found that Huanyue had already gone to nowhere. At this time, Huanyue hid behind a stone pier and sighed, Anoki, this old boy, knows a lot. That guy Wu must have told him. Senju Tobarama said confidently, no, I just want to play with this technique. When I was alive before, I really didn't have this opportunity. With that said, Senju Tobarama directly pulled out a kunai and projected it at it. The steam child dodged directly. With a buzz, the kunai was marked with the 2nd generation's teleportation technique. Flying Thunder God Slash. With one knife, he directly cut the child in front of him. As a result, his body fused instantly. In turn, he directly hit Senju Tobarama with a knife. 3rd generation shouted urgently, Nidame, be careful. With a clang, 3rd generation put his hands together, and with a snap, the golden cudgel was in hand, directly blocking the steam child's machete. Senju Tobarama touched his chin and said, it's really interesting. The clone can still avoid being chopped. Then, I really want to try it. Is your explosion more powerful or mine? Monkey, dodge. Oh. 3rd generation just dodged. For Tobarama, 3rd generation focuses on the same character as before, who is obedient. Whatever Tobarama says, 3rd generation will do. This is why, when he was being hunted, Senju Tobarama asked him who was going to stop the ninjas, but the 3rd generation said he would go, and Danzo was too scared to answer. Soon, a huge exploding steam child came out. Huanyue sneered, you are really shameless in your words. Gaara pursued directly, Anoki also followed, Tobarama, 3rd generation, and Naruto all moved out. Boom boom boom. Because among the Hokage guards at that time, Koharu, Danzo, 3rd generation, etc. were all excellent. Therefore, Tobarama has long been preparing to pass the Hokage's seat to the 3rd generation. It just so happens that at this juncture, the 3rd generation takes the initiative to stand up to stop the enemy. He is the first of all, so he will give him the Hokage's seat and others no comments, right? Who told you not to take the initiative to stand up? Just like Temari thought, the opponent's lineup was too strong and that man had to come over to suppress the situation. Gaara was slightly stunned, and 3rd generation said, Nidame, why don't we attack the main body directly? Shadow Clone Naruto gritted his teeth and said, it seems that we have to solve this body first. After saying that, Huanyue lost all consciousness, and then the steam child quickly backed away while carrying Huanyue. Huanyue was so excited that she ran out from behind the stone pier and laughed. In the dark, Huanyue gritted her teeth and directly ordered the steam children to evacuate. As a result, the steam children were not strong enough. Huanyue frowned and suddenly felt the heat of the explosion. She smiled and absorbed it directly. The steam children expanded directly and grew bigger. After doubling it, his strength increased greatly and he rushed straight away. But only third generation appeals to Tobirama the most, because he is obedient and decisive in executing orders. Here, Huanyue said excitedly, "It's going to explode," click. With a bang, huge steam spread directly. Tobirama sneered, "How naive. You know, my fixed-point explosion can track my teleportation technique and explode. No matter where you run, you will be bombed." Tobirama snorted coldly and said, "That's so boring. I finally had some fun and it can't disappear, right, Huanyue? It seems that the mutual explosion technique is only effective in the face of carbon-based creatures. We need to find another way to do this. It's not that easy to run away. Huanyue, watch out, this is my protective explosive talisman." As soon as he finished speaking, Kabuto's consciousness came to him, and Huanyue said with difficulty, "Stop me quickly, my body is." "Ha ha ha, Tobirama, let me see what you do." The steam child kept running, and Tobirama kept summoning the detonating charm to explode. As a result, the more the explosion, the bigger the steam child became, because the explosion generated huge heat. Because of the explosion, the steam child broke, but the oil and water there are no cracks at all and it heals very quickly. Ran away. The hail was still falling, and the steam child quickly shrunk. Seeing Huanyue being attacked, he dodged over and stood in front of him. Kabuto controlled Huanyue's consciousness and asked the steam child to carry Huanyue and retreat directly to a sand mound because he wanted to use necromancy to summon someone. In fact, Tobirama knew that when he asked this question, the third generation would definitely be prepared to go. By asking this, he was giving the third generation a chance to take over the Hokage in an open and honest manner. Tobirama's body was broken into two halves, he clasped his hands together, grabbed the sword in front of him, and applied the instantaneous technique. The steam child also sensed something was wrong and prepared to escape, but Senju Tobirama held on tightly. Saying that, Shadow Clone Naruto rushed over directly. For this reason, Danzo has always been unwilling. He believes that he and the third generation have similar abilities, and it is because he did not stand up back then that he missed the Hokage position. Temari sighed from the outside, "This lineup is too strong, there are only 4 lights and shadows, plus a Naruto to fight a Mizukichi." Senju Tobirama flashed over, looked at Gaara and said, "Hey, boy from Sand Shinobi, come with me and mix something into the water of this clone. Do you understand?" Tobirama frowned, this technique is a bit troublesome. Here, the third generation retreated with the golden cudgel, and the steam child's machete came down directly, cutting Tobirama in half with one strike. This hit Tobirama's mind exactly. As he said that, the explosion symbols of second generation reappeared, one after another, constantly summoning, and constantly exploding. The huge movement allows the steam children to gain energy and continue to grow bigger. Facing the pursuers, the steam child threw the moon with all his strength, throwing the fantasy moon towards the stone pier, and then turned to face the pursuers. Gaara was the first to bear the brunt. When the steam child attacked, Gaara directly crossed his arms and swept away the sand. "Come over. Be careful, it's about to explode again." Gaara shouted behind him, and the people chasing behind him were also prepared for protection. As a result, after the steam child continued to expand, it did not explode, but disappeared directly. Tobirama frowned and said, "Ninjutsu has been released. What the hell is that guy Huanyue doing?" Anoki floated up and directly formed a seal, dust style, the art of peeling off the original world. With a bang, the stone pier where Huanyue was standing was directly smashed into pieces. Kabuto frowned, and the controller Huanyue only used his water body to block it, and then dodged to a nearby stone pier. It's too hasty, but fortunately, the chakra has been condensed. With that said, after landing on the stone pier, Kabuto controlled Huanyue and directly used the psychic technique. With a bang, a coffin appeared directly. Senju Tobarama frowned, is this chakra? Not far away, in the barriers inside the stone pier, Hashirama, who was dozing, suddenly opened his eyes. With a bang, the coffin board was blown open, a burst of white smoke dispersed, and a hand came out holding the coffin board. Uchiha Madara with Mangekyo Sharingan appears. That boy Nagato has really grown up. Huh. Why isn't it a natural technique of reincarnation? Kabuto controlled Huanyue and walked forward and said, this is the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth. I am Obito's collaborator. My name is Kabuto. I am the one who resurrected you. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said, the art of reincarnation in the dirty soil. Tobarama's little trick. Humph, this guy Obito really changed my plan. Kabuto controlled Huanyue and said, right now, the entire ninja world has formed a coalition and is launching a war against me and Obito. That's why I summoned you to help us win the war. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, no wonder, I can detect many ninjas from other villages, huh? It's interesting, there are still old friends. With that said, Uchiha Madara stepped forward, jumped out of Shirduin's sight, and appeared in front of everyone. Anoki's eyes suddenly widened and he said in disbelief, it's here. Uchiha Madara. Tobarama stared at Uchiha Madara, and unconsciously gritted his teeth and said, evil Uchiha. The third generation was also very shocked. After all, Madara is as famous as Hashirama-sama and one of the founders of Konoha. Gaara sighed, is this the legendary Uchiha Madara? Shadow clone Naruto smiled slightly. It seemed that it was time to release Shodai. As he said that, Naruto prepared to form a seal and teleport Shodai directly. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms over his chest, stood tall, and snorted coldly, it turns out to be Tobarama, it's been a long time since we last seen him, this guy. For Tobarama, Uchiha Madara will never forget that it was him who killed his favorite brother. My Odo. Tobarama gritted his teeth and turned around and shouted, Naruto. Shadow clone Naruto nodded. Behind him, Temari also led a large force to catch up with Gaara and others. The sensing ninjas in the army quickly discovered the two people standing on the stone pier. There is a new chakra joining. This chakra is so powerful. Huh. Ah, it's Naruto, you're using the flying thunder god, right? I wonder why barriers suddenly appeared. Ah. I know. Hashirama turned his head, walked to the front of the crowd, and looked at Uchiha Madara opposite. Madara snorted coldly, are these people below worthy of my full strength? Except for Hashirama, none of them. Humph. Well, since we have reappeared in this world, let's fight. What? Shadow clone Naruto nodded, pointed forward and said, Shodai, there is no way, because your old friend has appeared, so. Madara, ha 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 ha. Uchiha laughs wildly. Tobarama turned around again and roared, Naruto, what are you waiting for? Kabuto controlled Huanyue and appeared in front of everyone again. Looking at the shocked eyes of the people below, he was very satisfied. Kabuto controlled Huanyue and shook his head and said, no, I have also heard of you in legends, so now you can let me see the legendary power of Uchiha. The ninjas in the ninja force, especially the people in Konoha, are going crazy. The ninjas in other villages are envious. Yes, they can fight with the ancestors of their own village, and there is no need to fear death. Ninjas from other villages asked questions one after another, and the Konoha ninja said in fear, I think I have seen that man's face before. Hashirama said calmly, oh. Madara. Long time no see. Madara was so happy. She originally showed her full power, but when faced with these children, she had no interest at all. She would only give Tobirama a beating at most, but when Hashirama appeared, everything was different, hugely different. In an instant, Konoha's ninjas all walked to the front of the team, drew out their weapons, and were full of fighting spirit. Shadow Clone Naruto summoned directly with a smile on his face, instantly teleporting Senju Hashirama over. Ha ha ha, this is the effect I want, it's so enjoyable, it's not worth the hard work. Madara tilted her head and narrowed her eyes slightly. Have you seen me in my heyday? Ma-Dan, this war is worth it even if you die. With a whoosh, Gaara's sand attacked. Madara came down and lowered her hands. Mangekyo Sharingan stared ahead, extremely cold and cold. That's right, it's the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as Hashirama-sama. It's Shodai, it's Lord First Hokage. With a whoosh, Senju Hashirama appeared on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara looked at the legions below expressionlessly and said, I didn't expect that the ninjas from the villages of the 5 major countries could actually stand together. It's really ironic. It seems that Obito has really caused this. Help me, it seems that his plan is not going very smoothly, he resurrected me in this way to save the situation. The ninjas of Konoha all widened their eyes, and some even stepped back in fear. That's it. How is it possible? The legendary figure actually appeared. Did you see it? It's First Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming. Madara's cold face just now disappeared in an instant, the corners of her mouth raised unconsciously, her eyes showed ecstasy, and she shouted, Hashi hot mom. Yes, Shodai, Naidame, 3rd generation Sama, if you can fight with the previous generations of Hokage-sama, there is no need to fear death. What's wrong? Kabuto controlled Huanyue and said with a smile, your filthy earth reincarnation is specially prepared for you. With this body, not only will you not die, but you will also be able to show that you are even more powerful than you were at your peak. The ninjas in the ninja unit were talking a lot. Gaara frowned and said, I didn't catch him, he moved very quickly. I never expected that, Madara, you would be reincarnated by the dirt. Facing Madara's teasing, Hashirama said calmly, I really didn't expect that in that battle, you didn't die. You even stole part of my power, and then you even arranged such a ridiculous plan. Madara snorted coldly, crossed her arms and said, sure enough, I still can't get along with him. Kabuto was very angry. It was Naruto again. If he came out with Madara, he would come out with Hashirama, right? Ha! Fortunately, he made preparations in advance. Based on Master Orochimaru's data and his own experiments for so many years, he has made improvements to Madara's body. Now Madara can exert strength beyond his peak, even if Hashirama, the god of ninja, can't do it. So, Kabuto controlled Hanyu to come to Madara and said, they are the ones who asked Naruto to be resurrected, and now they are standing on the opposite side of them. Madara hummed, indicating that she understood. What a pity, Hashirama, I thought you were on the same camp as me, but that's okay, we haven't fought for a long time. Come on. Hashirama said, Madara, come back and stop making such crazy plans. Have you forgotten our original ideal? Madara said angrily, it's already this time and you still don't forget to lecture me? Come on, Hashirama. With that said, Madara rushed over. Hashirama frowned and said, there's really nothing we can do against him, so I'll do it, Madara. Saying that, Zhu Jian rushed straight away. Tobirama also followed, brother, let me help you. Looking at the 3rd generation, I saw that both the 1st generation and the 2nd generation were on it, so I didn't need to do it. After all, Madara, 1st generation, and 2nd generation were all elders of Konoha. I was still a child at the time. In the battle between adults, I no more getting involved. However, just because it can't be blended in here doesn't mean that other things can't be blended in. 3rd generation stared at Huanyue and said, Kazekage, Ōtsutsuki, Mizuki over there, let's go and take care of him together. Ōtsutsuki, no problem. Kazekage, okay. With that said, the three shadows directly pursued him. Kabuto frowned instantly and controlled Huanyue to leave. Shadow clone Naruto smiled slightly. During the battle just now, his chakra was almost consumed. Now, the battlefield here has stabilized. He only needs to keep an eye on it. After all, Madara is not at the last moment. He won't use his own trump card. In other words, Lord Hashirama can already stabilize him here. As for Mizuki Huanyue over there is nothing to be afraid of. 3 shadows have passed by, and I am afraid that I can't deal with him. Here, Uchiha Madara has already fought with Hashirama. Madara summoned the adult Susanoo. Seeing this, Hashirama clasped his hands together, wood style, wooden dragon. A huge wooden dragon rose from the ground, and Hashirama stood on top of the dragon's head. Madara's eyes showed a fanatical and warlike look, and with a bang, a snake-shaped blue knife appeared in her hand. Here I come, Madara. Madara controlled the Susanoo, wielded the blue sword, and slashed directly towards Hashirama. Hashirama responded with an "Oh," clasped his hands, and controlled the wooden dragon. With a roar, the wooden dragon swam and bit out the blue knife with one mouth. Then, the wooden dragon's tail raised up and directly wrapped around one of the adult Susan's legs. Pulling it down, Madara frowned and gritted her teeth. With a bang, the adult Susan sat down on the ground. Madara controlled the wooden dragon and attacked directly. Madara, it's safe to turn around. Madara said angrily, this hypocritical world is already hopeless, Heisei Mom. With that said, Madara's chakra exploded, and Susanoo's complete body appeared directly. Temari looked at the many ninjas who were dejected and roared, cheer up, everyone. The greatness of our ancestors is an example to inspire us. If everyone were like our ancestors, then this world would not be broken. Indeed, even if we go, we will only cause trouble for them. If you think about it carefully, there are only a few shadows in a world. 5. If everyone is a shadow, how easy would it be to be a shadow? Hashirama's eyes were sharp as he said, I'm on it, Madara. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Madara had no choice but to let go of her giant sword and block with both hands. Wooden Golem's giant fist struck, and with a bang, she was knocked back by the hammer. The giant sword was also forced to fly due to the force of the hammer blow. To heaven! I never expected that the 2 ancestors who created Konoha would be so powerful. Madara raised the giant sword in her hand, looked at Madara and said, I won't lose this time, you will be mine later. The huge power makes the whole land tremble. With that said, Madara once again condensed a giant sword in her hand, then raised it in front of her chest and slowly pulled it out. With a chirp, the mark of sage art appeared on Hashirama's face, and then Hashirama clapped his hands again, wood style, the real number Senju. Temari hurriedly shouted, everyone is here, retreat. We can't help at all in this kind of battle. When Hashirama saw this, his eyes were solemn and he clasped his hands together, sage art. Next to them, the ninjas watching all exclaimed, this is so awesome. Yo-Yo flew in the air a few times, fell to the ground, and was inserted into the open space where Madara and Hashirama were facing each other. The huge wooden golem rises up, with the wooden dragon just sitting on its body. Upon seeing this, Shadow Clone Naruto raised his arms and shouted, stand back, stand here and watch, you are looking for death. With a bang, Madara's knife could only behead all the stone piers on one side of the desert. As he spoke, he drew his sword, took it out of its scabbard, and slashed it with one strike. Hashirama controlled the wooden golem to avoid it, bumped directly into Madara, and backed away with him in his arms. Yes, if the ancestors were not powerful, they would not be the ancestors, and they would not become the ancestors they worship. Moreover, there are only a few such figures over the years, so they do not need to belittle themselves. This way. Madara walked in front of Hashirama with a step that she would not recognize. The huge Susan raised the long sword and slashed directly towards the sitting wooden golem. Seeing this, Hashirama hurriedly clasped his hands together and controlled the wooden golem to squat. And then, seeing the right moment, wooden golem put his palms together and firmly caught the white blade. Here, Madara, who was hugged by Hashirama's wooden golem, gritted her teeth, and then angrily controlled Susan, directly clasping her hands together, and hammered down. Hashirama's wooden golem was hammered to the ground, and then, Madara snorted, a huge the Susanoo giant kicked over and kicked the wooden golem away, directly in front of the running ninjas. After the wooden golem caught the giant Susan's white blade with his bare hands, Hashirama frowned. The wooden dragon on his body roared and attacked directly, rushing towards the giant Susan controlled by Madara. Madara gritted her teeth and struggled to pull out the giant sword. Wooden dragon circled around the giant sword, locked it, and wooden golem's hands were unlocked. After releasing it, he punched directly. Madara snorted coldly and said, "Finally, you have realized that you are going to really fight with me. Okay, here I come, Hashirama." After understanding this, the ninjas present cheered up again. After looking at Hashirama, Madara's face showed resoluteness and said, "But the ending this time will not be the same as before, and I will not make the same mistake again." Wooden golem stood up, and the dragon hovered over him again. Hashirama stood on the dragon's head, looked at Madara and said, "Madara, it's exactly the same as before." Shadow clone Naruto looked at Temari and smiled slightly. She was indeed Shikamaru's future daughter-in-law. Shikamaru was no longer there. She was also good at cheering her up. Sure enough, she was not a family and did not enter the same house. Yes, our strength is not in the same dimension at all. Seeing this, Hashirama put his hands together and said, "Wood style, wooden golem's technique." The ninjas exclaimed and widened their eyes. Madara sneered and said, "Ah, I really miss you." Temari's words directly awakened everyone. Is this the fighting level of our ancestors? The Fourth Army Battlefield. After Hashirama faced off against Madara, he temporarily stabilized the situation, and there was second-generation Senju Tobarama watching the battle, ready to join the battle at any time. Gaara, Anoki, third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the second Mizukage Genzuki, I believe it won't take long before the battle will be over. After all, 3 shadows fighting 1 is enough. Shadow clone Naruto stood at a high place, quietly observing the situation on the entire battlefield. Everything was under control, there was no stick. The reason for forcibly intervening in the battle compared to the previous life is to reduce casualties. After all, so many people were directly killed by Madara's meteorite falling from the sky on the battlefield of the 4th unit in the previous life. On the other hand, it is also to reduce by Ju's casualties. 100,000 white Zetsu, in Naruto's eyes, were all precious resources. He had a conjecture in his mind that must be realized by relying on this, so he sent a trio of Itachi, Shisui, and Inogaki Kisame to capture them. Pocket. This is a chess piece, buried behind it, waiting for the progress of the battlefield. Shadow clone Naruto lowered his head and thought. The main body was still fighting Obito and Sasuke. Yellow Earth from the second team had already taken people to join Darui from the first team. Shikamaru also rushed to take half of the ninjas from the 4th team. Support the 1st unit. Mifune-sama of the 5th unit has arrived at the 1st unit. Kakashi of the 3rd force, because of the advantage created by the surprise attack force before and with Naruto's help, Kai directly opened the 7 gates in the 8 gates. He is currently the fastest breaking force among all the troops. Like a steel knife, just insert it right in. Of course, the main body Naruto also deployed a shadow clone to follow the surprise attack force in case Kabuto would send powerful ninjas to cause trouble. So right now, Darui in the 1st unit is the most critical. Shadow clone Naruto nodded mentally. The main body has also taken this into consideration. One of the shadow clone has already rushed to the battlefield of the 1st unit. Akatsuki base. Kabuto was very angry because what he thought was his trump card was blocked by Naruto. It was no wonder that Naruto summoned them. They were all ancestors of Hokage, and they were very strong. In addition, the opponent had 2 Kage, 4th generation. Kazekage and 3rd Ōtsutsuki. Moreover, this shadow clone Naruto felt as if he knew the weakness of the 3rd Raikage, and he was immediately sealed as soon as they fought. There is also 2nd Ōtsutsuki, the blood successor was eliminated. He was blown up by Senju Tobarama's tandem paper bombs and had no time to recover, and was sealed in the end. I'm half dead from the joyride, and there's nothing I can do about it. You won't let me play, right? Then stop playing at all. Saying that, Kabuto took out all the chess pieces in his hand and threw them all directly on the entire battlefield. Although some ninjas are not very powerful and can even be considered rubbish, they can still play a role in disrupting the entire battlefield. Go ahead. Kabuto summoned them directly and made them appear on the battlefield. In the past, when digging graves, we often found people we didn't want to dig up. Just like drawing cards, we didn't always get the SSS level. Therefore, we accumulated a lot of characters who were not very powerful. At this time, we just happened to get rid of them all. Go up. In addition, Kabuto summoned White Zetsu. A rustling sound came, and Baiju raised his head and asked, "What are you doing with me?" Kabuto asked, "What is Black Zetsu doing?" Baiju said, "He is preparing to attack the famous names of various countries to see if he can kidnap them and threaten the other side." Tsunade. Tsunade is the Kage of the Land of Fire and one of the captains of the Allied Forces headquarters. Strictly speaking, Darui is a subordinate and basic etiquette is a must. Master Hokage, you are here. Off, Sarutobi Asuma also jumped up. Tsunade has reached the highest point, raised her arms and shouted, "Everyone is ready to fight." The scene returned to the scene where Tsunade set off from the headquarters, used the art of heavenly sending, and came here. With a roar, the entire battlefield knew that Hokage was coming to support. Darui hurriedly flashed over from the front, nodded and said, "Lord Hokage." Seeing the enemy's first white blow, howling in pain in the black thunder, Darui smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry." Kabuto sighed and said, "Okay. By the way, on your side, use White Zetsu to start absorbing the chakra of the ninjas, and then blend into the ninjas, carry out assassinations, make them suspicious of each other, and slow down their actions." Zan's eyes have been on Tsunade since she appeared. When Zan jumped up, Tsunade raised her arms and shouted, and she also saw him. "Hokage-sama is here to support us." All ninjas drew their kunai and prepared to fight. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Tsunade appeared in mid-air on the battlefield of the first unit, and with a bang, Tsunade fell down. After Dingzwa saw the person coming clearly, he hurried over and said excitedly, "Tsunade-sama." The first unit, the battlefield. The ninja Kumogakure next to him said happily, "This is the only person allowed by the previous generation, Raikage-sama, to have the word thunder tattooed on him, Captain Darui." A black thunder like a tiger struck at Baiju who was coming to the shore. Suddenly, there was a scream. Baiju nodded and went down quietly. On this side of the sea, a ninja shouted, "Captain, they are coming up." Darui is setting up a defense line, and a large number of white Zetsu mixed with ninjas reincarnated from the dirty land are constantly emerging from the sea, preparing to land. Kabuto sneered and said, "One of the enemy's troops has already thrust in like a steel knife. Don't worry, go ahead." When Darui heard that his boss cared about him, he was immediately moved. He clenched his fist hard and said, "I will definitely not let down the boss's expectations." However, what followed was that more white Zetsu emerged from the sea and surged up. The eyes of the two people met for the first time. The In Seal. Release, Ninja Technique, Create Rebirth. Break. Seeing this, other Konoha ninjas also flashed over, "Hokage-sama." Darui suddenly turned around and shouted, "Excuse me, Master Hokage." Since you are here, the command will be handed over to you. I will be the vanguard first. Oh. On the shore, Kumogakure's ninjas were surprised. It's Black Thunder. Baiju tilted his head and said, Kabuto, are you a little anxious? Darui's whole body and mind were relaxed, because the enemy was very strong, but as the captain, he didn't dare to charge with all his strength, otherwise what would happen if the troops died? Now that Hokage is here, he can do it with all his strength. Tsunade put down her hands in the seal. She had already recovered. She nodded to Darui and said, I heard that there are gold and silver horns here. Reikage is very worried about you, so I came here. With that said, Darui flashed over and acted as the first line, lightning style, Black Panther. Tsunade's body was filled with white gas, and the wounds cut by lightning all over her body healed quickly. Then, the regeneration mark on her face was retracted and condensed on her forehead again. After Dan and Asuma landed, Tsunade rushed over. Seeing this, Dingzwa hurriedly rushed over, stopped in front of Tsunade and said, Hokage-sama, you take command, I will deal with them here. When Duan heard this, he was surprised and said, Hokage-sama. Just now they said that Hokage is here. Did they mean you, Tsunade? Tsunade nodded and said, Ah, yes, break. Sarutobi Asuma sighed with emotion, Princess Tsunade has become a Hokage. It's so nice, Dingzao. Long time no see. Dingzwa held the stick and said, Yes, Asuma. Duan heard the words, stared at Dingzwa carefully, and suddenly realized, I see, you have grown up, Dingzwa. Dingzwa gritted his teeth and said, Brother Duan, facing you, I can only become bigger. Tsunade said, Dingzwa, go deal with Asuma and leave it to me. Hearing this, Dingzwa glanced back at Tsunade, and then nodded. He also knew that Dan was stronger than him, so forcing him to stop him would not do him any good. What's more, he also understood that Master Hokage and Dan where there is a trace of relationship between them, let them fight, it will be better. With that said, Dingzwa waved his big stick and said, Asuma, I'm coming. Asuma's body automatically attacked and shouted, Okay. Dingzwa, how is Shikamaru? The two were chatting, and Dingzao said, Shikamaru was depressed for a long time after you died. Then with Shikaku's encouragement, he cheered up, inherited your legacy, and now became an excellent ninja. In this ninja world war, as the acting captain of the 4th unit, he is currently leading half of the troops to come for support. By the way, Choji and Ino will also come. Asuma heard this, with tears in his eyes, and was very happy. Shikamaru has grown up and can stand alone. It's great, it's great. I heard from Dingzwa that they are rushing over here. So, do you think I still have a chance to see them? For a moment, Asuma no longer hated this technique. He was very happy to be able to see his children and his jade friends again. Dingzwa, I am out of control now, you have to be careful and stop me quickly. Dingzwa roared angrily and changed his mind directly, I know. I'm coming, Asuma. On the other side, more than 20 ninjas are besieging a reincarnated person from the Dirty Land. This person is the former head of the Hyuga clan branch house, Hyuga Hizashi. Everyone, attack with all your strength and throw out the weapons in your hands. With that said, everyone fired their weapons in all directions without blind spots. When Hyuga Hizashi saw this, he immediately made a seal, return to heaven. Hyuga Hayashi said, right now, they are fighting side by side to fight against this fate. Moreover, they are following the troops to support here. I believe they will arrive soon. Hyuga Hizashi was surprised, Niji. Master Hinata. They actually. Swan and Tsunade looked at each other. Duan smiled and said, that guy has been paying attention to you since you were a child, following you, and constantly confessing his love to you. You can tell even if you are a fool. That's great, I feel relieved if it's him. Hearing this sentence, tears shed in Tsunade's eyes. Yes, Duan, the person he once had a crush on, and the person he also tried to confess his love to. His dream is to be a Hokage, protect the village, and protect everyone. Unfortunately, in the end, he died on the road to ideals. Now, he was very happy to know that Tsunade had found someone who loved her, Jiraiya. Hearing that Niji would arrive soon, Hyuga Hizashi was in a daze for a moment. I really didn't expect that after so many years of looking so immodest and washing his feet every day, it turned out that he had never been on a battlefield and was actually a recruit like me. Tsunade also smiled happily. Ever since Jiraiya was rescued by Naruto from Yugakure, Tsunade has discovered that in her current life, the person she cherishes most is him. If she doesn't date him again, maybe in the future, I will really regret it for the rest of my life. Duan smiled and nodded. I know, I've always known it, but I ignored you on the way to chase my dreams. I'm sorry, Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade's happy smile, Swan was very pleased, it was so good. It rotated at high speed, forming a protective layer that blocked all weapons and knocked them away. Thinking of Jiraiya's appearance, Tsunade wanted to laugh. She even called herself Pervy Sage. Judging from his usual arrogance, in the end, he was still an old novice. For a moment, the two people had a lot of thoughts about each other, as if they had returned to the original time. This fool, when he went to Yuin, made a bet with himself that if he came back alive, he would accept his love. Duan was very relieved. He was already dead. He knew his feelings for Tsunade when he was young. However, there were many wars at that time and he might die if he didn't, so he did not accept Tsunade's love because he can't protect this love. Duan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Is it Jiraiya?" Tsunade took a deep breath, smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. You will always stand in the memory of my youth, at that intersection when I was 18. I couldn't control my body. In the end, my will to die for the sake of the village was denied. So please tell Niji for me that I didn't die to protect the clan, but to protect Niji and his brothers, family, and village, so I chose to die." Tsunade was stunned and said, "How do you know?" Although he was reincarnated from the earth, Hyuga Hizashi still had the mark of a caged bird on his forehead. He looked at Hyuga Hayashi and said apologetically, "Brother. I'm sorry, the branch house that is supposed to be responsible for protecting the clan, I have become an enemy of the Zone family. This must be my punishment for hating the Zone family. Perhaps, this is the fate that I cannot escape as a branch house. Actually, I can see my son again." So, one night, Tsunade gave herself to Jiraiya and let him pick out the scenery he had always longed for. After Hyuga Hizashi blocked all the attacks, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. He was Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan. Tsunade also said seriously, "I know, Duan, I will stop you personally." Her gambling luck has always been bad, but this time, she was very happy to lose, and she was convinced that she lost. This way. He understands what kind of person Jiraiya is. He is absolutely sincere to Tsunade, so Tsunade will definitely be very happy if she has him. Tsunade understood that if there was no Naruto, Jiraiya would be responsible for Yugakure. Tsunade wiped the tears from her eyes, looked at Duan and said, "Duan, actually I have always wanted to say something to you, but unfortunately I never said it out. Now that you have been resurrected, I don't want to leave this regret. Actually, I have always liked you." After listening to his brother's words, Hyuga Hayashi raised his hands and shouted with a stern face, "There is no such fate. Your son has been fighting to prove this until now, and so is my daughter." Suddenly, the order came and he shouted, "No, I can't control my body, be careful, Tsunade." He looked at Tsunade with a smile and said, "Tsunade, you have fulfilled my dream. Oh, by the way, I have good news for you, I have found someone who truly loves me." Tsunade and Dan, the former lovers, now fight together. Ha! Tsunade punched up, and the ground lifted up a huge rock. She jumped into the air and praised, "Tsunade, you have such a strong strength." Tsunade snorted with a smile, and said with some pride, if it weren't for the fact that it was all right, this Hokage, I wouldn't be able to sit down. Duan nodded and said, that's true. Well, let me test your strength. I'm going to use all my strength. Be careful, Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and said, I understand. As they spoke, Duan and Tsunade kept shaking. Duan was indeed a popular seed player for Hokage in the past. His fighting skills were very strong and he made Tsunade very passive. There was no other way, Tsunade directly made a seal, ninja technique, 100 healings technique. Instantly, a diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead and began to spread, and black curse stripes covered his entire body. As a medical ninja, you must not go to the front line on the battlefield, because medical ninjas cannot die. Once they die, other ninjas will be injured, and the number of medical personnel will be reduced, which will make them passive, resulting in casualties. However, Tsunade is an exception. She has the 100 healings technique, which allows her to heal quickly once she is injured. Although she is not as strong as Hashirama, this ninjutsu can ensure that Tsunade can be extremely resistant to attacks when facing powerful opponents, thereby defeating the opponent. Today, Tsunade used this trick against Duan. Duan sighed, the 100 healings technique, Tsunade, you have mastered it. Back then, when she was with Dan, Tsunade began to prepare to practice this ninjutsu. After Dan's death, Tsunade made up her mind to learn this ninjutsu because she didn't want others to die in front of her again. Not only do you need to have medical skills, but you also need to have fighting strength. Since you have to fight, you also need to ensure that you will not die. The 100 heroes technique is just right for you. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, because, as a medical ninja, on the battlefield, medical treatment alone is not enough. When necessary, medical ninjas must also protect their companions. Duan knew that Tsunade was talking about her own death. It seemed that her own death had caused her great psychological trauma. In fact, Tsunade had been afraid of blood since her death. It was when Jiraiya took Naruto to find Tsunade that Naruto, through his constant pursuit of his dream, healed Tsunade and helped her overcome her inner fear. Here I come, cut it off. Tsunade swooped over, and the two fought fiercely. Several times, Tsunade almost smashed Dan to pieces, but Dan's automatic passive defense dodged it every time. Damn it, my body is out of control and I'm completely immersed in the battle. What is this? Not good, Tsunade, be careful. He did several backflips in a row, then half-crouched on the ground and formed a seal, spiritual transformation technique. In the dark, Do chuckled. Now, he could control the runes in the body of the reincarnated person, thereby strengthening his control and even controlling the other person's soul. Kato Dan has such a powerful ninjutsu, of course Kabuto will not let him go. Well, use this technique to end Hokage Tsunade, and also get rid of a shadow on the battlefield. The art of spiritualization. An S-class soul ninjutsu that allows the soul to leave the body, transforming oneself into a living soul, ignoring the distance and teleporting to kill the enemy, and can also control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. The broken soul instantly floated up, looked at Tsunade and said, be careful, Tsunade, he is out of control, control your mind, don't let me in. Tsunade kept retreating because this jutsu was too heaven-defying and ignored physical attacks, unless it was Amaterasu from the Uchiha clan, or a magical weapon that could seal like the Juken sword, or a seal like the Ghoul seal. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth, looked at Tsunade on the high platform, and worried in his heart, nothing will happen. Seeing this, Ding Zeo roared, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade felt a little uncomfortable. She really didn't want to use these sealing techniques. A large amount of hot ash cloud spewed out of Asuma's mouth, obscuring Ding's vision. The flames burning in the air forced him to retreat continuously. Headquarters. Shikaku sat up all of a sudden, sweating all over his body, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, is it Dan's spiritual transformation technique? Oh no, how is Tsunade-sama doing now? Hai knew with his heart, chakra is stable for the time being, and there are no problems. What? Shikaku, as a general, I have ordered you to take some actions to rescue Hokage. Reikage stood up and said, I'll go. As he said that, he attacked Tsunade's body directly. Tsunade frowned and gritted her teeth. Damn it, Kabuto. Damn it, brother, I'm out of control. Shikaku nodded. Yes, you can't do big moves, but you can do small ones. Hearing Ding Zeos roar, Hyuga Hayashi felt bad and hurriedly stood up to leave. However, Hyuga Hizashi lost control of his body and hit 8 trigrams palms directly to stop him. However, as the general, he still has a few words to say. Ding Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, damn it. By the way, just attack his body. As long as the body is destroyed, the spiritual transformation technique will be lifted. Shikaku took a deep breath and said, no, Reikage-sama, you still can't go, stay where you are. Reikage AI was very moved when he heard this. He thought for a few seconds and looked at Shikaku with respect. Tsunade had no choice but to retreat again and again. Seeing this, Ding Zhuo hurriedly shouted, Lady Tsunade, be careful. Asuma is also very worried about Tsunade, because he knows a little bit about ninjutsu, the art of spiritual transformation, and Dan's famous stunt. It is because of this that Kato Dan helped the village and completed many tasks, and therefore became famous in many villages. Assassination list. But right now, Tsunade doesn't have any of these things. But in the next second, Broken Soul accelerated directly, catching up with the running Tsunade, and then got into her mind. Tsunade's eyes widened and she froze on the spot. What a pity, now he is controlled to stop Ding Zhuo, which is equivalent to indirectly helping to kill Hokage. Do we really need to use the corpse ghost to seal it? In a flash, Tsunade went around. It was clear that Tsunade knew what Tsunade was thinking, so she nodded and said, yes, Tsunade, if my body is sealed or destroyed, there is nothing I can do. Hai sweated on his forehead and said hurriedly, Shikaku, it's not good. Tsunade-sama was injected with a broken soul just now, and she is now as dumbfounded as a chicken. The only necklace that can act as a seal was given to Naruto by Tsunade. Reikage AI took a deep look at Shikaku and said, are you just looking at your own reflection and in trouble? Lugio narrowed his eyes slightly and prayed in his heart, Duan, are you really willing to do something to Tsunade-sama? Shikaku frowned. He was really worried about Master Hokage. If Tsunade was gone, it would be a great loss to the entire battlefield. Shikaku sighed, and then said with a resolute look on his face, I am the general staff of the coalition forces. This action represents the entire ninja world, not just a single village. I cannot go out for the sake of the shadow of my own village, which is detrimental to the entire world. It's about the battlefield situation. Shikaku immediately asked Haichi to inform the Lust troops, Shikamaru, to speed up to the battlefield, especially the Yamanaka clan, to see if they could catch up. As he said that, Ding Zhuo hurried over to rescue him, but unfortunately, Asuma jumped over, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then exhaled, fire style, ash burn. In Tsunade's mind. It suddenly appeared in Tsunade's mind that the souls of two people were facing each other. Tsunade. Tsunade put herself on alert, Su smiled slightly, and Kabuto gave an order, ordering Su to kill Tsunade. Although Soul Cutoff was very reluctant, he had no choice but to attack quickly. In his mind, the spiritual transformation technique to escape from Cutoff had an absolute advantage. Break the seal and aim directly at Tsunade's soul, confinement. Tsunade instantly realized that her soul could not move at all. It's a torture technique similar to Ibiki's. It's really troublesome. Tsunade was very anxious in her heart, because Duan was walking towards her, and if no outsiders intervened, she might not be saved. Swan came to Tsunade, then stretched out his hand, and then inserted it. Tsunade closed her eyes in despair, but she was not penetrated as she imagined. When she opened her eyes, she found that Swan's brows were furrowed, his hand stopped in front of her head, and her whole soul was trembling. Tsunade seemed to be able to see a rune working in Broken Soul's mind. It should be this thing that controlled him. It was very painful, even more painful than the physical pain. Kabuto was torturing his soul, and his heart was also controlling his soul. This was a double suppression. Duan shed tears and gasped, no matter, whatever, will hurt you. After saying that, Duan fiercely gritted his teeth, then roared angrily, thrust into Tsunade's hand, turned around in an instant, and thrust into his own brain. Tsunade's eyes widened. The severed hand inserted into his brain, grabbed the rune at once, and then crushed it directly. In the dark, Kabuto instantly felt a sense of powerlessness, like you were in a tug-of-war. Suddenly, the opponent let go of his hand, this feeling of powerlessness. Kabuto frowned and said in disbelief, there are actually people who can get rid of my control for the sake of love. Tsunade found that she could move, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to touch it. Outside, a yellow flash of light flashed directly over, and then a necklace was put around the neck of Tsunade's body. In an instant, Zhang's soul, which was already dissipating, was pulled out in an instant. Tsunade hurriedly shouted, break. In an instant, Tsunade opened her eyes, recovered, and regained control of her body. In front of her, there was Shadow Clone Naruto in Nine Tails mode. Grandma Tsunade, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ding Zao looked at Naruto and was very pleased. He used to have a good relationship with Naruto's father, fourth generation, including Shikaku. They used to fight together and go on missions. Darui's eyes were cold and he was preparing for battle. With two whistling sounds, Samoi and Asai came over to protect Darui. Jin Jiao smiled helplessly and said, there is really no way. I have to be resurrected after death and come out to help teach my juniors. It's fine. If we don't show our skills, the juniors will not know our legend. Tsunade ran over, crying. Therefore, when Naruto was a child, many parents objected to not allowing their children to play with Naruto. Ding Zao did not object and allowed Choji to associate with Naruto freely. The same was true for Shikaku. Shikamaru even asked his father why there were people in the village. So many people were hostile to Naruto, but Shikamaru didn't explain and let Shikamaru do what he wanted. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded. In Jiao snorted coldly and said, I really can't understand your attitude towards your seniors. It seems that the juniors of Yunin now lack discipline. After Tsunade was rescued, she nodded and said, I'm fine. The broken soul floated on the reincarnated body of the dirty soil, and said with a smile, idiot, don't cry, I'm leaving. Jiraiya is a good person, worthy of trust. Goodbye, goodbye. In fact, both Shikaku and Choza knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth generation. Although the superiors did not tell them, they could figure out who Shikaku was with just a little guessing. Darui heard Yunin's golden and silver horns praising him, and snorted coldly, although I will be very disrespectful to the two seniors, there is no other way. I may make you lose face again, just use my storm style. Jinjiao sneered, then opened his mouth and spit out two treasures. Injiao also took out two treasures, and the two prepared for battle. Samoi frowned and said, you can actually see the gold and silver horns on the book. That's not cool at all. Asuma saw Naruto with yellow chakra all over his body and said, that's it. After solving the problem, Tsunade wiped her tears, looked at Shadow Clone Naruto and said, why are you here? Then, Tsunade looked at Zan not far away. Zan's reincarnated body had dispersed because Zan's soul was killed by himself. Now, his soul was dissipating little by little, which also meant that Zan could not return. In the spirit world, he can no longer be resurrected, even with the 6 paths reincarnation technique, because his soul is dissipating. Shadow Clone Naruto said, I am here as a clone. I came here after receiving Uncle Shikaku's request for help. Seaside. Darui snorted coldly, looked at the two people in front of him and said, Master Jinyinjiao, how are you? Jinjiao and Injiao had just woken up and looked around. Yin Jiao realized what was going on and said disdainfully, "It's so shameful that you fell into the same spell that we used to kill Second Hokage back then. Isn't that right, Jin Jiao? Well, since you're here, let's help together. There's still fighting over there." Ding Zhao held the stick and said, "Naruto. He is extremely strong now." Darui narrowed his eyes slightly, "Is this the Noble Phantasm of Six Paths?" Asai smiled and said, "Captain Samoy, cheer up and defeat them, then we will go to school." Tsunade nodded. She must have been attacked just now and the headquarters sensed it. Dots of blue light finally dissipated in this land. Here, Ding Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief when he found that someone was coming again, and Lady Tsunade seemed to be rescued. It turns out that Shikaku also did one more thing, and that was to inform Naruto. After all, Naruto is now living openly under the sensing water ball, and Naruto has the power of the Rinnegan. After taking a closer look, I understood, it turned out to be Naruto. Asuma was surprised, it's actually Naruto. In this form, has he mastered the use of Nine Tails chakra? Jin Jiao nodded, then looked at Darui who greeted him, frowned and said, "Hey, Yin Jiao, look at that guy's shoulders, this kid is actually carrying the thunder of the third generation, he looks like he has some skills." Ding Zhuo nodded and said, "Yes, and he can also sage jutsu and has the Rinnegan Eye. To a certain extent, he is now a well-known ninja in the ninja world. It's just that there was a little twist in the process. Didn't I say there were 5? Is there another one?" Therefore, after Naruto found out, he immediately created a clone, took away the necklace of the main body, then flew to the shadow clone monitoring the battlefield, and then took action directly.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.